starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Good morning everyone. Are there still puppets with wills? A flash of astonishment flashed across Scorpion's face, and then this astonishment turned into some joy. What an interesting puppet. Yes, the puppet owned by Uehara Naraku is too amazing. In addition to the beauty of the puppet body model of the clockwork spirit, the powerful aura emanating from it also surprised Scorpion. Moreover, after the clockwork spirit was infused with chakra by Uehara Naraku and awakened, the aura she burst out was no less than that of the official members of Akatsuki. What shocked Scorpion the most was that this puppet was different from those lifeless puppets. She seemed like a living thing. She could freely control her body and even communicate. Scorpion had a feeling this clockwork spirit puppet was the same as him. If that were the case, it would not be wrong. Because in order to prolong her life, the clockwork spirit Oriana also replaced her body with gears and springs bit by bit, and made herself into a machine. Hey, can you still talk? Deidara was just curious. He looked at the puppet girl next to Uehara Naraku with astonishment. He couldn't help but reach out his palm to touch her cheek. Let me see what kind of puppet this is. Compared with the puppets made by Scorpion, it's really super beautiful and cute. Don't be so rude. Scorpion grabbed Deidara's palm with one hand. He didn't care that Deidara insulted his puppet. Scorpion stared straight at the body of the clockwork spirit with his eyes and asked word by word, "You also made your body into a human puppet?" The clockwork spirit Oriana slowly raised her head, and the eyes in her eye sockets were like two glowing gems, looking at the red sand Scorpion curiously. But after looking at it for a while, she did not answer. Instead, she turned her head to look at Uehara Naraku again. "What should we do?" Ahem. Uehara Naraku glanced at the burning gaze of the red sand Scorpion, symbolically coughed a few times, and said, "Your task is very simple. Follow this kid named Uchiha Sasuke and supervise him to complete his assessment." "I understand." Oriana nodded gently. Because she had Uehara Naraku's chakra in her body, her will was also controlled by Uehara Naraku, so she could easily understand what Uehara Naraku meant. After receiving the order, Oriana turned her head to look at Uchiha Sasuke, and a mechanical female voice floated out from her lips. "I wish you success in the assessment. I hope you won't exceed the time limit, otherwise the puppet will be angry." "Thank you." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the puppet with his eyes slanted and nodded at her nonchalantly. "Sasuke, be polite." Scorpion looked at Sasuke's casual movements and couldn't help but frowning. This is a puppet with independent consciousness, or a person. Her power is not weak, at least even I can feel the powerful power in her body. Okay. Oriana is just a puppet to supervise Sasuke. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said softly, "Let's go to the Hidden Mist Village. Let Oriana stay to supervise Sasuke's assessment. I'll stay too." Scorpion of the red sand glanced at the clockwork spirit, then at Uchiha Sasuke, and slowly said, "Our main task should be to capture the three-tailed Isabu. In case this Uchiha kid can't defeat the three-tailed, I can still help supplement." Uehara Naraku glanced at Scorpion of the red sand speechlessly. "You want to stay? Is it to help capture the three-tailed?" Uehara was too embarrassed to point it out to him. Since meeting Oriana, Scorpion of the red sand has basically never looked away, perhaps full of desire for the secret mechanical manufacturing process of this puppet. Maybe he has found his own kind. Especially, this kind is a woman. That's not necessary. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and said softly, "I believe Sasuke can complete the test. Oriana is mainly to supervise him. To put it another way, even if Sasuke can't defeat the three-tailed beast, my puppet should be able to defeat the three-tailed beast easily. Don't worry, I won't fail." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and frowned. Scorpion stretched out his palm and said slowly, "It doesn't matter. Uehara should be able to break through the Hidden Mist Village alone. I'll stay and help." Uehara Naraku touched his chin and said, "Then Scorpion Senior will supervise Sasuke's test, and I will take Oriana to the Hidden Mist Village." "Forget it, I'll go to help you." Scorpion shook his head, his face a little dark. The Uehara Naraku Does he not understand what people say? To be honest, Scorpion is a little regretful now. If he had known that he should not have given up when he was chasing Orochimaru. Look at the spoils that Uehara Naraku got from Orochimaru. It would be fine if it was just a summoning contract of an ancient dragon, but there was actually such a sophisticated puppet. Scorpion of the Red Sand felt that if he could thoroughly study the mechanical principles of the clockwork spirit and apply them to other situations, he could take his puppetry to a higher level. Then let's go. Uehara Naraku nodded hurriedly, left Uchiha Sasukandori behind, and rode the ancient dragon into the air, flying towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village. This village is always hidden in the fog. Especially in the early morning, when the fog is the most dense, it is difficult to see people, which is a great test of the perception of the Hidden Mist Ninja. Is this the Hidden Mist Village? Deidara tilted his head, pouted his lips and said dissatisfiedly, this bad weather is so annoying. I can only see a few meters away. As a ninja who likes to attack enemies from the air, Deidara naturally prefers clear weather, because on sunny days, the visibility in the air will be better. Now they can't see the situation in the Hidden Mist Village below at all. Scorpion was not in a good mood either. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said, shall we let your summoned beast attack now? Uehara Naraku shook his head and whispered, what we have to do now is to attract the Kirigakure ninjas stationed at the Three Tails to come for support. If we destroy the Kirigakure village directly, will anyone go to them for help? Scorpion raised his eyebrows. So, Uehara Naraku slowly let the ancient dragon lower its altitude, and said in a deep voice, so we have to attack the Kirigakure village directly, and by defeating the Kirigakure troops again and again, we will force them to send people, to dispatch the troops stationed at the Three Tails rebirth area for support. Do you think they will be fooled? This is an open conspiracy. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and chuckled. A village and a Three Tails, which is more important? The Kirigakure village's top leaders will understand. Momochi's abuser hugged his arms and said coldly, I can sneak into the village first. This kind of weather is my favorite. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Uehara Naraku flew and landed in the Hidden Mist Village, slowly closed his palms, and whispered, wind style, typhoon passes. A violent gust of wind suddenly rolled up. The next second, this gust of wind turned into a super fierce hurricane, blowing through the entire Hidden Mist Village in an instant, blowing away the thick fog that permeated the Hidden Mist Village. Snap, snap, clatter. Countless buildings in the Hidden Mist Village trembled in Uehara Naraku's wind-style ninjutsu, and the sound of strings of glass being shattered by wind-style ninjutsu echoed in the Hidden Mist Village. This is the wind power that Uehara Naraku got as a reward after breaking through the Hidden Sand Village, and he can freely control the wind-style chakra, or control the strong winds in nature. Now Uehara Naraku came to attack the Hidden Mist Village, because according to his estimation, the reward he can get after breaking through the Hidden Mist Village should be the power of water, which can freely control water-style ninjutsu. These are all necessary powers to synthesize the Seeking Truth Jade. This brat. Zabuza Momochi looked at the thick fog around him that suddenly dissipated, and saw Uehara Naraku standing in the Hidden Mist Village. He also jumped down from the ancient dragon. Deidara and Scorpion did not stay any longer, and both of them fell to the ground, and stood beside Uehara Naraku. Zabuza Momochi's face was a little ugly, and his eyes tightened slightly. It can actually blow away the thick fog over the entire village. The power of this level of wind ninjutsu is much stronger than that guy Yagura. Scorpion's expression was inexplicable. Because he was born in the Hidden Sand Village, Scorpion has seen many strong people who are good at wind ninjutsu, but they are undoubtedly more than one level worse than Uehara Naraku. Deidara's face showed a touch of satisfaction. Looking at the Hidden Mist Village who showed their true appearance, he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's it. It's really refreshing to follow this guy Uehara to carry out the mission. This kind of weather is the best for Deidara to perform. In the early morning, the silence of the Hidden Mist Village was completely broken by this powerful hurricane. Ninjas began to gather one by one, either to find the problem or to find their superiors. Because the thick fog had lost its cover, the Hidden Mist Village became transparent, and the Hidden Mist ninjas quickly found the problem of the disappearance of the fog in the village. There was no way. It was impossible not to find it. After all, a huge creature was above their village. Even a ninja could see its location, but its huge size made people a little panicked and worried. However, what made the mood of these mist ninjas change from panic to fear was a scene they saw on the quiet main street. A hideous ancient dragon floated above their hidden mist village, slowly flapping its wings, and on the ground below the dragon stood 4 ninjas wearing auspicious cloud black robes. They came from the most terrifying organization in the ninja world, Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku looked at the mist ninjas who appeared around them one by one, waved his palm at them, and greeted them affectionately. Good morning, everyone. It's still the old time of 5:30 p.m. Don't forget. Thank you 1,052,172 for the reward. Thank you for the reward from Have you ever heard of the wind chasing boy? Thank you for the reward from Akatsuki. Thank you for the reward from Ziohut. Thank you for the reward from Chufeng Heodang. Thank you for the reward from all the big guys. Thank you all the book friends for the genuine support. Chapter 227 Don't let your blood stain my uniform. Uehara Naraku greeted them warmly. However, no one in the entire Kirigakure dared to respond to his greeting, and no one dared to relax. Everyone looked at their figures nervously. There were only 4 people from the Akatsuki organization. However, these 4 people ignored the increasing number of Kirigakure ninjas around them, and they were not inferior in momentum. The Kirigakure ninjas had an advantage in numbers, but they did not dare to move lightly in the face of this group of Akatsuki members, because some time ago, these Kirigakure ninjas had heard that another big country, the Hidden Sand Village, was broken by the Akatsuki organization, and the entire Hidden Sand Village became a ruin. The breathing of every Kirigakure ninja began to converge involuntarily, and they looked at the 4 figures wearing black robes with auspicious clouds, and they didn't even dare to breathe. As a senior official of the Kirigakure, King arrived at the scene first. His eyes swept over the 4 members of Akatsuki, and his face became more and more ugly, recalling the information about Akatsuki he got from Konoha. Iwagakure S-class rebel ninja Deidara. King looked at the blonde ninja who smiled the most arrogantly among the 4 members sent by Akatsuki, and his expression became more solemn. Deidara participated in Akatsuki's attack on Sand Village, and personally captured the 5th Kazukigahara. Just the first person alone is not easy to deal with. King's eyes moved away from Deidara again, and slowly turned to look at the red-haired boy-like ninja. Sangakure S-class rebel Nin Scorpion participated in Akatsuki's attack on Sand Village, and once conquered a country with 1 person. This guy is even more difficult to deal with. As a person who had participated in the Ninja World War, King knew very well how much casualties a puppeteer of the level of the Red Sand Scorpion could cause on the battlefield. King's eyes moved from Scorpion to Momochi's abuser, and his face became even uglier. Mist Gakure S-class rebel ninja Momochi's abuser, the murderer of the 4th Mizukage and the hero who ended the Blood Mist era. To be honest, the people in the Hidden Mist Village still have a good impression of Momochi's abuser. Although Momochi's abuser killed the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi, he ended the Bloody Mist era of the Hidden Mist Village, and opened a new chapter for the Hidden Mist Village. As a result, Momochi's abuser actually defected. Not only that, the only 3-7 ninja swordsmen in the Hidden Mist Village at that time all defected. Except for Meitarumi, there was no strong combat force. It was quite surprising. King's eyes finally stopped at the last member of Akatsuki. He saw that the member was wearing a hood on his face. He was recognized as one of the strongest members of Akatsuki in the ninja world. Those who wear hoods are undoubtedly the strongest. Byakugan open. King's eyes suddenly changed, and his Byakugan suddenly opened, staring at the figure. Let me see who you are. This is. Kill him. A cold voice appeared in everyone's ears. The hooded ninja slowly stretched out his finger, and pointed at King who opened his Byakugan. It was Uehara Naraku. He almost forgot that there was a hidden Byakugan ninja in the Hidden Mist Village. If King could see through his whereabouts, wouldn't it make his lurking meaningless? Uehara Naraku simply stretched out his hand to command the ancient dragon to launch an attack. Roar. The next moment, the ancient dragon in the air opened its mouth and sprayed a huge fireball towards King's position, which fell from the sky and landed directly among a group of mist ninjas. The mist ninjas panicked and tried to avoid the invasion of the huge fireball. Just as the fireball in the sky gradually grew larger in the field of vision, Several jonin screamed wildly to let their subordinates react. Everyone, immediately release the water rush wave ninjutsu above your own head. Water style water rush wave. Every mist ninja who had time to react immediately closed his palms, opened his mouth, and sprayed a huge stream of water into the air. Each stream of water quickly rose into the air to form an extremely large sky waterfall. At this moment, they no longer cared about how much damage the waterfall above their heads would cause. They only cared about being able to withstand the huge fireball falling from the sky. Obviously, at this moment, the ninjutsu released collectively by hundreds of mist ninjas was successful. The huge sky waterfall formed a barrier to block the fireballs invading from the sky. The fireballs spewed out by the ancient dragon in the sky were surrounded by endless water splashes. The fireballs gradually evaporated and turned into a cloud of steam in the air. All the mist ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. They blocked the attack of the monster of the Akatsuki organization. If that fireball fell, there would be only a handful of people who could survive, and this area would definitely be reduced to ashes. Uehara Naraku watched this scene with a meaningful smile on his face under the hood, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Heh, did you block it? Ha 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 ha. Deidara looked at the group of Kirigakure ninjas whose expressions gradually relaxed and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a naive bunch. You actually think your summon beast can only spit out a fireball? Don't be too harsh. Uehara Naraku smiled and continued. After all, this is a remote and backward Kirigakure village, so it's inevitable that the information will be a little behind. They are just some frogs trapped at the bottom of a well. Humph. Momochi's abuser couldn't help but snorted coldly. This is the embarrassing part of the Akatsuki organization. Every time they laugh at a village, there is a companion next to them who is a ninja from this village. However, Momochi's abuser didn't say anything more, because according to his understanding of Akatsuki, their organization was very cautious in taking action, and sending out 2 teams of people was enough to pose a strong threat to a large country ninja village, which was definitely not something the Kirigakure village could block. Roar. The ancient dragon in the sky suddenly descended rapidly toward the ground, and began to glide along the hidden mist village. Flames and fireballs gushed out of its mouth, which made all the mist ninjas feel desperate. Those huge fireballs fell into the hidden mist village, and in a blink of an eye, this ninja village famous for its water escape ninjutsu turned into a sea of fire. The mist ninjas panicked and dodged, or released those simple water escape ninjutsu to resist, but the ninjutsu they released was completely useless, and could not stop the fireballs falling from the sky. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. A crisp female shout sounded. I saw a water dragon suddenly rise from somewhere in the hidden mist village, and opened its mouth to bite the ancient dragon in the air, causing the ancient dragon to subconsciously dodge and give up the attack. That was the water escape ninjutsu of the 5th generation Mizukage Meditarumi. Even though the ancient dragon has a strong vitality, the impact of the water dragon bullet technique cannot be ignored, especially since that woman, Meditarumi, has a double bloodline limit in her body. Each of them can pose a certain threat to the ancient dragon. Acid is much stronger than those physical attacks. This is Uehara Naraku's favorite mount. He will take the 3-tailed beast away in a while, so how can he let it get hurt? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, looked at the mist ninjas who were trying to avoid him, and the Aoki who was fleeing everywhere, and whispered, TSK, it's really troublesome. If you leak my secret, I will be very troubled. So it's Aoki? Momochi's abuser grinned, and couldn't help but sneered. Can a white eye scare you like this? Yes. Uehara Naraku did not deny it, but the next moment his words made Momochi's abuser's face change. If he leaks my whereabouts, I can only destroy the entire mist village, and kill all the ninjas in the mist village, to prevent them from leaking my secret. Mr. Abuser, will you be willing to help me kill Aoki, and keep the secret? Uehara Naraku knew Momochi's abuser very well. This guy actually has always been unwilling to be inferior to others. Among the 4-7 ninja swordsmen of the Akatsuki organization, only Momochi's abuser refused to join Uehara Naraku, precisely because he still had ambitions that did not match his strength. It's just that the power of Akatsuki is too strong now, so's abuser Momochi gave up the idea of betrayal. If Akatsuki is going to perish, Uehara Naraku has no doubt that Zabuza Momochi will immediately betray Akatsuki in return to Kirigakure to be his Kirigakure hero. I'm going to kill him. Deidara waved his hand and threw down his clay giant bird and was about to step on the giant bat to chase and kill Ao so that the guy would not leak the news. Zabuza Momochi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I'm going to. If Kirigakure is destroyed by Uehara Naraku, then how can his ambition to control Kirigakure, which he has been suppressing in his heart, be realized? Uehara Naraku looked at Zabuza Momochi pulling out the beheading sword behind him and chuckled. Mr. Zabuza is kind enough, but that guy can't escape. Uehara Naraku suddenly closed his palms and whispered, in this village suitable for water escape, of course we have to let the water escape summon beast come. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A tall figure appeared in the summoning seal next to Uehara Naraku. It was Uehara's other summoned beast, Deep Sea Titan. As you wish. A giant anchor hook suddenly popped out and smashed towards King's position almost without limit. This unexpected attack made King unable to dodge at all. He just looked at his body being hooked by an anchor in surprise. The next second King's body was dragged back at a very fast speed. King's body was out of control, and he couldn't do anything at all. Even if he wanted to release a substitute technique, it was too late. Under the drag of that huge force, his body was instantly severely injured. The captain of the scout team of the Hidden Mist village was hooked back by the anchor. When King reacted, he had already landed at the feet of the Deep Sea Titan. His chest and abdomen were covered with blood from being severely injured by the anchor. Uehara Naraku slowly squatted down, looked down at King at his feet, and smiled. Your Byakugan discovered my identity, right? Yes. King's body trembled slightly, and he looked at Uehara Naraku wearing a hood with an ugly face, and nodded slowly. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands lightly and whispered, if you reveal my identity, the entire Hidden Mist village will be destroyed by me, and all the Hidden Mist ninjas and villagers who know about it will be killed by me. What will you do now? You. King's face turned pale in an instant. Uehara Naraku pointed to the ancient dragon flying in the air, and continued with a smile. Don't think I'm lying. It's it that destroyed the entire sand village. Why don't we guess? Can it destroy the Hidden Mist village? King's forehead was sweating. There is no doubt about it. The ancient dragon in the sky is too powerful. If it continues to spew huge fireballs, the entire Kirigakure may be destroyed. This guy didn't lie to him. King gritted his teeth and asked directly in a muffled voice, I want to know why you joined Akatsuki. If I remember correctly, your identity is also well known in the entire ninja world. Even the 5 major ninja villages dare not ignore your existence. Some people even say that you are very likely to become the next ninja demigod. Now it seems that they are underestimating you. We are not talking about the same thing. Uehara Naraku's voice suddenly became low, and he said in a cold voice, what you need to do now is to prove to me that you will not leak the secret, so that I can be a little more merciful and let the entire Kirigakure go. King fell silent again. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head, and a fearless look suddenly appeared on his face. Kill me. Not enough. Uehara Naraku raised a finger and shook it, chuckling. Give me your Byakugan, and then prove how to keep the secret, and I can forgive your prying. King was silent again. Only the dead can keep secrets. This member of Akatsuki asked too much. Originally, he was a talkative elder in the Hidden Mist village, but in front of Uehara Naraku, he kept silent for 2 or 3 times. Deidara held his forehead and smiled, and said to Uehara Naraku, I finally understand why the leader thinks so highly of you. You are destined to be a member of Akatsuki. Even that bastard Hidden is not as cruel and bloody as you. Oh, you are too flattering. Uehara Naraku shook his head, looked down at King and said, now, tell me your choice. Let go of King. Just as Uehara Naraku was still forcing King, a tall female ninja came with a group of Kirigaku Anbu to support. It was Meditarumi, the most powerful ninja in Kirigaku. Obviously, she had heard the Anbu next to her tell her everything on the way here. At this moment, seeing King fall beside Uehara Naraku in a mess, she immediately spoke to stop him. Uehara Naraku ignored Meditarumi, who came to support him, and just lowered his head and continued to look at King before she rushes to our side. It is your last time. Make your choice. I will be more lenient because of your active cooperation. I understand. King slowly closed his palms and made a hand seal. When Deidara and Scorpion wanted to kill King directly, Uehara Naraku stopped them. Scorpion Sr., Deidara, I believe he will make the most correct choice. A ninja sacrifice for his village is a kind of honor for them. Uehara Naraku guessed correctly. After King made the hand seal, he slowly took off his eye mask because there was a protective formation for the Byakugan on the eye mask. After all, his Byakugan is the only one in the entire ninja world outside the Hyuga clan, and it is also the most difficult bloodline limit for outsiders in the ninja world to obtain. In terms of strategic significance, it is extraordinary for the 5 major ninja villages. The Hidden Mist village also obtained a Byakugan by chance. All the mist ninjas who were trying to follow Meditarumi to rescue Ao stopped involuntarily because they saw a scene that made the entire Kirigakure sad. The elder of the village, the nagging scout captain of the village, the respected senior of the village surrendered to the enemy. Ao slowly took off his eye mask, suddenly snapped off his transplanted Byakugan, and handed it to the hooded Akatsuki member like a pilgrim. No, to be more precise, it should be a sacrifice to the devil, right? After all, Akatsuki is so evil. King ignored the blood flowing from the eye socket where he forcibly dug out the Byakugan and handed the Byakugan in his hand to Uehara Naraku bit by bit and pleaded softly, if I do as you say, you promised me that you would let the Hidden Mist village go, right? Yes. Uehara Naraku reached out to take the Byakugan and whispered, there is a second thing, help me keep my secret. King laughed bitterly, slowly stood up, reached out to grab the kunai behind him, and whispered, I know, I will keep the secret like this. The next moment, just when the members of Akatsuki thought that King would be forced to commit suicide by Uehara Naraku, King suddenly stretched out the kunai and stabbed Uehara Naraku's heart. His movements were too fast. Even Deidara and Scorpion, who were close at hand, had no time to react. It must be said that after getting the Byakugan, King practiced the related ninjutsu, and this assassination almost reached the fastest speed in his life. However, Uehara Naraku was faster. With more than 200,000 life energies, Uehara reacted almost instantly, twisting Ao's wrist and snatching the kunai from his hand. Crash! Uehara Naraku grabbed the kunai and swung it violently, cutting Ao's throat. Before his blood could spurt out, he kicked him out. This is my favorite uniform. Don't let your blood stain it, you treacherous villain. At this moment, the villain's evil temperament is a bit too much. The third update is late. Damn. 4,800 words. So tired. Chapter 228. Monster of Akatsuki. Gurgle. Ha 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 ha. Deidara couldn't help but hold his stomach and laughed wildly. What kind of village is this? There is such an idiot. Who does he think he is assassinating? To be honest, Deidara was a little scared at first. After all, if Uehara Naraku was really assassinated, Konan would probably go crazy, right? According to her love for Uehara, the entire water country might be blown into ruins by Konan, and he and Scorpion might also be bullied by that woman. Now that Uehara Naraku is fine, of course it's time to be arrogant. Deidara grinned and took out a ball of clay from his package. The mouth in his palm swallowed the clay and chewed it bit by bit. King unilaterally broke the agreement, so it's time to make a big fuss. Really overestimating one's own ability. Scorpion's mood gradually calmed down, and he looked at Uehara Naraku next to him with a little surprise. After all, King's sudden attack just now, even he didn't react. Uehara cut Ao's throat with ease, without a trace of blood on his body. Should we say that he is worthy of being the person that both Peen and Konan are optimistic about? Senior Scorpion, lend me a scroll. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and threw Ao's kunai on the ground. He slowly borrowed a sealing scroll from Scorpion's hand and sealed the Byakugan in his hand. This is the most important thing. In the future, perhaps this Byakugan can be given to Kabuto Yakushi and let him install it on the white Zetsu coat, which will definitely enhance Kabuto Yakushi's strength again. The Mist Ninjas looked at Uehara Naraku with a trace of fear on their faces. This monster of the Akatsuki organization seemed to have not taken the assassination just now to heart at all. Terumi Mei clenched her teeth and ordered the Anbu around her, "Help me collect Ao's body. I will go to help him avenge." Her voice was a little calm, but the Anbu around her could hear a hint of anger from her calm voice, just like the calm before a volcano is about to erupt. A mist ninja Anbu swallowed his saliva involuntarily, recalling the horror of Terumi, and hurriedly whispered, "Yes, Terumi. Ta-da. Ta-da-da." The sound of high-heeled wooden clogs stepping on the floor was somewhat crisp. Terumi walked towards the members of Akatsuki step by step, and the mist ninjas whispered to each other and gathered around her again, ready to support her at any time. Uehara Naraku put away the Byakugan scroll, looked at Terumi who was walking leisurely, and turned to look at Momochi's abuser. "Mr. Abuser, has she always been so brave?" "Yes." Momochi's abuser nodded with a grim expression. At that moment just now, Zabuza had a faint hope in his heart. He hoped that Uehara Naraku would be successfully assassinated by Ao, so that he could turn against him on the spot, directly attack Sasori and Deidara, and return to the Hidden Mist Village as a heroic undercover. Unfortunately, Ao failed, and failed miserably. The Scorpion of the Red Sand glanced at Zabuza Momochi, then at the beheading sword in his hand, and frowned slightly. "Zabuza Momochi, the murderer Sora, that just came out of you, is it directed at me?" A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zabuza Momochi's forehead. Uehara Naraku smiled and spoke to Zabuza Momochi to help him out. "There are still enemies. We will deal with some things later. After all, the one we are facing now may be the future 5th generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village." Zabuza Momochi reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to wait until the end of this battle before making plans. If the Battle of Akatsuki to attack the Hidden Mist Village failed this time, then he would immediately return to the Hidden Mist Village. With the information he knew about Akatsuki, he would definitely be able to occupy a high position in the village. If the Battle of Akatsuki to attack the Hidden Mist Village was successful this time, then he would immediately become a loyal member of Akatsuki again. After all, although the number of Akatsuki was small, their combat effectiveness was very strong, and they might really be able to rule the ninja world. Just when Zabuza Momochi was feeling a little relieved, Uehara Naraku suddenly said, "Now let Mr. Zabuza kill this woman named Terumi to prove his loyalty." Uehara Naraku's voice was filled with a smile. "In this way, if he wins, it proves that he is still useful. If he loses, his death has nothing to do with us, which means we don't need a traitor and a waste like him." "Bastard." Zabuza Momochi cursed in his heart. How much does this bastard Naraku Uehara despise him? His people are still with them, but Uehara arranges him like this? After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he looked at Zabuza Momochi and chuckled. "Mr. Zabuza, I believe you will prove yourself, right? HMPH, don't worry." Zabuza Momochi snorted coldly, picked up the beheading sword in his hand, and rushed towards Terumi. Terumi saw that the first person to rush out from the Akatsuki organization was Zabuza Momochi, and she couldn't help but frown. According to the information she got from Maingetsu Hazuki over the years, this guy Zabuza Momochi is not a good guy. Scorpion looked at Zabuza Momochi's back and whispered, "Uehara, Zabuza Momochi is a very disobedient guy. So he's dead." Naraku Uehara watched Zabuza Momochi waving a beheading sword and rushing towards Terumi, and chuckled. There was no place for Zabuza among the members of Akatsuki. He just temporarily occupied it for another person for a while. Another person? Deidara immediately became curious. Could there be other people joining our organization? Yeah. Naraku Uehara nodded and said softly, "After all, it would be too unfair for Maingetsu Hazuki to be a teammate with Zabuza Momochi. It just so happens that a little guy has grown up, and he also longs to get the beheading sword and to see Maingetsu." Uehara was talking about Maingetsu Hazuki's younger brother, Sujetsu Hazuki. Zabuza Momochi's strength has never been able to keep up with his ambitions. He has always wanted to have the opportunity to return to the Hidden Mist Village and take control of the village. During this period, the members of the Akatsuki organization were very active, and the threat to the ninja world increased greatly. Every ninja village was trying hard to collect information about Akatsuki. Zabuza Momochi would definitely not miss this opportunity. Scorpion's expression was a little subtle. "Then you recruited such a guy to join Akatsuki back then, which really brought shame to Akatsuki." I thought he would change. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed softly. I just didn't expect that this guy's nature is still hard to change. He is not even as loyal to his companions and Akatsuki as the user of the previous generation of beheading sword, Biwajuzo. Uehara Naraku looked at Momochi's abuser, who was at a disadvantage in the distance, and said softly, with the power of Momochi's abuser, it is impossible for him to defeat that woman Terumi Mei, so let him be buried in his hometown. Deidara showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and sneered, TSK, you are really cruel. After Deidara finished speaking, he spread out his palms with a more cruel smile on his face. But Momochi's abuser actually wanted to attack Scorpion Dan when you were assassinated. This guy's really unforgivable. Even if he didn't die in the hands of the enemy, I would kill him regardless of the organization's regulations. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku looked at Terumi Mei, whose mouth began to swell, and whispered, this guy is dead. As expected. Terumi Mei's combat experience is not as good as abuser Momochi's, but her bloodline is enough to make up for all the shortcomings, and even her will is far greater than abuser Momochi's will to fight. After all, how could as abuser who is weak and wants to cheat and opportunize defeat a woman like Terumi Mei? Especially this woman is still in a state of extreme anger. Dissolving escape, dissolving monster technique. Terumi Mei opened her mouth and gushed out a stream of acid, which directly corroded abuser Momochi's body. This acid actually corroded a big hole in his body, and even through the hole, you can see abuser's organs. Momochi's abuser looked at the big hole in his chest and abdomen in disbelief. He turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku at the first time, wanting to rush to Uehara Naraku's side. Because the abuser knew very well that Uehara Naraku's medical ninjutsu was very strong. As long as the person is not dead, Uehara Naraku can save him. However, when abuser Momochi showed despair in his eyes, the three members of Akatsuki in the distance did not seem to plan to rush over to support him. The scorpion of the red sand even slowly stretched out a chakra line and pulled away the beheading sword that abuser Momochi was holding tightly in his hand before he died. If I remember correctly, that guy Maingetsu Kizuki seems to be able to use any ninja sword? That's right. Uehara Naraku nodded, and after watching abuser Momochi completely lose his voice, he slowly clapped his hands amid the cheering mist ninjas. Pa-pa-pa-pa. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Uehara Naraku looked at Terumi, who was slightly out of breath, and suddenly said, thank you, Terumi, for helping us eliminate the traitors of Akatsuki. After abuser Momochi joined Akatsuki, he always wanted to collect intelligence about Akatsuki. He planned to find an opportunity to come back and serve as the 5th generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village with his actions, to end the Blood Mist policy and the intelligence of Akatsuki. The whole Hidden Mist Village was in an uproar. Each of the Mist Ninjas looked at abuser Momochi, whose death was so miserable, and their faces changed instantly. They subconsciously remembered the merits of the Kariga Kyokotoku. Terumi's face did not change at all, because she believed in Maingetsu Hazuki's judgment. Maingetsu Hazuki believed that there was still room for recovery for Kisame Hashigaki. If they had to fight in the future, Terumi could show mercy to Kisame Hashigaki. As for abuser Momochi, there was no need to hold back at all. Therefore, Terumi killed abuser Momochi brazenly. TSK, actually what I said might be true. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, slowly stopped his slap, and said in a long voice, congratulations, Mr. Terumi, congratulations on killing a member of our Akatsuki, and you will receive a reward from Akatsuki to the Karigakure village. What? Terumi frowned. She didn't think Akatsuki's reward was a good thing, not to mention that this sentence was clearly an insult to the Karigakure village. Uehara Naraku's voice suddenly changed, with a hint of depression before the coming. The reward is to let you see the sun rise today. When Uehara Naraku's voice fell, a red sun slowly rose, and the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone down, shining on the stone slabs in the Hidden Mist Village. This is the first time that the Hidden Mist Village has seen the sun rise. This village has always been covered by fog, and basically all it sees is the midday sun. If Uehara Naraku hadn't used a strong wind to blow away all the fog in the village today, they wouldn't have seen such a scenery today. The sunrise is really beautiful. However, Terumi Mei's face suddenly changed. If she heard correctly, the sun is now shining, then the crazy people of Akatsuki will definitely attack the village next. The time has come. Uehara Naraku said these 4 words calmly, and then he suddenly half crouched down, slapped the ground with one palm, and shouted in a cold voice, "Fire style, pillar of flame." The next moment, pillars of fire shot up from the ground of the entire Hidden Mist village, and even appeared every few dozen meters in a very regular manner. However, it was these suddenly emerging pillars of flame that turned the entire Hidden Mist village into a sea of fire in just a short moment. Some unlucky Hidden Mist village ninjas were directly burned to ashes by the sudden flames. Just the number of these pillars of flames alone, just a rough calculation, their number is even more than the current number of ninjas in the entire Hidden Mist village. Even the strongest person in the Hidden Mist village, Meditarumi, had some despair in her eyes. What kind of monsters are inside Akatsuki? Chapter 229. You were almost there, and you could hurt my finger. The Hidden Mist village instantly turned into a sea of fire. The flames burned the air, creating waves of air. The whole village was filled with explosions and screams. It was the first time that the Hidden Mist ninjas had seen someone use such a powerful fire ninjutsu, which covered the entire Hidden Mist village. A feeling of despair emerged in the hearts of every Hidden Mist ninja. A Hidden Mist ninja stared at the gushing flames, stepped back in a daze, and collapsed to the ground. Is this the power of Akatsuki? Water style, water formation pillar. A huge ball of water suddenly rushed into the sky, and then scattered and extinguished the surrounding pillars of fire. Steam immediately began to appear in this area. The person who put out the fire was Meditarumi. Unfortunately, even if she put out the flames here, she could not put out the pillars of fire in the entire Hidden Mist village. There were still thousands of pillars of fire in the entire Hidden Mist village. Stand up. Meditarumi had recovered from her initial shock and ordered loudly, "Everyone, immediately organize the civilians in the village to take shelter and put out the fire." At this moment, Meditarumi became the backbone of the Mist ninjas, just like in the past. She waved her hand to summon the surrounding Mist ninjas and issued orders to them, requiring them to form small teams to go to various parts of the Hidden Mist village for rescue. However, this time the scope of the disaster in the entire Hidden Mist village was too large, and the Mist ninjas who had besieged Uehara Naraku and others had to retreat to rescue. After Meditarumi gave her orders, there was only one Anbu team left by her side, and this Anbu team was also waiting for her orders. Perhaps because she talked too much, Meditarumi's voice sounded a little tired. Orochi, send a pigeon to convey the order immediately. Let the troops stationed at the three-tailed Isabu leave a small team, and the others come to support quickly, and make sure they rush back to the village within 4 hours. Yes, Meditarumi. The Enbu ninja did not hesitate at all, turned around and jumped a few times, and disappeared in front of Meditarumi and others. Another Enbu ninja finally couldn't help it, and asked in a deep voice, "Meditarumi, according to the information we have received, Akatsuki's goal has always been the tailed beasts. What if they want to use the name of attacking the Hidden Mist village?" "I know, Chijiro." Meditarumi shook her head with an unsightly expression, staring at the black-robed figures in the distance, and whispered, "If it weren't for the lack of manpower in the village, I would never think of mobilizing the ninja troops there. We can only protect the village first, and then we have a chance to protect the three-tailed from falling into the hands of the enemy." Meditarumi didn't say another sentence. That is, she didn't have the confidence to repel the invasion of Akatsuki at all. In the face of a situation so powerful that people dare not reverse it, the will to fight becomes somewhat insignificant. Meditarumi does not think that the Hidden Mist village is sure to repel the members of Akatsuki. Then they can only find another shortcut. If the information sent by Konoha is correct, and Akatsuki's purpose is only to collect the three-tailed beast, perhaps after he calls for help from outside the village, these Akatsuki people may not retreat. The three-tailed beast, Isabu, is just a tailed beast. Meditarumi looked at the last two Anbu beside her, and continued to order, "Konomi, Chijiro, you also go to rescue everywhere. Leave this to me." Meditarumi. The two Anbu raised their heads involuntarily, and looked at Meditarumi in disbelief. There are thousands of ninjas stationed in the entire Hidden Mist village. How can Meditarumi be allowed to fight the enemy alone? It doesn't matter. Meditarumi shook her head and whispered, "You can't play any role here. If you go to other places, you may be able to rescue more people. But the Mist Ninja Ranbu looked at Uehara, Naraku, and others in the distance, gritted his teeth and said, the other side still has 3 people. Even if it's just to contain them, we can hold 2 enemies for Lady Terumi Mei. Yes. Another Mist Ninja Ranbu said firmly, I have been working hard to become the future guard ninja of Lady Terumi Mei. The 2 Mist Ninja Ranbu refused to leave. Perhaps because they knew the threat that Mei Terumi was about to face. The 2 Mist Ninja Ranbu tried to refuse Mei Terumi's order and insisted on staying to fight together. Hey, I see you seem to have some disputes. Uehara Naraku smiled at this scene and suddenly interrupted Mei Terumi and the Mist Ninja Ranbu, attracting their attention. Uehara Naraku hid in his hood and laughed sinisterly. He slowly spread out his palms and said with a chuckle, Mr. Terumi Mei, how about I help you kill these 2 people so that you don't have to quarrel? Retreat. Terumi Mei shouted coldly, kicking the 2 Mist Ninja Ranbu away one by one. The next moment, a column of fire suddenly emerged from the position where the 2 Mist Ninja Ranbu had just stood. The 2 Mist Ninja Ranbu were a little frightened. If it weren't for Terumi Mei's quick action, the 2 of them would definitely be burned to ashes by the flames that just gushed out from the ground. Terumi Mei waved her hand and shouted, now you 2 have seen it, you will only get in the way if you stay here. Leave here immediately. Yes. Helplessly, the 2 Mist Ninja Ranbu could only fly away. Uehara Naraku looked at the lonely Mei Terumi, shook his head, and sighed. Mr. Terumi Mei, you are the only one left, you look so lonely and pitiful. Do you think you can defeat me? Mei Terumi hooked the corners of her mouth, revealing an ambiguous smile, and suddenly opened her mouth and sprayed out a cloud of acid mist, boiling release, skillful mist technique. This cloud of mist rushed towards Uehara Naraku and others. The buildings on the street were gradually affected by the acid mist and directly eroded. Deidara and Scorpion frowned involuntarily. This kind of boiling release is a troublesome bloodline. Especially for Scorpion. If he were to fight Mei Terumi, he might not be able to get any benefits. After all, the attack area of boiling release is too large, and his puppets and even puppet strings may be corroded. TSK, women shouldn't be so venomous. Uehara Naraku just waved his hand gently, and a strong wind blew, blowing away the acid mist of the boiling escape. He slowly looked up at Terumi Mei and said, if you were a little sweeter, I believe many people would like you. Haha, I'll learn. Terumi Mei smiled, her eyebrows slightly curved. At this moment it seemed as if they were not fighting but chatting. As for her mood, it was not so good. If the member of Akatsuki on the opposite side was very good at wind escape ninjutsu, then it would be equivalent to making her boiling escape bloodline ineffective. This battle was very tricky. No, it could even be said that there was no chance of winning. Terumi Mei had never encountered such a powerful enemy like Uehara Naraku, and he used the most understated attitude in the battle to show his strength. Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his palm in the direction of Terumi Mei and whispered, wind escape big breakthrough. A gust of wind instantly blew straight in the direction of Terumi Mei. The buildings on the streets along the way were swept away and destroyed by the strong wind, and the ground was plowed into a deep gully by the strong wind. Water style, water array wall. Mei Terumi gritted her teeth, and a strong stream of water gushed out of her mouth to resist the invasion of the strong wind. Her face was extremely nervous. Just an ordinary sea-level wind style ninjutsu can exert such a powerful force. Wind style, wind cut. A hurricane directly cut through the water array wall, revealing a huge hole. You are still a good woman. Uehara Naraku looked at Mei Terumi hiding in the water array wall and said something ambiguous. In fact, he said that Mei Terumi thought he was picking up food in the garbage dump many years ago and thought he was pitiful, so she gave him a cookie. Who would have thought that the next moment, Mei Terumi suddenly smiled, stretched lazily and said, which part do you think is the best? Just as Uehara Naraku was looking at her, Mei Terumi's face suddenly changed, and she opened her mouth and gushed out a stream of orange acid, dissolving style, dissolving monster technique. This acid directly covered the heads of the 3 of them. If this acid falls, Scorpion and Deidara will definitely not be able to escape, and they may even be seriously injured. No wonder this woman can make the whole Kirigakure bow down to her. It is definitely not because she is beautiful. Her strength is also very strong. At least her dual bloodline can almost restrain them. Whether it is Deidara or Scorpion, a flash of surprise flashed across their faces. Scorpion hurriedly manipulated the puppets of the third and fourth Kazukages, intending to release their magnetic defense ninjutsu. Don't panic. Uehara Naraku spoke to calm their emotions and slowly raised his finger. Secret. Soul protection. A purple energy shield appeared around them, wrapping them in it. This is a group invincible skill. Groups of orange acid fell under the energy shield, but they could not corrode it at all. These acids could only flow down along the shield and gradually fell to the ground, and corroded the floor. Just as Uehara Naraku lifted the energy defense, Terumi Mei rushed towards them in the distance with a determined look on her face. Do you think you can get away? Go to hell. Monsters of Akatsuki. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A ball of fire actually gushed out of her mouth. This woman can actually release fire style ninjutsu, and it is Uchiha's fire style ninjutsu. No, this doesn't seem to be surprising. After all, Terumi has multiple chakra attributes in her body. One of her bloodlines is composed of water and fire. The flying flames did not fall on Uehara Naraku and others, but fell into the acid around them. A moment later, when the flames fell on the acid, it immediately caused a violent explosion. The entire street was affected, and the buildings on the street were instantly destroyed. The acid could actually be exploded by the flames. Terumi suddenly launched her hidden moves. This was her real killer move. After all, she never expected that the acid could kill the members of Akatsuki. Even Terumi herself was repelled by the shock wave brought by the explosion. Just as Terumi was panting and looking at the streets that seemed a little quiet after the violent explosion, she breathed a sigh of relief. The timing she picked just now was very good. It happened to be the moment when the strange purple energy shield disappeared. It was definitely a time when the members of Akatsuki could not defend themselves. According to Terumi's judgment, even if the Akatsuki guy's ninjutsu was strange, it was impossible for them to be unscathed in such an explosion. There should be 2 deaths and 1 serious injury. If we are optimistic, all 3 may be killed. However, when the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, Terumi looked at the 3 figures in black robes with astonishment. They didn't even move at all. Hey. Deidara grinned at Terumi and chuckled. You are really good at what you do, woman. I recognize your art. Scorpion looked at the surrounding environment destroyed by the explosion expressionlessly, and said softly, judging from the power of the explosion, it seems that this woman spit out something called nitric acid, and then detonated it with flames. It's really amazing. Uehara Naraku looked at Terumi in the distance and praised softly, the weak in the ninja world always find opportunities to defeat the strong through various novel tactics. I have to say that your tactics just now are really worthy of praise. Uehara Naraku flipped his palms and continued with a smile. It's really worthy of praise. You almost hurt my finger just now. Thank you for the reward from a lonely dog. Congratulations on your promotion to the leader. Thank you for the reward from Oriole Kakashi. Thank you for the reward from Ramaz. Thank you for the reward from Bazianachan's #1 fan. Thank you for the reward from BaymuZCY. Thanks to Arjing for the tip. Thanks to bookfriend 201803282021234002 for the tip. Thanks to bookfriend 201812301638181881 for the tip. Thanks to Yan King for the tip. Thanks to Gong Yu and Na for the tip. Thanks to Ziyu Yangping for the tip. I'm about to start adding more chapters. I calculated that in addition to our new leader, and Aing Shijuzu's leader, plus the tips from other book friends, I added 4 more chapters today, plus today's 3 more chapters. Today is a total of 7 more chapters. I'm going to write first, and I'll talk about it later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, The Monster That Destroyed Kirigakure and the God That Saved Kirigakure. Uehara was a little arrogant. Well, maybe more than a little. Scorpion and Deidara couldn't help looking at Uehara Naraku. How could such a person say that he almost hurt his fingers? But to be honest, Uehara Naraku is really qualified to say that. When Meditarumi used fire to detonate the acid, Uehara Naraku just casually laid down another layer of defensive light shield to block the explosion. This kind of battle is really despairing. Meditarumi, who was the one who launched the attack, was thrown back by the shock wave brought by the explosion, and her body was injured. On the contrary, Uehara and others at the center of the explosion did not even get hurt. Meditarumi's long brown hair trembled slightly, and her green eyes flashed with horror and uneasiness. Even her surprise attack ninjutsu could not hurt them, so what should she do to stop these guys from Akatsuki? If even she loses, no one in the Hidden Mist village can stop them. Meditarumi struggled to stand up against the wall, looking at the three people in black robes with a nervous look, extracting chakra from her body bit by bit. Don't show that expression, Lord Terumi Medi. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but smile, slowly walked towards Meditarumi, and said bit by bit, ninjas are not only good at fighting and killing, they also have to learn the ways of the world. You are much better than others in this regard. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, spread his hands, and raised an example. For example, our Akatsuki wants to capture the three-tailed Isabu. Just now I heard you mention that you took the initiative to transfer the ninja troops stationed near the three-tailed Isabu back to the Hidden Mist village. Isn't this very sensible? Arsehole. Meditarumi gritted her teeth, and a stream of water gushed out of her mouth and appeared in her own water, gathering into a water whip, water style, water flow whip. The water whip suddenly attacked Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku casually stretched out his palm and grabbed the water whip. He used the water whip to drag Meditarumi to his side. Uehara Naraku suddenly threw away the whip, pinched Meditarumi's chin with one hand, and gently stroked her long hair with the other hand, revealing her full appearance. Uehara Naraku chuckled and rubbed her cheek. Really? This face doesn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all. Arsehole. Meditarumi was immediately furious. Meditarumi shook her head violently to break free from Uehara Naraku's restraints, and opened her mouth to spray a stream of corrosive acid at Uehara Naraku. Bang! Uehara Naraku turned over and kicked Meditarumi in the neck, kicking Meditarumi directly out. The strongest ninja in the Hidden Mist village flew upside down and fell into a ruin, fainting dazedly. Scorpion closed his eyes speechlessly, shook his head and sighed. You are such a bad guy. I have been very merciful. Uehara Naraku glanced at the unconscious Meditarumi and chuckled. This woman thought I was a homeless child from the land of water and gave me a bag of biscuits. Otherwise, I would not let her go so easily. What else do you want? Deidara couldn't help but support his forehead, looking at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. Your way of showing mercy is really special. I feel that your arrogant attitude just now is obviously more cruel than killing her. Okay, let's go. Uehara Naraku waved at the sky and saw the ancient dragon soaring in the sky fell from the sky and landed in front of them. Uehara Naraku jumped onto the head of the ancient dragon first and stroked its scales. Let's go, Scorpion Senior. Deidara, let's go see how Sasuke's doing first. The red sand scorpion flew and jumped onto the back of the dragon, looking at Uehara Naraku in confusion. Why, aren't you going to do anything before you leave? Of course I will. Uehara Naraku nodded, slowly stretched out his palm, and gathered the chakra in his body bit by bit. Wind style, air training bullet. The power of wind was so powerful that it was enough for Uehara Naraku to use any wind style ninjutsu, even the wind style ninjutsu of the one-tail Shukaku without any pressure. The red sand scorpion looked at the wind ball gathered in Uehara Naraku's hand with a little surprise. You can even use the wind style ninjutsu of the one-tail Shukaku? Yes, I'm a wind style ninjutsu genius. Uehara Naraku threw the wind ball in his hand to the center of the Hidden Mist village, chuckled, then let the strong wind destroy this place. The ball of wind suddenly fell to the ground. The next moment, the strong wind gathered in the wind ball instantly swept everything around it, and even expanded the sea of fire created by the previous pillar of flame. It's actually more powerful than the one-tail Shukaku's air training bullet. Scorpion of the red sand looked solemnly at the strong wind that swept and spread from the center of the mist village. He couldn't help but glanced at Uehara Naraku. You have to destroy a ninja village every time. Are you spreading the terror of Akatsuki? Deidara laughed and said, last time it was the sand village, this time it's the mist village. Which village will it be next time? I'm really looking forward to it. Idiot. Scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but hold his forehead and said coldly, "We have caught the three tails, and the four tails Jinchuriki is in the organization's base. Which village do you think will be destroyed next?" Deidara's expression changed, and he looked at Uehara Naraku suddenly, muttering, "Won't we have to face that old man Inoki next? That old guy is not easy to deal with. The task of capturing the five tails Jinchuriki may not be enough for just a few of us." As a former disciple of the two great scales Inoki, Deidara knew how terrifying Inoki's dust release was. If he was serious, the third Tsuchikage Inoki might be the strongest among the 5 cages today. We'll talk about it later. Uehara Naraku sat on the ancient dragon, looking down at the village, destroyed by the wind and flames, and gently patted the dragon scales of the ancient dragon. "Okay, there's nothing worth seeing, let's go. The reward for this attack on the Hidden Mist village has been obtained." It's a pity that not many ninjas in the Hidden Mist village were defeated or killed by his last move this time. Only about 3 or 4,000 people. The situation in the Hidden Sand village is rare. After all, the Hidden Sand village was still reorganizing and expanding the ninja force at that time, so most of the ninjas gathered in the village. The ninjas in the Hidden Mist village were divided into many groups, and many people were on missions outside, because the ocean of the ninja world was basically dominated by the Hidden Mist village. Uehara Naraku glanced at the benefits of Dark Harvest. If it doesn't work, he will wait until the Ninja World War comes again. Dark Harvest. After defeating each ninja, you will get some power from the enemy, each time increasing life energy by 10 points, chakra energy by 10 points, and natural energy by 10 points. The current cumulative increase in life energy is 189,750 points of life energy, 189,750 points of chakra energy, and 189,750 points of natural energy. This battle also increased Uehara Naraku's 3-dimensional attributes by almost a quarter, directly increasing to 250,000 points. In addition, there are several other gains. Side quest, defeat King, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward skill is Keen Perception. Keen Perception. When you turn on Keen Perception, everything within 1 kilometer will appear in your field of vision, with no skill cooldown, and no skill consumption. This skill is okay. Although Uehara Naraku can use Destiny to spy at any time, this skill does not require any chakra consumption, and can be turned on permanently. The only discomfort may be that it is a bit dizzy. Side quest, defeat Meditarumi, 1/1. Quest completed, reward 100 gold coins. She appeared again. Is this woman without any black spots? Is there no one who wants to defeat her? Fortunately, there is a reward that Uehara Naraku wants the most. Side quest, successfully break through the Hidden Mist village, 1/1. Quest completed, reward passive talent skill Water Power. Water Power. You can freely drive water attribute chakra and use it to create water escape ninjutsu at will, which is one of the components of the Seeking the Way Jade. Well, from today on, Uehara can say that he is the strongest water escape ninja. Even if Tobirama Senju is alive, he can't be stronger than his water escape ninjutsu. Water Power is the ultimate change of water attribute chakra properties. The most important thing is that as long as Uehara Naraku can figure out how to get the Yin Power and Yang Power, he should be able to get the skills of the Seeking the Way Jade. Who would have thought that the next moment, a new talent skill appeared on the system panel. Ice Power activated. You can freely use the Ice Chakra composed of Wind Power plus Water Power to create Ice Ninjutsu at will. Uehara Naraku began to touch his chin. If he could freely create and use Ice Ninjutsu, he inexplicably remembered a lot of messy moves, which seemed a bit interesting. Thank you for your reward, then let's make it snow to put out the fire. Uehara Naraku snapped his fingers and drove the ancient dragon with Deidara and the red sand scorpion to fly away towards the position of the three-tailed Isabu. After they left, the air temperature in the Hidden Mist village dropped rapidly, and the originally clear sky gradually began to have more clouds. Then the temperature became lower and lower, and it started to rain after a while, followed by snow, and finally hail. It was obvious that Uehara Naraku was not used to it. This bad weather of rain, snow, and hail could have caused huge losses, but at this moment it became the life-saving weather for the Hidden Mist village. When Meiterumi, who was lying in the ruins, was awakened by the cold, she looked at the hailstones falling from the sky with some astonishment, and walked back to the widest place in the village. A group of civilians were kneeling on one knee on the ground, worshipping the gift of God. It was the power of God that put out the fire, allowing them to be reborn in the hands of the Akatsuki guys. This is a miracle of Advent. God did not want to see the hidden mist village burn to a white ground, so he sent down heavy rain and snow to save their village. Even if there was hail in the sky, it did not stop these people from kneeling on the ground to thank God for his gift. This was of course because God did not want to see the hidden mist destroyed, and the power that was sent down in a hurry was too excessive, directly changing from rain to snow and then to hail. What are you doing? Meiterumi coughed lightly and looked at the several Anbu who had gathered around, including a little guy named Chijiro who she had always been optimistic about. Terumi Mei. Chijiro looked at Terumi Mei with surprise and whispered, "Everyone is saying that it was the gods in the sky who protected our village and saved us from the fire." After a long silence, Terumi Mei did not respond to Chijiro's words, but dragged her injured body away from here. Is there really a god's blessing? Terumi Mei was not feeling well. If the ninjas in the village were stronger, how could they let everyone believe in gods under such circumstances? Terumi Mei slowly walked to a place to avoid hail, squatted down and hugged her body tightly, just like an ordinary woman, trying to make herself feel a little warm. At this moment, she had no image of herself before. This woman who has been supporting the hidden mist village to move forward felt tired today. She had worked hard enough, but she did not protect her village. Until the end, it was the weather that saved this ninja village. After a while, Meiterumi suddenly turned her head to look at the Anbu who were surrounding her, and whispered, "You guys go to command the reconstruction of the village. Chijiro stays. I have something to tell him." "Yes, Lord Terumi Mei." Several Anbu jumped away. Meiterumi glanced at the only Miss Ninja Anbu who stayed, lowered her head again and said, "Chijiro, you go to Konoha immediately and tell our allies about our situation." "Yes." After Chijiro nodded gently, he suddenly asked, "Lord Terumi Mei, the troops stationed near the Three Tails are back. Should they go back to continue monitoring the Three Tails?" Meiterumi raised her head and looked at Chijiro, as if she was looking at an ignorant child, with a slight smile on her face. But at this moment, the smile on her face was a little sad. There is no Three Tails anymore. The purpose of Akatsuki attacking us is just to let us know how terrifying they are. They didn't hide their purpose at all. They just wanted to capture the Three Tails Isabu. After Terumi Mei finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. She slowly clenched her fists, stood up again, and became the dignified and solemn woman again. Terumi Mei looked at Chijiro and whispered, "Also, go to the Anbu to retrieve the information of the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yu-Gi-Oh! And invite Konoha to ambush Akatsuki once in Yu-Gi-Oh's hiding place. Since the purpose of the Akatsuki organization is to capture the tailed beasts in the Jinchuriki, there is a great possibility that the Six Tails Yu-Gi-Oh! Will also be killed. Just take this opportunity to ambush Akatsuki once. By the way, tell Konoha." Terumi Mei regained her powerful momentum, looked at Chijiro beside her, and said in a deep voice, "If you ambush Akatsuki this time, you can bring the people of the Hidden Rain village to act together. Aren't they the village that knows Akatsuki best? The most important thing is, Terumi Mei really wants to see Uehara Naraku again, because only with Uehara Naraku there is a chance to contact Hazuki Maingetsu." Chapter 231 Congratulations on passing the test, Sasuke. Uehara Naraku didn't know what Meiterumi was thinking. Now Uehara, Deidara, and Sasori have arrived at the rebirth place of the three-tailed Isabuki. Uchiha Sasuke is still fighting hard with the three-tailed Isabuki, and Oriana is supervising the battle. Deidara curled his lips unhappily, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that Sasuke did not dare to be careless in this battle, and had already opened the Sharingan. This caused Deidara's disgust. After all, when Deidara joined Akatsuki, it was Uchiha Itachi who used illusion to control Deidara, and Deidara almost blew himself up with a clay bomb. These Uchiha guys are so annoying. Deidara raised his head proudly and said loudly, "Hey, Uehara, can't you let me just blow up that brat and the three-tailed Isabu together? I have prepared very unique art specifically for these Uchiha." After that, Deidara added, look at these Uchiha, none of them are good people. I suspect that the Uchiha brothers in our organization have a conspiracy and want to use Akatsuki to realize their ambitions. No. Uehara Naraku's face darkened, and he shook his head slowly. Which of the members of Akatsuki organization doesn't want to use Akatsuki to realize their ambitions? Deidara guessed one thing right. Uchiha is really not a good thing. They are too proud and always judge others by their own standards. They also have a little persecution delusion, thinking that someone always wants to murder them. Well, they may be right. Uchiha Sasuke is Uehara Naraku's favorite chess piece. With a little guidance, he can make this self-proclaimed smart man think more and use him for his own purposes. Scorpion glanced at Deidara, who was unhappy, and gently soothed his emotions. When we return to the base, we will see the Uchiha brothers killing each other. Isn't this more interesting than killing them? But I still want to kill them for revenge. Deidara puffed his mouth and turned away on his own, just like a little kid throwing a tantrum. As Deidara's peer, Uehara Naraku was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and the Three Tails aroused Uehara Naraku a little. He opened his mouth and began to explain. It seems that Sasuke has found out the information about the Three Tails. Deidara looked at Sasuke's battle and snorted disdainfully. Humph, I can get rid of the Three Tails without any information. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at Deidara speechlessly. After the issue involving Uchiha, it felt that Deidara had become a nitpicker. The battle on the lake became more and more intense. Uchiha Sasuke finally realized a problem. Even if he knew the information about the Three Tails, unless he used a large-scale attack ninjutsu, it would be difficult for his insignificant techniques to completely knock down the Three Tails. Fortunately, the weather in the Land of Water has always been good. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. If you use that trick, you shouldn't waste too much chakra. Probably only one is enough. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A dragon head fireball attacked the cloud. Deidara took a look and couldn't help but curse. Idiot, it's okay to use fire style ninjutsu to attack the Three Tails, but he shot it into the sky. Isn't this a waste of your chakra? Scorpion of the Red Sand shook his head and said softly, don't worry, keep watching. Even if his IQ is low, it's impossible for him to use fire style for no reason. I guess he wants to use that move. Uehara Naraku looked at it for a while and chuckled. Did he develop that move? It seems that Sasuke is really lucky. The weather in the Land of Water is the most suitable place to perform that ninjutsu. What Uchiha Sasuke wanted to use was undoubtedly lightning style Kirin. This S-level ninjutsu was even the strongest move of ordinary lightning style ninjutsu. The only trouble is that it needs to take advantage of the weather and must rely on natural lightning to release it. The Land of Water is close to the sea and is a bit humid, which also causes the rainy environment of this country. Therefore, dark clouds can be seen almost everywhere in the sky. This is a very conducive environment for releasing lightning style Kirin. As Uchiha Sasuke's fire style ninjutsu ascended into the sky, clouds gradually gathered over the battlefield. Sasuke stared closely at the lightning flowing in the clouds in the sky and slowly closed his palms. Lightning style Kirin. The lightning in the clouds in the sky quickly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, these lightning formed a huge thunder beast, roaring and rushing towards the three-tailed Isabu on the lake. The three-tailed Isabu took a look at the thunder beast rushing in the sky and instantly wanted to start condensing its tailed beast Jade, but a red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, and the next second the three-tailed felt that his body was bound by countless huge iron nails. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke had expected that whenever the three-tailed tried to use the tailed beast Jade, he would use his illusion to force the three-tailed into a deep sleep for a few seconds, interrupting its attempt to condense the tailed beast Jade. Deidara's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha Sasuke, this brat really can't be underestimated. The power of this thunder release Kirin, even he felt a little threatened. After all, it's the Uchiha clan. The Scorpion of the Red Sand shook his head, sighed lightly, and turned to look at Uehara Naraku. After enduring such a powerful thunder release ninjutsu, the Three Tails will not be killed by him, right? Probably not. Uehara Naraku shook his head and felt a little worried. He suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the thunder beast in the air and whispered, forget it, just regard it as his test passed. The three tails can't have any accidents. Wind released tornado. A small hurricane rushed from Uehara Naraku's finger to the position of the Thunder Beast. The hurricane became bigger and bigger. When the hurricane and the Thunder Beast met, the terrifying Thunder Beast had been completely wrapped in it. As the hurricane rotated, the Thunder Beast was instantly broken down into countless tiny lightning bolts, which disappeared into thin air in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky were also blown away by the hurricane. Wind attribute ninjutsu was originally extremely restraining against thunder attribute ninjutsu, not to mention that Uehara Naraku's wind power was the most extreme wind escape chakra. Uchiha Sasuke tried his best to release the S-level lightning escape, but it was directly destroyed by Uehara Naraku's wind escape ninjutsu with one finger. You are really rude. The red sand scorpion looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help shaking his head. A little guy worked hard to study and practice the lightning escape ninjutsu, but you broke it with one move. It will make the little guy lose confidence. Deidara didn't care so much. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke was confused on the lake, he couldn't help but give Uehara Naraku a thumbs up. Uehara, well done. Uehara Naraku showed this move, which was much stronger than Uchiha Sasuke's lightning escape ninjutsu, that he had prepared carefully. After the lightning release Kirin in the sky disappeared, the three-tailed Aisabu seemed to have found an opportunity and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. Although he didn't know why someone could break the technique that threatened it, now was his chance to kill the kid in front of him. Uchiha Sasuke's chakra consumption was a bit large, and at this moment he could only step on the lake water to avoid the pursuit of the three-tailed. His face was full of displeasure and confusion, as well as a hint of fear suppressed in his eyes. Did Uehara Naraku want to use the three-tailed to kill him? How strong is this guy? The lightning ninjutsu he released with all his strength was easily resolved by Uehara. Well done. Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke, chuckled and praised. If I wasn't worried that the three-tailed beast would be killed by you, I wouldn't have tried to break your technique. I have to say that you have become much stronger than before, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke's figure stiffened, and his face suddenly turned cold. The defense of the three-tailed beast is amazing. It may not be unable to withstand this move, so it can't be considered that I didn't capture the three-tailed beast. After hearing Sasuke's words, Uehara Naraku chuckled and said, okay, you passed the test. I will tell Lord Pain, when I go back, that you are qualified to become a formal member of Akatsuki and challenge Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke is gambling with the life of the three-tailed beast. However, as the most honest-tailed beast, the three-tailed beast Aisabu neither bullies ninjas nor takes the initiative to cause trouble. He just likes to hide quietly in a comfortable place and sleep. Unfortunately, the three-tailed beast has died the most times. More than a decade ago, it was inexplicably sealed into the body of Nohara Rin, and then it was killed together with Nohara Rin. A few years ago, it was inexplicably sealed into the body of Gojo Yagura, and then Gojo Yagura was also killed by Uehara Naraku. It's really ridiculous to think about it. A tailed beast that is obviously harmless has been killed the most times by ninjas, and now it is used as a tool for assessment by Uchiha Sasuke. This is probably bullying an honest-tailed beast. Now the three-tailed Aisabu has also been angered by Uchiha Sasuke. Now it rushes over regardless of anything, but when it rushes over and sees Uehara Naraku, its huge body suddenly breaks. Uehara Naraku glanced at the three-tailed Aisabu rushing over, squinted his eyes and greeted it. Long time no see, Aisabu. The three-tailed Aisabu looked at Uehara Naraku, and the memory of the last time he met Uehara Naraku seemed to gradually emerge in its mind, as if it had been beaten badly. This person, it is no match for. It's you. There was a hint of panic in the voice of the three-tailed beast, and the whole body was about to curl up and quickly sink to the bottom of the water to escape. Uehara Naraku chuckled, and his figure instantly appeared under the head of the three-tailed beast, leaning over and kicking the huge-tailed beast out of the water. Then he kicked the three-tailed beast in the lower abdomen, kicking the three-tailed beast directly to the shore. The three-tailed beast was like a turtle with a cover on it, unable to turn over. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes tightened suddenly. Is Uehara Naraku so powerful? As someone who has fought with the three-tailed beast personally, Uchiha Sasuke knows very well how strong the three-tailed beast is, and how strong its defense is. I didn't expect that Uehara Naraku would kick this huge monster away with just 2 kicks without any resistance. It's a bit scary. No, it should be said that Uehara has always been very scary. Okay, don't worry. The Three Tails has been captured. Uehara Naraku patted Sasuke on the shoulder, looking optimistic about him. After we seal the Three Tails, I will give you some pointers and teach you how to defeat that guy Uchiha Itachi. I believe you will definitely win. After witnessing the violent method used by Uehara Naraku to capture the Three Tails, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly became a little worried that he would not be able to hold on for a duel with Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Naraku seemed to see through Sasuke's thoughts and chuckled. Don't worry, I said. I will simulate Uchiha Itachi's fighting style as much as possible. Except for his eye techniques, I can simulate almost everything else. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the smile on Uehara Naraku's face, suddenly lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Uehara. It's okay." Uehara Naraku patted his shoulder, narrowed his eyes, and showed a kind and friendly smile. Come on, Sasuke, surpass Uchiha Itachi. I'm looking forward to your growth. The third update. There are 4 more to come. 3 or 4,000 words in one chapter, and there are still 4 chapters. I'm really impressed by myself. Chapter 232. How to respond to Akatsuki's meeting invitation. After Uehara Naraku and Sasuke returned to the shore, Deidara came up first, hugged Uehara Naraku's shoulders with a giggle, and praised him fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Uehara, you are worthy of being this guy. You defeated the Three Tail easily. You are much stronger than Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened. Uehara Naraku also broke away from Deidara's arm with a bit of a smile. This guy took the opportunity to praise him, and it was obvious that he was taking the opportunity to blacken Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and looked around, and suddenly asked curiously, well, where is Mr. Zabuza? Well, Zabuza. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Because Mr. Zabuza wanted to betray the Akatsuki organization, we buried him in his hometown. This can be regarded as a reward for his hard work over the years. Uchiha Sasuke's heart jumped. These guys are really decisive in killing. Uchiha Sasuke remembered that when he was in the land of grass, he leaked information to Hatake Kakashi. How would Akatsuki treat him if they knew about it? No. Before he became strong enough, he must not have anything to do with Konoha. Okay, let's take the three-tailed beast back and seal it first. Uehara Naraku patted Sasuke's shoulder and scanned the surrounding environment. Just when he wanted to call down the ancient dragon, he saw that Scorpion of the Red Sand had come to the side of Oriana again. Scorpion seemed to be having a good time chatting. If we continue chatting, do you want to exchange the motor oil you use with her? Uehara Naraku looked at this scene speechlessly, raised his finger, and disbanded the clockwork spirit Oriana. This is his puppet. Scorpion of the Red Sand came over, looked at Uehara Naraku, and seemed to be a little hesitant. He said softly, Uehara, Scorpion Senior, let's go first. Uehara Naraku interrupted Scorpion to prevent him from making any unreasonable requests, and waved his hand to summon the ancient dragon to land beside them. Even with the ancient dragon, it seems that it is not easy to leave with the three-tailed Isabu. After all, this is a living tailed beast. What if it resists halfway? Deidara frowned and looked at the huge three-tailed beast and said, do we really want to leave with such a big guy? Why not find a safe place on the spot and let Peen gather people to seal it with the illusion body technique? Forget it, we destroyed the hidden mist village, and the land of water is not safe for us. Uehara Naraku shook his head, took a look at his skill panel, and found an illusion skill hypnotic bubble. This skill was a reward for defeating Yamanaka Ino during the Chunin exam, and he has never used it much. The illusion of hypnotic bubbles can make people fall asleep, but it consumes 80 chakras every 3 seconds, which requires Uehara Naraku to calculate carefully. Wait for me for a while. Uehara Naraku took a branch and wrote and drew on the ground, which made the people present a little puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly count? Uehara Naraku sighed faintly. If he used hypnotic bubbles, his consumption seemed a bit high. Just hypnotizing the three-tailed Isabu for an hour, even if the 2 pieces of Seraph's Embrace reduced the chakra consumption by 50%, it would take 40,000 to 50,000 chakras. According to Uehara Naraku's current 250,000 chakras, he can only control Isabu for more than 5 hours. I'll use illusion to hypnotize the three-tailed first. Uehara Naraku kicked hard, and a cute bubble flew out from his toes and landed on the three-tailed Isabu. This scene made several people stunned. What kind of operation is this? Is this also called illusion? After the hypnotic bubble hit the three-tailed beast, it turned into countless cute flying birds and appeared around Isabashi. The huge-tailed beast slowly closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands, summoned the ancient dragon to capture the three-tailed Isabashi, and whispered, "Remind me in 5 hours, and I will cast an illusion on it again." Okay. The red sand scorpion nodded. Fortunately, the ancient dragon was very fast. After a night, they rushed back to the base of the Akatsuki organization in the early morning. The speed of capturing the tailed beast this time was not slow. The day before yesterday at noon, Uehara Naraku and his team set out for the Land of Water. Kakuzu's team also set out for the Fire Temple. Yesterday morning, Uehara Naraku destroyed the Hidden Mist Village and captured the three-tailed Isabashi. Kakuzu's team was on the way to the Fire Temple. This morning, Uehara Naraku and his team returned to Akatsuki's base with the captured three-tailed Isabuki. Kakuzu's team was still on the way to the Fire Temple. This efficiency contrast is too obvious. Therefore, when Pain used the Phantom Body technique to call for a meeting, Deidara learned that they were still on the way to the Fire Temple, and he provoked Hidden of Kakuzu's team on the spot. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Stupid, idiot, idiot. We have already captured the three-tailed beast and you haven't reached the destination yet. Asshole. Sooner or later I will offer you to the evil god. Hidden was furious. After cursing for a while, he turned his head and looked at Kakuzu. Hey, Kakuzu, we have to move faster. Can you summon your summoning beast too? It's not easy to find a suitable summoning beast. Kakuzu shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, how can we be in a hurry to make money? After we seal the tailed beast, we have to rest for another day before continuing to act. Ha 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 ha. Deidara couldn't help laughing wildly. Shut up. Scorpion couldn't help but hold his forehead. He couldn't do anything about his teammates, whether it was capturing the three-tailed beast or destroying the Hidden Mist Village. It was Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Sasuke who did it. The two of us just went on a trip. Deidara's smile froze on his face. It seemed that he really didn't do anything on this trip. No wonder he felt so relaxed after returning from the mission. In terms of contribution, he was not only inferior to Uchiha Sasuke, but even inferior to Scorpion. After all, Scorpion gave Uehara Naraku a scroll to seal the Byakugan, and reminded Uehara Naraku to cast an illusion on the three-tailed Isafuke at night. Ha 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 ha. Hidden immediately caught the sore spot, looked at Deidara sarcastically and said, really, I can do it too. That only shows that Kakuzu, this idiot, is not as good as Uehara. Shut up. Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch his forehead. If possible, Kakuzu really wanted to change teammates. Unfortunately, the other members of Akatsuki basically all have extremely high bounties, and none of them are immortal. Kakuzu couldn't control his desire to kill his teammates for money, so he could only endure this guy feeding. Okay. Tendo Pain frowned, interrupted their dispute, and said softly, this time we are going to seal two-tailed beasts, save your energy. Because the Akatsuki base still has the four-tailed Jinchuriki Leoshi, it will take a lot of time for the Akatsuki to seal the three-tailed Isabu and the four-tailed Son Goku this time. While the members of the Akatsuki were sealing the tailed beasts, Konan was a little leisurely and confused in the Hidden Rain Village, and she felt that something seemed to be wrong. Why did it feel like, since her disciples became official members of Akatsuki, they had integrated into the Akatsuki organization like a fish in water, but she, one of the founders of the organization, seemed to have not performed any tasks for a long time. But soon Konan was no longer confused, because she began to be confused. Hydrangea appeared in Conan's office and said respectfully, Lord Conan, people from Konoha and Kirigakure sent letters respectively. HMM. Kirigakure. Conan raised his eyebrows, and after opening the two letters, his expression became more and more confused, a little doubtful about life. These two letters were actually for Hanzo Salamander, mainly to invite Hanzo Salamander or Naraku Uehara to participate in the alliance talks between Konoha, Sand Village and Kirigakure. The theme of the meeting was how to deal with the threat of Akatsuki to the ninja world. After all, these 2 letters were confidential letters, and they had to attract Hanzo Salamander's attention, and they couldn't reveal Konoha and Kirigakure's real plan to ambush Akatsuki. Konan sat at his desk and fell into a long silence. The last time Naraku Uehara destroyed the Sand Village and captured Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, Konoha and the Sand Village sent people to ask for help from the Rain Village, hoping that they could help to take back Gaara. This time, Naraku Uehara destroyed the Kirigakure village and captured the 3-tailed Isabu from the Land of Water. Konoha and Kirigakure sent letters to invite them to attend the alliance talks on how to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization. To be honest, Xiaonan didn't quite understand these. Am I getting old? Xiaonan picked up the 2 letters on the table again, looking at every line of words on them, and finally her eyes fell on a line of words on the Kirigakure village letter. Please be sure to invite Naraku-kun to attend. I often miss Naraku-kun's face recently and can't sleep. I look forward to another intimate meeting with Naraku-kun. The signature is Meditarumi. This woman, there is something. Xiaonan raised her eyebrows, remembering that the last time Naraku Uehara seemed to attend the talks in the Land of Grass, he met Meditarumi. What happened between the 2 of them at that time? Conan's eyes suddenly became somewhat hostile, and she rubbed her forehead. I remember that in the intelligence, this woman named Meditarumi is already 30 years old this year, right? Naraku is only 20 years old this year. But she would definitely not be able to figure it out sitting in the Hidden Rain village. So after the Akatsuki organization sealed the tailed beasts, Conan appeared in the Akatsuki base with the help of the phantom body technique, and looked at her disciples. Uehara, the Hidden Mist village in Konoha sent a letter to invite you to participate in the alliance talks. After just sealing the 3-tailed and 4-tailed beasts, all the members of the Akatsuki organization felt a little exhausted. However, after hearing what Conan said, everyone felt a little more energetic. Is there something wrong with the ninja world? Didn't this guy Uehara just destroy the Hidden Mist village? The Hidden Mist village also invited him to participate in the alliance talks. What kind of fairy spy is this? Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and asked softly, Teacher, did they mention the purpose of the meeting? Yes. Conan said slowly, how to deal with the threat of Akatsuki to the ninja world, that is, the threat of our organization to the ninja world. Everyone in the Akatsuki looked at each other, and everyone's expression was a little subtle, and some were even a little speechless. A meeting on how to deal with the threat of Akatsuki to the ninja world. Let Uehara Naraku attend? Deidara and Hidden laughed to tears on the spot. How else can you deal with this? You have already pulled the core members of Akatsuki and the future leader to attend the meeting. How else can you deal with it? How else do you want to deal with it? Okay, I got it. Uehara Naraku turned over and stood up, with a bit of a hard-working air, and said softly, if time is urgent, I will rush over now. No hurry. Conan shook his head, looked at Uehara Naraku and said, come back to the village and find me first. I have other things to ask you. There are still 3 chapters. Thank you all for the rewards. I will write the thank you list tomorrow, and I will continue writing. Chapter 233. This is the most perfect ninja you have carefully trained. Hidden Rain Village. Xiaonan sat quietly in Uehara's room. Since Uehara Naraku grew up and was able to handle tasks and manage the village independently, Xiaonan has not had any worries for a long time. Today, she was a little uneasy. A palm suddenly fell on Xiaonan's shoulder, and a familiar voice fell into Xiaonan's ears. Teacher, what happened? Huh? Naraku? Xiaonan, who was originally a little irritable, retracted her origami, and frowned and said, when did you come back? Just now. Uehara Naraku squatted down slightly, and took a look at the vase on the bedside table in his room. There was a bunch of new paper flowers in it. He couldn't help but chuckled and said, Teacher, did you fold new flowers again? Well, is this morning glory? Finally, there is a flower I know. It is not easy for Uehara to recognize the paper flowers folded by Xiaonan. Because Xiaonan likes to fold all kinds of strange words with white paper, Uehara Naraku can basically seldom call out their names. Wildflowers like morning glory are relatively easy to recognize. Xiaonan glanced at the paper flowers in the vase, then at Uehara Naraku, hesitated for a while, and her face gradually became a little cold and serious. Well, it's morning glory. Its flower language is illusory and short-lived love. Interesting. Uehara Naraku fiddled with the paper flowers casually, turned his head and said, "The teacher asked me to come back. Is there something you want to tell me in private?" "Yes." Xiaonan stared at Uehara Naraku's face until she saw that her disciple was a little confused. She asked, "Do you think that Meditarumi from the Hidden Mist Village is beautiful?" Xiaonan was a little nervous. She was a little nervous that Uehara Naraku would directly announce that he and Meditarumi had something, so she wanted to test it first. "Well, she's pretty." Uehara Naraku nodded. This sentence could not be refuted. After all, he really saw the full appearance of Meditarumi, and her green eyes were very moving. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but chuckled and said, "If you just look at Meditarumi's appearance, she doesn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all." Conan's face darkened, and she couldn't help but think of her own age. She is already 35 years old this year. Does this disciple think she is too old? After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he immediately remembered that there was a woman in her 30s next to him, and hurriedly spoke to make amends. "The teacher looks very young too. She hasn't changed at all, just like when we first met." Conan didn't continue the topic. Conan did not forget the important things. While Uehara Naraku was apologizing for saying the wrong thing, she immediately asked directly, "Has anything happened between you and Meditarumi? Did you two have any contact when you were in the land of grass?" Uehara Naraku thought for a while and whispered, "It shouldn't be called that. After all, we just talked about some issues about Akatsuki in private. I took that opportunity to make Meditarumi successfully think that I'm a friend of the Hidden Mist Village." "Is that so?" Conan's frown suddenly eased a little. She took out a letter and handed it to Uehara Naraku. "This is her letter. This woman seems to like you, but I think you two are destined to become enemies in the future. She is 10 years older than you." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku reached out and looked at the letter, nodded indifferently, and responded unconsciously, "Don't worry, teacher. I won't fall in love with any woman." "That's good." After Conan breathed a sigh of relief, she felt something was wrong and quickly tried to persuade him. "Naraku, no. We hope that you can live a happy life in the future instead of living alone. I'm only 20 years old this year." Uehara Naraku looked at Conan helplessly and continued to look down at the letter from Meditarumi. After he retorted, he directly changed the subject. No wonder teacher Conan misunderstood. "Lord Terumi Medi should want to get some information about Akatsuki from me. If Meditarumi urgently invites me to attend the meeting, she will feel that it is not respectful to Hanzo of Salamander, so I deliberately said this to reduce Hanzo of Salamander's dislike." After that, Uehara Naraku smiled and added, "Even if she really likes me, I can't be with her. Yesterday when I destroyed the Hidden Mist Village, I almost killed her." Conan looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. After a long time, Xiaonan asked curiously, "Why haven't they suspected that Hanzo has been in trouble yet? After all, so many years have passed, and Hanzo has never shown up in the ninja world." "I don't know either." Uehara Naraku shook his head and guessed, "Maybe it's because they think that the ninja demigod is not so easy to be killed. And I always mention Hanzo's name from time to time, saying that Hanzo is still alive and his strength has not declined. The ninja world has not discovered the death of Hanzo of the Salamander for so many years, and this black pot should really be thrown on Uehara Naraku. In fact, it is not that no one has speculated that Hanzo of the Salamander is too old to move or has died, but Uehara Naraku always uses Hanzo of the Salamander to show his presence in front of everyone in the ninja world. If a talented ninja with extraordinary talent and strong strength always mentions Hanzo of the Salamander with respect, there will never be any surprises. And every time they meet, they will bring up the name of Hanzo of the Salamander and brush up Hanzo's presence from time to time. Who would still suspect that Hanzo of the Salamander is dead? Who would have thought that a murderer who killed Hanzo of the Salamander would calmly express his admiration for Hanzo of the Salamander? Time is actually still very tight. After reading Meditarumi's letter, Uehara Naraku tapped his arm and said, "A meeting will be held in a week. This time the meeting will be held in Konoha. It seems that it may be necessary to attend the meeting and see what conspiracy they have." A member of Akatsuki went to participate in a meeting against Akatsuki hosted by a large country ninja village, and listened to what these large countries wanted to do to the Akatsuki organization at the meeting. It was really outrageous. Conan looked a little serious and said, but it will be very dangerous for you. Maybe we can give up this meeting. Anyway, there are only 5 tailed beasts left. No, it will be dangerous if we don't go. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said softly, when I was promoting to the outside world, I mentioned that the Hidden Rain village has always advocated attacking the Akatsuki organization. If we are absent, it will definitely arouse their suspicion. Naraku, I'm more and more worried about you. Conan stretched out her hand and habitually helped Uehara Naraku tidy up his clothes. His voice gradually became softer. Since you became an official member of Akatsuki, you have been carrying out extremely dangerous tasks in the organization. I regret agreeing to you, teacher. Uehara Naraku looked down at Conan, stretched out his hand, and stroked her hair, and said softly, the dreams of teacher Conan, Lord Nagato and Lord Yahiko that Akatsuki carries, as well as my father's ideals, I can't be absent. Different. There's nothing different. Uehara Naraku put his arms around Conan's neck and asked her to raise her head, but he slowly lowered his head and gently put his forehead against hers. Uehara Naraku smiled and said, what teacher Conan wants is what I want. I'm your disciple, and I'm inheriting your will. We will not fail. Believe me, teacher. Conan widened her eyes and looked at Uehara Naraku in astonishment. After a moment, Conan gently closed her eyes, slowly stretched out her palm, and held the back of Uehara's neck, so that their foreheads were closer. This disciple was raised by her. This disciple has devoted 8 years of her hard work. This disciple is one of the most important people to her, and the support of her feelings. Conan smelled the scent of Uehara Naraku, and her voice was so low that it was almost undetectable. Actually, you can like someone older than you. Uehara Naraku smelled the scent of Conan's eyeshadow and said hesitantly, actually, the smell of the cosmetics used by our Akatsuki members is a bit strong. The two people said almost in unison. It's just that Uehara Naraku's voice was a little louder, and what he said was not a nice thing. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with Conan's heavy makeup today. Conan's face gradually darkened. She slowly let go of Naraku Uehara's neck, stepped back a few steps, and said coldly, just because you don't like eyeshadows and nail polish doesn't mean that other people don't like them. Kakuzu, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Hidden all like them. Yes, yes. Naraku Uehara nodded tiredly. In fact, these grown men definitely don't like them at all, but they saw that the people who joined Akatsuki before were painted with nail polish. They are all qualified ninjas, and will not cause disputes with the organization for such a small matter. Okay, let's not talk about this. Naraku Uehara cleverly changed the subject and said softly, I will go to Nagato-sama first and discuss it with him. Before this meeting, I can just use Kakuzu Senior to act. Akatsuki also needs to unify the caliber, so that I don't encounter any trouble in this alliance meeting. Okay. Conan nodded hurriedly. After Naraku Uehara left, Conan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stretched out her palm carefully towards the morning glory in the vase. The bunch of paper flowers instantly turned into a piece of white paper and fell into Xiaonin's hand. Xiaonin frowned and suddenly turned the bunch of morning glories into a string of confetti, which flew in her palm, and finally turned into a bunch of dogtail grass on the roadside. Xiaonin slowly put the bunch of grass into the vase, and the expression on her face became cold again, and her voice was a little low. This is the most perfect ninja you have carefully cultivated. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 234 Mr. Itachi, we are lucky. The high tower of the Hidden Rain village. Nagato was exhausted after sealing the 2-tailed beasts. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and used the star infusion to help him recover a little. Nagato frowned and said softly, Uehara, you've been very tired today. Don't waste your chakra. It's okay. Uehara Naraku sat at the table and talked about serious matters. I will attend the alliance meeting in Konoha. Before that, we may be able to make some special arrangements. Nagato tapped the chair with his fingers. After thinking for a while, he asked softly, Uehara, do you have any ideas? Let me first talk about the intelligence collected from the 5 major ninja villages. Uehara Naraku frowned and said in a deep voice, first of all, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization is Uchiha Obito, who is directing Akatsuki's actions. In a sense. Nagato seemed to remember something unhappy and whispered, it was indeed Uchiha Obito who was guiding us before. It's the same now. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and whispered, when I talk about the leader behind Akatsuki in the outside world, I always inevitably mention Uchiha Obito, which makes the eyes of the 5 major countries focus on him. Those people probably think that as long as Uchiha Obito is killed, the entire Akatsuki organization will collapse. Nagato was a little confused. Is there really such a thing? Nagato looked at Uehara Naraku. His face was slightly puzzled. Do those people believe you so much? Uehara Naraku shook his head, nodded, and continued softly. This matter is a bit long to talk about. It dates back to 8 years ago, when I was assassinated by Obito. At that time, it happened that I was discovered by Hatake Kakashi when I recruited a Shigeki Kisame, and Obito's identity was exposed by Hatake Kakashi, which led to the inseparable relationship between our own village and the Akatsuki organization. This easily aroused the suspicion of the enemy. At that time, Hatake Kakashi kept asking me for information. After being helpless, I could only tell him part of the truth in a vague way. Later, the whole truth became what it is now. In order to strengthen the Rain Village and to obtain the title of Rain Shadow of the Rain Village, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo, the salamander, was lured by the incognito Uchiha Obito and sent his ninjas everywhere to recruit S-level rebel ninjas from various countries to form a mercenary organization to accumulate his own strength. Later, Uchiha Obito betrayed Hanzo the salamander for his own ambitions and won over the rebellious ninjas in the mercenary organization to become independent, forming an organization called Akatsuki, participating in wars everywhere in the ninja world, and even starting to capture the tailed beasts. Hanzo the salamander, who was betrayed, was very angry about being betrayed, and his years of hard work were completely gone in one day. Therefore, the Rain Ninjas led by Hanzo fought with the Akatsuki organization led by Uchiha Obito everywhere, and the Hidden Rain Ninjas were also searching for and killing members of Akatsuki everywhere. In their view, our Hidden Rain Ninjas and the so-called Hidden Rain leader Hanzo of the Salamander should be the people who hate Akatsuki the most. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he rubbed his forehead and whispered, I don't know why it has become like this. Anyway, the situation of the Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization is almost like this now. I'm always worried that I will reveal my flaws. In fact, there are many things hidden in Uehara Naraku's words. For example, how many scapegoats did Hanzo of the Salamander take for the current Hidden Rain Village, and how many scapegoats did Uchiha Obito take for the Akatsuki organization? I guess even Uehara Naraku himself can't count them. If he can't count them, then there's no need to mention them. Not to mention those things that Uehara Naraku didn't mention. Just the fact that he gave a general account of what happened made Nagato completely stunned. Actually, there is such a thing. It has to be said that this matter is very beneficial to both the Akatsuki organization and the Hidden Rain Village, allowing them to act more covertly and prevent the Hidden Rain Village from being implicated. However, intelligence processing must be done for such things. Fortunately, the Hidden Rain Village is closed to the outside world, so that the truth can't be discovered. If someone sneaks in one day and gets a little information about the inside of the Hidden Rain Village, it is estimated that the person will be dumbfounded on the spot. Nagato made a decision on the spot and said in a deep voice, in the future, we will place Tendo Pain in the Hidden Rain Village and use the Rain Tiger Free technique to cover the entire village for a long time, to prevent anyone from sneaking in and destroying the extremely favorable situation for us now. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but think of the only ninja who sneaked into the Hidden Rain Village, that is Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and also the teacher of Konan and Nagato. Uehara Naraku sighed in his heart. If Konan and Nagato killed Jiraiya again, wouldn't they regret it again? After all, the plans that Konan and Nagato are executing now are all fake. In fact, only Black Zetsu, Uehara Naraku, Hashigaki Kisame and Yakushi Kabuto know the real Moon plan. It seems that we have to find a way to keep a backup. However, according to the current situation, Jiraiya may not sneak in. After all, Uehara Naraku can make up a copy of the information about Akatsuki that they want for them. Moreover, if Jiraiya sneaks in and is discovered, it will cause a dispute between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village, which is not good for the overall situation of the ninja world's joint fight against the Akatsuki organization. As for Akatsuki, this is more troublesome. Nagato frowned, thinking of the group of undisciplined guys. Well, let's put it this way. If you want the members of the organization to cooperate with you, just use the phantom body technique to command them, or tell me, and I will give the order. Yes. Uehara Naraku tapped his fingers and whispered, I will change into an ordinary ninja uniform first, and prepare to participate in the alliance talks. As for any cooperation required, I can tell Kakuzu-senpai directly. We have a good relationship. Okay. Nagato smiled and nodded. Uehara Naraku continued to add, by the way, the last thing, wait until I come back to capture the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise you will reveal any flaws. After all, the Five Tails Jinchuriki needs to attack the Hidden Rock Village, and Uehara Naraku needs to use the name of capturing the Five Tails Jinchuriki to break through the Hidden Rock Village and obtain the power of Earth. Okay. Nagato continued to nod. After he finished speaking, Uehara Naraku left the tower. Nagato looked at Uehara Naraku's back thoughtfully. After a moment, he summoned the Heavenly Path Bean, who talked to his puppet on his own. In fact, we can already leave the Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki to him, right? Even Uehara Naraku's treatment was just a drop in the bucket. After all, the one who was draining his power from behind was a behemoth like the Outer Path Demon statue. Nagato knew very well that his lifespan could not last too long. Even if Uehara Naraku infused him with a huge amount of chakra, it would only delay it. How many years can it delay? According to Nagato's judgment, he was lucky to delay until Uehara Naraku was 30 years old. Are these eyes the eyes of an immortal or a curse of an immortal? Nagato's palm subconsciously stroked his eye sockets and slowly lowered his head. At least let Uehara enjoy the peaceful world created by these eyes. Uehara Naraku stood outside the door, and his palm, that wanted to push the door in, stopped. He actually had one more thing to say, but he didn't want to go in now. Forget it, he had already arranged it for Nagato. Now Nagato is still thinking about it and moving himself. After packing up his things, Uehara Naraku slowly left the Hidden Rain Village. This meeting might be his last time to go to Konoha. If there is another chance, it means that he may have already mixed into the ninja coalition. TSK, will there be a chance? When Uehara Naraku entered the Land of Fire, a major event happened in the Land of Fire that shocked Konoha. The entire fire temple was reduced to ruins. The head monk of the fire temple, Dilu, was killed by two guys from the Akatsuki organization, and his body was taken away by them. Yes, Kakuzu and Hidden took action. After sealing the three-tailed and four-tailed, Kakuzu couldn't suppress his desire for money. Relying on his immortality, he dragged Hidden to the fire temple to kill Dilu. Even though Dilu thought he was strong, he couldn't defeat Hidden, who started the evil god ritual and was killed on the spot. In Konoha village, after Tsunade got the news, she announced on the spot that she would capture the two members of the Akatsuki organization and send a full 20 ninja teams. If the two members of the Akatsuki organization can be captured, then in the next alliance talks against Akatsuki, they can have more political advantages. This is the consideration of the 5th generation Hokage. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't expect that there were more than just Kakuzu and Hidden in the Fire Country. The gold exchange near the Fire Temple in the Fire Country. This money exchange office is located in a toilet, and Kakuzu is still counting money carefully inside. After all, anything related to money is not a trivial matter, and it must be counted clearly. Hidden couldn't stand the stench at all, and hid out cursing. Kakuzu thought that Hidden had no fate with money, but this time Kakuzu guessed wrong. Hidden and money are still very fate. Just as Hidden was waiting for Kakuzu outside the money exchange office, a Konoha ninja named Sarutobi Asuma appeared in front of him with his team. Sarutobi Asuma happened to be a ninja on Kakuzu's must-kill list, and he was also 5 million more expensive than Jalu's body, which can be regarded as a large amount of money in the ninja world. Asuma Sarutobi had no idea of his own danger. He appeared in front of Hidden holding two chakra swords and said coldly, Shikamaru, Izumo, Kojitetsu, it seems that we are lucky. We have directly found the murderer who killed Jilu. No, Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru shook his head, turned his head to look at the figure who came out from another place, and said with an unpleasant look, our luck doesn't seem to be very good. In the direction where Shikamaru was looking, 4 figures wearing black robes with auspicious clouds came out. according to Konoha's intelligence, except when attacking the Great Ninja Village. The Akatsuki organization usually went out in groups of 2. The intelligence they got was also the same. After all, the monk who reported the news from the fire temple only saw Kakuzu and Hidden. Originally, Shikamaru thought that the 4 Konoha ninjas surrounded a member of Akatsuki. When they first eliminated one and then ambushed another, 4 members of the Akatsuki organization appeared and surrounded them. The leader, Hoshigaki Kisame, grinned and chuckled as he said, "Mr. Itachi, it seems that we are lucky. We helped Senior Kakuzu catch the big fish he wanted." 1 chapter left. Thanks again to the leader of the Lonely Dog. The name is a bit long and the title can't be added. The extra chapter for the reward of the leader is over. There is 1 more chapter left, which is the crowdfunding reward of the other book friends and the leader with 10,000 points. Thank you all book friends for the reward. Thank you all the genuine book friends for your support, and continue to write. Chapter 235 Uchiha Itachi. This is the last time you appear in the Land of Fire before your death. Hey, why are you here at this time? Hiden glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and the others with displeasure, reached out and grabbed his sickle, turned to look at Sarutobi Asuma and the others, and said coldly, "HMPH, I was just about to kill them and sacrifice them to the evil god. Please." Hoshigaki Kisame extended his hand very politely, chuckled and said, "We won't interfere with your battle. We just need to ensure that Senior Kakuzu will not run away with a 35 million bounty." They were chatting very happily here, and the Konoha ninjas were sweating profusely, especially the young man Shikamaru, who met a group of members of the Akatsuki organization as soon as he went on a mission. Even though it was the most dangerous time, Shikamaru did not forget to carefully inspect the people present. Uchiha Itachi, the murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan, Konoha S-level traitor, Hoshigaki Kisame, Hazuki Maingetsu, Ringo Uehara. This woman also betrayed the village. 3 former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village. To be honest, it was really a bit cowardly. Sarutobi Asuma's expression was also very ugly, because he had fought with Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame before, and it was with the support of Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy that he barely forced Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame back. Even so, Hatake Kakashi also paid the price of serious injuries at that time. Looking around now, Sarutobi Asuma's face was faintly desperate, and he even felt that he could not breathe. He did not have the 3 Jonin friends around him, and now he only had 3 Chunin teammates around him. What about the other side? Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Ringo Uehara, Hazuki Maingetsu, Hidden, and Kakuzu who just walked out of the money exchange with a money box. 6 members of Akatsuki. This team is enough to attack a ninja village in a big country. And the only ninja village in the Land of Fire is Konoha. Is the purpose of this team to attack Konoha village? Sarutobi Asuma looked around, glanced at his disciple Shikamaru, gritted his teeth and said, "No, we must send the information out to alert the people in the village. There are 6 Akatsuki members active in the Land of Fire. The biggest problem now is how to send the information out. With 6 members of Akatsuki, they won't even give them a chance to release a bird of intelligence." Kakuzu looked around at his companions, pointed his finger at the Konoha captain Asuma Sarutobi, and said, "Whoever wants to do it, hurry up and get rid of these guys, so that I can take that guy's body into exchange for money." "Of course it's me," Fiden shouted in dissatisfaction, drawing a strange symbol on his own, holding his church instrument in his hand, and said loudly, "Don't you see that I'm performing a church ceremony? This is a sacrifice to the evil god, and it must not be sloppy." A group of people just stood there and watched Fiden draw a circle and prepare to curse people. The members of the Akatsuki organization were too lazy to move, and the Konoha ninjas did not dare to move. This formed a weird balance. However, Asuma Sarutobi saw this opportunity and said in a deep voice, "Shikamaru, Izumo, and Tetsu, I will cover you to leave here. You must send the information to the village. Konoha may face an attack from the Akatsuki organization." "No, Asuma-sensei." Shikamaru Nara shook his head quickly and analyzed softly. "The probability of my escape is very low. You are the strongest. We will cover you." "That's right." The other two Konoha Chunins are named Izumo Kamatsuki and Tetsu. The two have already prepared for sacrifice. They have always been Chunins in the village. Basically, except for guarding the gate for the village, they can't play a big role. Whether it is Asuma Sarutobi or Shikamaru Nara, they can play a greater role for Konoha in the future. It is a fluke for either of them to escape. Among them, Asuma Sarutobi is undoubtedly the one with the greatest hope of escape. You are not strong enough, you can't hold on for too long. Asuma Sarutobi shook his head and persuaded in a deep voice, they want my body now, so they will definitely not let me go. But there are not so many buts. Asuma Sarutobi whispered to Shikamaru Nara, Shikamaru, I already have a child. My road has come here, and your future is still promising. This. Shikamaru Nara's face showed a trace of surprise. Why didn't he hear about this? Why didn't he see Asuma's child? The next moment, Shikamaru Nara immediately reacted and whispered, it seems that we have never noticed it. Is Teacher Han pregnant? The speed is fast enough, and the confidentiality is too good. As a disciple of Asuma Sarutobi, their generation of Inoshikacho never knew this news. Asuma Sarutobi showed a trace of relief in his eyes. He nodded calmly. After entrusting his unborn child to his disciple, he no longer had any worries and could fight hard. Asuma Sarutobi clenched the chakra knife in his hand, and two sharp blades composed of chakra appeared on the knife, and he attacked the nearest Hashigaki Kisame fiercely. His purpose was just to open a gap for Nara Shikamaru. Go! Asuma Sarutobi shouted. Nara Shikamaru, Kamatsuki Izumo and Gangzatetsu gritted their teeth and fled towards the gap opened by Asuma. However, the strange thing was that the members of this group of Akatsuki did not choose to chase, but instead looked at Sarutobi Asuma's desperate move leisurely. As for the member who fought with Sarutobi Asuma, it happened to be Sarutobi Asuma's former opponent Hashigaki Kisame. After Nara Shikamaru escaped, he looked back and found that the members of the Akatsuki organization did not chase him. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he also hoped that his teacher could escape. Indeed, Asuma Sarutobi also flashed a glimmer of hope. His girlfriend Yuhi Kurenai was already pregnant, and of course he also wanted to break through the siege and return to the village. Unfortunately, Hashigaki Kisame's words dispelled Asuma Sarutobi's impulse. Hashigaki Kisame's fierce face showed an evil smile. He calmly waved his Samehada sword and said with a smile, if you dare to escape, we will catch those who escaped and kill them in front of you. At this moment, Hashigaki Kisame was like a demon. This is probably the sequel of Hashigaki Kisame becoming a subordinate of Uehara Naraku. He always likes to use this kind of emotion to force ninjas to surrender or die. However, this threat is very effective. At least before Nara Shikamaru and others are sure to escape to a safe area, Asuma Sarutobi will never dare to escape. This time will take at least 5 minutes. If the other members of Akatsuki also stand still and do not take action, Asuma Sarutobi only needs to make sure that he can survive for 5 minutes and that he will not be injured too much. This seems to be no problem for him. Unfortunately, things often do not develop as people wish. After Hidwen finished drawing the circle and performing the sacrifice, he saw Hashigaki Kisame and Sarutobi Asuma fighting each other. He instantly became furious. Hey, Hashigaki Kisame, didn't you say you would leave this guy to me? Stop, or I'll kill you too. Haha, don't worry, I won't let your ceremony go to waste. Hashigaki Kisame swung the Samehada sword in his hand and slashed at Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder. The sharp spikes on the Samehada sword expanded instantly, and the sharp spikes instantly pierced Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder. Hashigaki Kisame threw the blood on the Samehada sword onto Hidwen's body, chuckled and said, then the rest is up to you. After doing all this, Hashigaki Kisame looked at Sarutobi Asuma and smiled. Okay, you can run away now. We won't hunt you down. Please believe in the credibility of our Akatsuki. What's the situation? Sarutobi Asuma's face became more and more solemn. He still didn't understand what was going on, but for the sake of caution, he planned to observe here for a while. After all, 5 minutes was not a particularly long time, and he had a chance to escape at any time from his current position. Run as much as you want. Hidden stroked Asuma Sarutobi's blood, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Bones floated from his face and body. He looked at Asuma Sarutobi, who was a little doubtful, and said, "The ceremony is ready. Are you ready?" "This is." Asuma Sarutobi looked at Hidden in doubt. To be honest, except for the fact that his physical condition was a little scary, there seemed to be nothing particularly strange about Hidden. Is he also a member of the Akatsuki organization? He didn't quite understand what was going on. But Asuma Sarutobi soon understood. Because Hidden suddenly pulled out a long thorn and stabbed his shoulder fiercely. At the same time, a stream of blood spurted out of Asuma Sarutobi's shoulder. When he is injured, my body will also be injured. Asuma Sarutobi's face changed drastically. He looked at the wound on his shoulder in disbelief, and then looked at Hidden with a wicked smile on his face, as if he wanted to confirm it. As expected. The next moment, Hidden stabbed his own thigh. Sarutobi Asuma's legs were also covered in blood. This was the horror of the evil god ritual. As long as the enemy's blood was drawn, it could hurt the enemy in the same way as hurting itself at a fixed position. It just so happened that Hidden was a member of the evil god who would not die, no matter how many injuries he received, but the others did not have his terrifying physique. Asuma Sarutobi covered his wound painfully and looked at Hidden, who was laughing and pulling out the long thorn. No wonder Hashigaki-Kisame didn't worry that I would escape. It turns out that I can't escape. That guy, isn't he afraid of pain? Hehe. Of course I'm not afraid of pain. Just as Hidden was surrounded by a group of people watching the evil god ritual, Ringo Uehara, who had the most bad temper, became a little impatient and pulled out her ninja sword and stabbed it into Hidden's chest. "You are so hesitant. You are not like a man at all." Hidden fell to the ground immediately, still cursing at Ringo Uehara. "You bastard woman, your ninja sword hurts." Even though Hidden was fatally injured, he was still fine, but Asuma Sarutobi was different. He slowly covered his chest and fell on his back. Kakuzu nodded with satisfaction, carried Asuma Sarutobi's body in, and exchanged it for a bounty of 35 million. Hashigaki-Kisame glanced at the gold exchange in front of him and whispered, "Go and steal the bodies of Chilo and Asuma Sarutobi." This sentence was said to Uchiha Obito. No one knew that there was another person hiding in their underground. Uchiha Obito, who was hiding underground, showed a trace of resentment on his face, but his body still obediently entered the gold exchange, found the bodies of Asuma Sarutobi and Chilo, and quietly collected their bodies. On the other side, Uehara Naraku, who had just stepped into the land of fire, was asked by the border sentry of Konoha to wait at the border temporarily. After a while, they would send someone to escort Uehara Naraku to Konoha village. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but look at the border sentries and shook his head. He had just received the news of Sarutobi Asuma's sacrifice from Uchiha Obito's consciousness. These guys acted too quickly. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, quietly controlling Uchiha Obito and passing on his orders to him. Let Hashigaki-Kisame tell Uchiha Itachi that this is the last time he will appear in the land of fire before his duel with Uchiha Sasuke. Make sure he sees Uzumaki Naruto. You must monitor Uchiha Itachi's every move. Only in this way can the hidden Katamatsukami Manjaki Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi be elicited, thus completely resolving the threat of Uchiha Itachi. This is an extra chapter for the crowdfunding rewards from book friends. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to sleep. I'll write the thank you list tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 236. Our Lord Hanzo is invincible. The situation in the land of fire is very tense. Naraku Uehara waited at the border for quite a while, and he was not anxious. After all, the current situation was caused by him. The pigeons of the Konoha sentry flew back and forth, and the frequency of communication was very frequent. Finally, someone came to the border to greet Naraku Uehara, and it was still his old acquaintance. Yes, it was still Team 7 of Konoha. Team 7, led by Hatake Kakashi, was ordered to go to support and assist in the encirclement and suppression of the Akatsuki organization, but they learned from Shikamaru Nara that the Akatsuki organization had sent 6 members. In order to avoid innocent losses, Tsunade had to shrink the defense, and all the teams were withdrawn to the vicinity of Konoha to avoid being attacked by Akatsuki. Team 7 is strong, and it is inevitable that they are a little worried. It happened that Kakashi Hatake learned that Naraku Uehara had arrived at the border of the land of fire, so he came to the border to greet Naraku Uehara and returned to Konoha with Naraku Uehara. After all, with the strong support of Naraku Uehara, it is a powerful fighting force for them, and they can support each other and rush back to Konoha village. Uehara, you came at a very coincidental time. Hatake Kakashi's face was not looking good. He glanced at the sentries around him and whispered, 6 members of Akatsuki have infiltrated the Land of Fire. Asuma has been killed in the battle with Akatsuki, and even his body has been stolen. Kakashi still believed in Uehara and Naraku. No, or rather, when it came to targeting Akatsuki, Hatake Kakashi still believed in the Hidden Rain village very much. After all, Uehara Naraku was the first ninja to target Akatsuki. The Hidden Rain village was also the first village to go to war with Akatsuki. 6 members? Uehara Naraku was very worthy of Kakashi's trust. His face changed color instantly. He widened his eyes and suppressed his voice and said, Kakashi, do you know what it means for Akatsuki to dispatch 6 members? You dare to show up here with Uzumaki Naruto. I understand. Hatake Kakashi nodded, looked at Uehara and said, but it is too unsafe for us to retreat alone, so I came to greet you and let you accompany us back to Konoha. I don't think this is an appropriate move. Uehara Naraku shook his head, his face extremely ugly, and said, Akatsuki is generally organized in groups of 2, so as to reduce the rebellious ninjas and internal struggles. They dispatched 6 members, which is equivalent to 3 groups. This means that there must be a powerful person in it who can make all members recognize his orders and give up their grievances with each other. After all, the character that Uehara Naraku sells is a ninja from the Hidden Rain village who knows Akatsuki very well and has a grudge against Akatsuki. He doesn't mind saying some useless nonsense. I understand. Hatake Kakashi pulled his mask and whispered, but we have obtained the information about the 6 Akatsuki. The hooded guy we saw last time is not among them. The most troublesome one may be Uchiha Itachi. Should I praise you? Uehara Naraku glared at Hatake Kakashi, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura who were following them, and whispered, if there are no hooded members, I suspect that the person commanding them this time is very likely Uchiha Obito. Hatake Kakashi stopped pulling his mask, and his face became uglier than before. Can this information be confirmed? Of course not. Uehara Naraku looked at Hatake Kakashi as if he was looking at an idiot and said, I'm just a little ninja from the Hidden Rain village. How can I guess the minds of those monsters in Akatsuki? Hatake Kakashi looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. When this guy took action, the people in the Akatsuki organization took him very seriously. Does he still have the nerve to say that he is a little ninja? Uehara Naraku rubbed his temple and explained softly, when Akatsuki fights our Rain village, they usually send out at least 4 members. Perhaps they are worried about being attacked by Hanzo. I remember that, when Akatsuki took the initiative to fight Hanzo, they usually sent out more than 6 members. The leader of Akatsuki would usually command behind the scenes, and might even fight in person when necessary. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, a scornful smile appeared on his face. Haha, those naive guys actually thought that they could fight Hanzo with the advantage in numbers. Who do they think they are? When Uehara Naraku said this, a hint of fanaticism appeared on his face at the right time. Those guys from Akatsuki are just a few S-level rebel ninjas, and they want to challenge the undefeated myth of the ninja demigod. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but turn his head to look at Uehara Naraku's expression, and sighed faintly. If the person who came to the Rain village to participate in the alliance talks this time was not you, but the ninja demigod Hanzo who came in person, it would be great. This is what Hatake Kakashi really said. Should we say that the leader of the Hidden Rain village is indeed the legendary ninja demigod, a figure second only to the ninja god Sanju Hashirama? Facing the attacks of 6 members of Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, he was able to fight without any pressure. And among the 6 members active in the Akatsuki organization this time, 3 are former members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village who are good at water-style ninjutsu and swordsmanship. To be honest, these 7 ninja swordsmen are just naturally countered by Hanzo of the Salamander. Because Hanzo of the Salamander is also very good at water-style ninjutsu and swordsmanship, his strength is definitely enough to crush several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Don't despise me so much. Uehara Naraku looked at Hatake Kakashi with a smile and tears. He shook his head and explained softly, Master Hanzo is cautious. What's more, with the old feud between Uion Village and Akatsuki, if the news of his leaving the village is known to Akatsuki, the village will definitely be attacked by Akatsuki. I know. Hatake Kakashi nodded, sighed and said, in fact, if we gather all the people who can fight Akatsuki from various ninja villages, and there is a suitable opportunity, we can definitely wipe out the Akatsuki organization. Uehara and Naraku looked at Kakashi speechlessly. You know shit. Of course, Uehara and Naraku would not agree to this kind of thing. After all, Hanzo's bones have melted. How can he turn out a salamander Hanzo? Even the impure world reincarnation is not reliable. After all, over the years, Uehara and Naraku has exaggerated the power of Hanzo of the salamander too much. Facing the group of S-level rebel ninjas of the Akatsuki organization, Hanzo-sama can fight 4, 6, or 7 at any time, looking like a ninja demigod who is invincible in the world. What if Tsunade and Jiraiya find that this old guy's not as powerful as them after Hanzo's impure world reincarnation comes? Wouldn't they reveal their flaws? Don't think too much. Uehara and Naraku patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder and sighed softly. Hanzo-sama has been cautious all his life and was deeply troubled by the Ninja World War that year. He was able to put aside past grudges and send me to give you information and support your intelligence. You should thank Hanzo-sama for his generosity. Hatake Kakashi. What he said seems to make some sense. But they, Konoha, also put aside past grudges and cooperated with you. Otherwise, based on the fact that Uehara assassinated the third Hokage, how could Konoha let him go easily? Even if they let Uehara go at that time, they would secretly assassinate Uehara at other times. Unfortunately, Konoha has now put aside this thought. Facing the threat of the Akatsuki organization is the most important thing for the entire ninja world. Uehara, Naraku and Hatake Kakashi had almost finished their chat and turned to look at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, how are you doing recently? Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto nodded very enthusiastically, holding his arm, and answered seriously, Uehara, I have just developed a very powerful technique recently. I will not be a drag in the next battle. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto felt that his strength was insufficient. Therefore, after returning from the Sand Village, Naruto worked hard to practice, and finally developed the ninjutsu of wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Unfortunately, this technique is not yet perfect, and will hurt his own body. Snap. Uehara Naraku suddenly stretched out his palm, and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's arm, causing Seiya no Sakura next to him to immediately become alert. Uehara Naraku looked at Seiya no Sakura speechlessly, pointed at the bandage on Uzumaki Naruto's arm and said, I'm just taking a look at Naruto's injury. I'm sorry, Uehara-senpai. Hiruno Sakura hurriedly lowered her head and apologized. Hatake Kakashi also looked at the bandage on Uzumaki Naruto's hand, pulled his ninja forehead protector and said, do you have any solution? TSK, the old method. The life energy in Uehara Naraku's body entered Uzumaki Naruto's body, and he whispered, according to my observation, the epidermis even has some signs of necrosis. The cells inside should be directly destroyed. We can only provide him with life energy and try. Who caused this injury? It's a bit too cruel. Uzumaki Naruto choked for a moment, and replied awkwardly after a while, this was caused by my technique, hahaha, because that technique has not been perfected yet. Then you have to be careful. Uehara Naraku shook his head, sighed and said, if you get injured again, sooner or later your cells will be destroyed, and one day you may not be able to refine chakra anymore. Hiruno Sakura nodded hurriedly at the side, and said expectantly, this is how Lady Tsunade judged Naruto's injury. Does Senior Uehara have any good solutions? There is no good way. We can only prevent him from getting hurt. Uehara Naraku shook his head, sighed softly and said, I can temporarily use my unique medical ninjutsu to infuse him with life energy, which can increase the strength and lifespan of his other cells out of thin air, allowing his cells to divide many times. But what about after I leave Konoha? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said in a deep voice, sorry, Uehara, I absolutely can't stop, because Sasuke's still waiting for me to bring him back in Akatsuki. Everyone else lowered their heads involuntarily. Uehara Naraku looked at the determined Uzumaki Naruto and said softly, I admire your idea, but I have to remind you that Uchiha Sasuke may have changed. He has now joined the evil Akatsuki. I will bring him back. Uzumaki Naruto's will remained firm, unmoved, and even smiled. And Sasuke's not one of those cruel guys. I believe he will come back. Uehara Naraku frowned. In order to bring him back, aren't you worried that you can't continue to be a ninja and never have the chance to become Hokage again? If you can't bring your companions back to the village. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and shouted, then, even if I can become Hokage, what's the point? Good luck. Uehara Naraku patted Naruto on the shoulder. Hey, don't dream. Sasuke will not come back. Uehara Naraku, the mastermind behind the scenes, has arranged a new path for Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke will only hate Konoha more. And, he will continue to hate it. First update. 2 more to go in the afternoon. After updating 7 chapters yesterday, I felt a little weak. Thank you for the reward from Metaverse 27. Thank you for the reward from Bookfriend 201901312259555437. Thank you for the reward from Wing Dance Huanfui. Thank you for the reward from Fatty Tar. Thank you for the reward from Old Bay. Thank you for the reward from Mayaharane. Thank you for the reward from old friend Bayu Yowling. Thank you for the reward from Talk Too Much and Make More Mistakes. Thank you for the reward from Who Are You Unshin. Thank you for the reward from Crimson Blazing Wings. Thank you for the reward from Little Soldier Cake Yang. Thank you all for the reward, and thank you all for the genuine support from book friends. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Destroying Akatsuki is the purpose of my coming to Konoha. When Uehara Naraku followed Team 7 into Konoha, there were reconnaissance teams everywhere around the village, patrolling the area of several kilometers around Konoha. This was because the Akatsuki organization had destroyed 2 large ninja villages in succession in recent times, causing the atmosphere in Konoha to suddenly become tense. Fearing that the Akatsuki organization would directly attack Konoha, Uehara even saw the anti-aircraft weapons installed on the walls of Konoha. The lesson of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village being directly attacked by the ancient dragon was a bit profound, and Konoha also took precautions in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Uehara Naraku looked at those strange defensive weapons and couldn't help but praise them. Konoha's defense against Akatsuki's invasion is very complete. After all, Akatsuki has destroyed 2 major ninja villages. Hatake Kakashi followed his gaze and sighed softly. Now the barrier team in the village is on duty 24 hours a day. Any fluctuations entering Konoha village will be transmitted to the Hokage building within 10 seconds. It's amazing. Uehara Naraku nodded and praised them generously. In this aspect alone, it is much stronger than our own hidden village. It is worthy of being the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Well, this information will be passed back. As a member of the evil organization that will attack Konoha village in the future, it is amazing to think that they can watch Konoha's defense measures in a swaggering manner. In addition to these defense and vigilance policies, Konoha did not relax its vigilance in terms of high-level combat power. Jiraiya, who was originally out looking for the Child of Destiny, was summoned by Tsunade and rushed back for this purpose. Might Guy and Rock Lee, who were on missions outside, were also summoned back to the village, waiting for the task of fighting against the Akatsuki, or encircling the Akatsuki. Everyone believed that the decisive battle between Konoha and Akatsuki was about to begin. The 6 members of Akatsuki were active in the territory of the Land of Fire. They couldn't just kill Diraku and Asuma Sarutobi in exchange for the bounty, right? In the Hokage building, when Uehara Naraku came in, he found that everyone who should have come had already arrived, even the farthest Meditarumi, who had arrived in Konoha early. And Meditarumi was also wearing a bamboo hat on her head, which symbolized the position of Mizukage. This woman was inexplicably promoted after the attack by the Akatsuki. Because the people of the Hidden Mist Village were scattered after the attack, the high-level officials in the Hidden Mist Village finally awarded the position of the 5th generation Mizukage to Meditarumi, which was also to ensure Meditarumi's position in this major power talks. After all, this meeting was a real 3 shadow meeting. Sand Village, the 5th generation Kazukichi, Gaara. Hidden Mist Village, the 5th generation Mizukichi, Meditarumi. Konoha Village, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. When Uehara Naraku walked in, he was still a little uncomfortable because he didn't seem to have any position. If he wanted to shock the 3 cages directly, he could just put on a black robe with auspicious clouds, put on his own little ring, and pretend to be the 2nd generation of Akatsuki. Now, he feels like a subordinate of the 3 cages. Sure enough, as soon as Uehara Naraku came in, Tsunade, who was sitting at the top, frowned and said unhappily, "Why are you here again, little brat? I thought Lord Hanzo of the Salamander would accept this invitation." Lord Hanzo still has to guard against the attack of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku shook his head and pulled over a chair and sat down. "If Lord Tsunade does not welcome me, I can leave now." "No, that's not the case at all." Tsunade shook her head and sighed. "I just think that a ninja demigod can play a greater role in our next plan. Actually, Lord Naraku can too." Meditarumi turned her head to look at Uehara Naraku and blinked at him. "I'm still very happy to meet Lord Naraku at this meeting." "Well, me too." Gaara hummed lightly. It would be a bit awkward for Gaara to show an enthusiastic attitude. After all, Uehara Naraku always bullied him in the past, but it would still be awkward for Gaara to show an indifferent attitude. After all, Uehara Naraku saved him some time ago. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let me tell you about the current situation." Tsunade leaned back in her chair and whispered. "Mr. Mizuki suggested that we should launch an ambush against Akatsuki to capture one or more members of Akatsuki and obtain more information about Akatsuki, but now we seem to have a more suitable opportunity." After Tsunade finished speaking, she turned to look at Narashikaku and Narashikamaru, the father and son standing at the door, and said in a deep voice, "There are more than 6 members of Akatsuki in the Land of Fire." This was witnessed by Narashikamaru, a chunin in our village. "He is an excellent intelligence ninja. Let him introduce the information about those people to you first." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Narashikamaru nodded and stood beside Tsunade with a look of despair on his face. "About 3 days ago, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, the evil men named Kakuzu and Hidden, attacked the fire temple and killed the abbot of the fire temple, Lord Delu. After we got the news, we immediately went to capture the 2 members of Akatsuki, hoping to obtain information about Akatsuki after capturing them. However, just when we found their traces, we found that there were not only 2 members of Akatsuki who sneaked into the Land of Fire, but 6 rebel ninjas." When Narashikamaru said this, he paused for a moment and continued softly, "In order to cover us, my captain Sarutobi Asuma was surrounded by members of Akatsuki, and perhaps he was tortured and killed by members of Akatsuki. Because the information obtained after Konoha raided the gold exchange office confirmed that Asuma's body had been exchanged for the bounty at the gold exchange office by the corners of Akatsuki. The person in charge of the gold exchange office said that there were many wounds on Asuma's body and only his face could be recognized. This was to facilitate the identification of the body and collect the bounty, but we did not find the bodies of Asuma and Jiru in the gold exchange office." Narashikamaru's fingers trembled a little. He suppressed his emotions again and continued. "After many confirmations, the murderers who attacked the fire temple and killed Asuma were all members of Akatsuki, at least 6 of them. One of them is Uchiha Itachi, an S-level rebel ninja from Konoha village. Second, Kakuzu, an S-rank traitor from Tokugakuya. Third, Hidden, a murderous demon from Yugakuya. Fourth, Hashigaki Kisame, an S-rank traitor from Kirigakuya. Fifth, Hazuki Mainjetsu, an S-rank traitor from Kirigakuya. Sixth, Ringo Ayuri, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen from Kirigakuya. That's all." Report completed. After Narashikamaru finished speaking, he took a step back, indicating that his mission had been completed, and the next thing was for the top leaders to discuss. Meditarumi glanced at Uehara Naraku, but saw that Uehara Naraku was also looking at her. She subconsciously jumped in her heart and took the lead in explaining. "Hashigaki Kisame and Hazuki Mainjetsu have been defecting for a long time, and as for Ringo Ayuri, she was abducted or recruited by Hazuki Mainjetsu to leave Kirigakuya. I will issue a wanted order for Ringo Ayuri when I return. This matter must be fooled first." After the meeting, Terumi planned to talk to Uehara and Naraku about what happened to Maingetsu Kizuki. Could he have really defected? Tsunade pinched her fingers, nodded vaguely, and continued softly. This time, 6 members of Akatsuki are active in the Land of Fire. We guess that this time the enemy is likely to attack Konoha and seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki that belongs to Konoha. That's the only reason. Gaara nodded calmly. Akatsuki's ambition for the tailed beasts is obvious. The Shukaku in his body was stripped off by a member of Akatsuki. If it weren't for Chiyo, Gaara would have been buried in the ground long ago. Uehara and Naraku nodded and continued. Sir Tsunade, do you want us to stay in Konoha village to guard against Akatsuki's surprise attack? No, that's not the case. Tsunade slowly clenched her palms and shouted in a deep voice. We plan to take advantage of the opportunity of Akatsuki members sneaking into the Land of Fire to send a large group of people to take the initiative to attack. Everyone looked up at Tsunade in surprise. Obviously, they didn't think Tsunade's behavior would succeed. Now it's hard to even defend Konoha, and she's still taking the initiative to attack. Isn't this crazy? Gaara shook his head and retorted. Sir Tsunade, maybe I need to remind you that when the Akatsuki members appear to attack the Great Ninja Village, they will ride a terrifying summoning beast that can fly in the air. That's right. Terumi Me's face was not looking good either, and she said to Tsunade seriously, Sir Tsunade, what the Kazakid said makes sense. The Akatsuki members come and go without a trace, and it is very difficult to even catch their traces. Tsunade's face drooped immediately. After all, what she wanted was to keep the enemy out of the village. If a war with the Akatsuki organization broke out in Konoha, the losses would certainly be incalculable. However, if they could fight the Akatsuki organization in the wild, they could fully play the advantage of the Konoha ninjas in large numbers and use the advantage of numbers to separate the members of Akatsuki through methods such as encirclement and cutting, so that the powerful ninjas could fight. Now that Terumi and Gaara refused to support her decision, Tsunade was inevitably upset, but she had already decided on this plan, and the reason she brought it up at the meeting was to get the support of the Tokages and Uehara and Naraku. Uehara and Naraku rubbed his forehead and whispered, in fact, Tsunade's plan is not impossible. If Konoha's intelligence is correct, it seems that the 6 members who appeared in the Land of Fire are not difficult to deal with, right? This is true. After all, with 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the immortal duo, and the half-blind and half-sick Uchiha Itachi, if they plan well, the chances of winning are very high. Uehara and Naraku tapped the table with his fingers and continued softly, if we move fast enough, there is a high chance that the attack will be successful. If we can capture 1 or 2 of the members or even more, it will be of great help to us. Uehara and Naraku sighed and said softly, but I need to remind you that in addition to these 6 people, there may be Uchiha Obito. Generally, these configurations are Akatsuki's action plan. If Konoha is determined to carry out the plan, I suggest considering other factors, such as Uchiha Obito who is always unaware. We remember your advice, Lord Naraku. Tsunade finally showed a smile on her face. She did not hide her gratitude to Uehara and Naraku and said softly, thank you very much. For our next action, I would like to ask, can everyone present participate in the coordinated operation? After all, Gaara, Terumi and Uehara and Naraku are all very strong. If nothing else, at least they can involve a few members of Akatsuki. Especially Uehara and Naraku and Gaara, both of them can fly. Before Gaara and Terumi could speak, Uehara and Naraku nodded first and agreed, I'm very interested in this. How to eliminate Akatsuki and other rebellious ninjas that endanger the ninja world is also the purpose of my coming to Konoha. Second update, third update in the evening. I haven't recovered yet. Chapter 238, the Hidden Rain Village, want Kakuzu in order to make Hanzo live longer. Tsunade is very determined. The current situation is both a crisis and a huge opportunity for Konoha. Once they can successfully eliminate the Akatsuki organization, Konoha's status will definitely surpass the destroyed Sand Village and Mist Village. Tsunade is a qualified politician. Compared with her political wisdom, Gaara from the Sand Village is too young. Even if Meitarumi from the Mist Village can think of this, she can't do anything about it, because joining forces to encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization is now political correctness in the ninja world. Of course, Tsunade is also a very capable woman. If they want their allies to obey Konoha's will, in addition to these righteous names, they must also have some relatively generous rewards. Konoha's interests must not be sold out, so they can only sell out the interests of another country. Some time ago, we proposed to question the third Tsuchikage no Ki of the Iwagakure village and demand that he hand over the information about Akatsuki. Unfortunately, this matter has never been implemented. Tsunade clenched her palms and said in a deep voice, especially after the Akatsuki organization destroyed the Sand village and the Mist village one after another, it is even more difficult for us to impose sanctions on the Iwagakure village. After all, if Akatsuki is really the Black Hand hidden by the Iwagakure village and secretly instigated the Ninja World War, we must cut off the claws of the Iwagakure village. These words sounded a bit domineering. After saying some righteous words, Tsunade naturally said something that everyone liked to hear. After we destroy Akatsuki and find conclusive evidence, we can use this as an excuse to strike against the Iwagakure village, where terrorism is prevalent. We must demand that the Iwagakure village pay compensation to all countries. This may trigger a war. Uehara Naraku frowned subconsciously. If I want to do this, I must report to Lord Hanzo. Lord Hanzo has always been committed to peace in the ninja world. Tsunade turned to look at Gaara and Meitarumi and said in a deep voice, peace is not achieved by fighting. Only with a strong enough attitude and strong enough strength can we embrace peace. Well, after hesitating for a while, Gaara spoke softly to ease the topic. The most important thing for us now is to capture the Akatsuki members in the Land of Fire, right? Let me talk about our battle plan first. Okay. Tsunade waved and called Narashikaku and introduced softly, this is our Konoha's Jonin squad leader Narashikaku. He will explain this operation to everyone. Yes, Lord Hokage. Narashikaku stood where Narashikamaru was just now and took out a map of the Land of Fire and spread it on the table. Because the number of members of Akatsuki is small, but the strength is very strong. So we plan that during this round of capture of Akatsuki, the ordinary team will mainly undertake the tasks of intelligence collection and establishing a blockade network, and the main participating forces will be the village's Jonin team and the Anbu team. First, comprehensive encirclement. According to the last intelligence we got, the members of Akatsuki are currently in this area, so a large number of perception ninja teams will begin to conduct a dragnet search from this area, and the main battle team will follow closely to support the encirclement of Akatsuki members at any time. Second, split operations. According to our judgment of the battles with Akatsuki over the years, the members of Akatsuki have a very high tacit understanding in collective combat, which is brought by their many years of combat experience. But there seems to be a difference between them, that is, everyone is very proud, so we may be able to use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire, to gradually disrupt the coordination of Akatsuki, so as to cut and encircle the 6 members of Akatsuki. Third, fight less and surround more. According to our intelligence, although the strength of these members who invaded the Land of Fire may be slightly inferior, they are still very powerful, so if you want to capture them, you need powerful ninjas to suppress them. Therefore, the main battle team led by Lord Hokage and Lord Jiraiya will launch an attack to capture 1 or 2 members of Akatsuki and send out the senior ninja team and the Anbu team to encircle and entangle other members, defeat them one by one, and capture them one by one. The members that the encirclement team and the main battle team need to face have been listed, which can maximize the advantages of each team, but there will inevitably be accidents on the battlefield, and decisions need to be made on the spot. Narashikaku spoke slowly, without any sense of urgency, when the war came, but his strategy made people's scalps numb. Even Uehara Naraku couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Fortunately, he came to Konoha this time, otherwise, just Kakuzu and the other 6 people might really be wiped out here, because of Narashikaku's plan. I didn't expect that the commander of the ninja coalition in the future ninja world war would have an IQ that is too high to be underestimated. let alone Kakuzu and his 6 men, as long as the Konoha ninjas obey his remote command and fight in the wild. Even the 6 paths of pain may be defeated one by one. Looking at Narashikaku smiling and talking about his strategy with a good look. This guy's actually quite vicious. Papa. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands lightly and couldn't help but praise. I have never seen such a wonderful strategy. Hehe. Narashikaku rubbed his forehead a little embarrassedly. In fact, he spent a lot of energy on this strategy. After all, it was a little hard for Tsunade to ask him to come up with an adaptive strategic plan in such a short time. Tsunade looked at everyone present and said softly, then do you have any different opinions? If you don't have any opinions, we can consider starting to implement it. The Hidden Mist Village has no objection. The Hidden Sand Village has no objection. The Hidden Rain Village has no objection. Everyone present nodded. After this strategy was taken out, Konoha didn't seem to need their help much, just to add an extra layer of insurance. Anyway, we are all allies. After Meditarumi nodded, she raised a question. After this operation is over, we hope to hand over the 3-7 ninja swordsmen in the village to us for disposal. Of course. Tsunade nodded calmly. Uehara Naraku also spoke directly. Then after the operation is over, we in the Hidden Rain village hope to hand over Kakuzu to us for disposal. Tsunade frowned, but did not agree immediately. We must consider this matter. After all, Kakuzu is a traitor from the Hidden Rain village. Information about Kakuzu was also collected by Konoha. The leader of the Hidden Rain village handed the Konoha ninja a piece of information about Kakuzu, and Tsunade was frightened by this information at that time. Kakuzu had become a jonin of the Hidden Rain village decades ago. After killing all the high-level people in the Hidden Rain village, he snatched the geographical location of the Hidden Rain village and ran away. What is the concept? How long has this guy Kakuzu lived? That won't do. Uehara Naraku smiled and shook his head, saying softly, Kakuzu stole a treasure from our Hidden Rain village, and Lord Hanzo specifically asked me to capture him. Heh. Tsunade couldn't help but sneer, looking at Uehara Naraku and curling the corners of her mouth. Is that really the treasure of your Hidden Rain village? He stole the treasure of Tokigakure village. Uehara Naraku's expression changed, and he slowly stood up. He lay on the table and looked directly at Tsunade opposite him and said softly, it seems that you already know the secret of Kakuzu. Konoha should be very clear about the reason why we want Kakuzu. Lord Hanzo. Uehara. Tsunade interrupted Uehara Naraku's words neatly, jumped over, hugged Uehara Naraku's arm, and hugged him out of the office. Tsunade held Uehara Naraku's arm and waved at Gaara and Terumi Mei. I have something to talk to this brat. Please help yourself. Terumi Mei and Gaara looked at each other. After a moment, the two began to think about why Akana caused a dispute between Konoha and the Hidden Rain village. What secrets did that guy hide? In the corridor of the Hokage building, Uehara Naraku glanced at Tsunade, who came out with a smile on his face, feeling the softness and warmth on his arm, and inexplicably thought of Conan. If I remember correctly, it seems that, when I was chatting with Teacher Conan some time ago, I seemed to have heard that Teacher Conan didn't seem to care that Uehara found a woman older than him to marry. At that time, Uehara Naraku thought that Conan agreed with him and Meditarumi, which was originally a fabrication, so Uehara didn't care. Now, it seems. Sometimes, you should listen to your teacher more. Tsunade, smiling, held Uehara Naraku's arm and entered a small dark room, then slammed the door shut and pressed Uehara Naraku against the wall. Hey, kid. The smile on Tsunade's face disappeared without a trace, and at this moment her face was full of anger. The guy Hanzo wants Kakuzu's body for longevity, right? Uehara Naraku looked down at Tsunade and her chest. After a moment of silence, Uehara Naraku lowered his head again. Because he didn't know how to answer, he could only lower his head to indicate his consent. Anyway, they almost let the cat out of the bag in the Hokage's office just now. Tsunade also knew this fact. She looked at Uehara Naraku's expression and sneered. If this operation is successful, Konoha will never hand over Kakuzu to the Hidden Rain village. Let that old guy give up on this idea. Fortunately, Uehara Naraku still remembered his duties. He immediately raised his head and glared at Tsunade, saying coldly, this is our bottom line. You are just worried that, if Master Hanzo continues to live, The Hidden Rain village will become stronger under his leadership. That's enough. Tsunade shook her head contemptuously, stretched out a finger, and stroked Uehara Naraku's face, saying coldly, if it were just strength, I might admire him very much. After all, Hanzo defeated dozens of Konoha's elite teams single-handedly, and only Jiraiya, Orochimaru and I, the two idiots, survived. However, in terms of his leadership ability, that old guy has led the Hidden Rain village for so many years. Do you think the Hidden Rain village has become stronger? Even a little kid, like you, has done more than that guy Hanzo. There was a hint of provocation in this sentence. Uehara Naraku wanted to nod subconsciously. He certainly felt that he had done more for the Hidden Rain village than Hanzo. The land of the Rain country has expanded by nearly onefold. Isn't it all his credit? Uehara Naraku lowered his head, and his breathing gradually became a little rapid. After a struggle, he said in a deep voice, no need to say so much, Mr. Hokage. When the time comes, we will each rely on our own means. Whoever can kill Kakuzu will own Kakuzu. Okay, then let's make a bet. Tsunade hooked the corners of her mouth and stretched out her palm. Let's make a bet. If you can kill Kakuzu, I will give Kakuzu to your Hidden Rain village. Something seemed to be wrong. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his hand and grasped Tsunade's small palm, as if he was going to lose this bet to Tsunade again. Although it was a bet that was bound to lose, he still had to make a bet, mainly because he was worried about arousing Tsunade's suspicion. You can't take Kakuzu's life for a bet. Kakuzu is a man who works hard to make money for the Akatsuki organization. He is a ninja that even Uehara Naraku admires. Come here. Tsunade grabbed Uehara Naraku's clothes, forced him to lower his head involuntarily, and blew a stream of hot air into his ear. Kid, you have never won the bet between us. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and put his lips close to Tsunade's ear. Don't worry. For Hanzo-sama, I will definitely win this time. Chapter 239. A big show is about to begin. After Tsunade and Uehara Naraku left the small dark room, they returned to the Hokage's office and chatted for a while. Now that the alliance plan has been determined, the next step is to implement the plan. Uehara Naraku, Gaara, and Meitarumi will act together with Tsunade, which will also concentrate a powerful main battle team. As for the other main battle team, it is led by Jiraiya himself, and he will directly take the previous generation of Inoshika-Chou out. This configuration is a bit scary. The strength of these two main battle teams alone is absolutely enough to defeat Kakuzu, Hashiga Kikisame and other 6 members of Akatsuki. Even the combat effectiveness of the encirclement teams should not be underestimated. Among them, there are the 3rd team led by Might Guy, and the 7th team led by Hatake Kakashi. These two teams with extraordinary strength are also responsible for the encirclement mission. The 6 members of the Akatsuki organization are really not good enough. After the meeting, the Konoha ninjas began to prepare in advance. Hundreds of perception ninjas have set off to the area where the Akatsuki organization is active. Uehara Naraku began to think about how to arrange it. Konoha's cards were too good. Even if there was a spy among them, the Slinoop was not something that Hashiga Kikisame and Kakuzu and other 6 members could handle. To be honest, if he wasn't there, the Linoop Konoha sent out should be enough to destroy the entire Akatsuki organization. In addition to Jiraiya and Tsunade, they also sent out a guy named Might Guy and Uzumaki Naruto who could use the power of the tailed beasts and the wine-style spiral shuriken, which made Uehara Naraku very confused. Uehara Naraku really had no choice but to call for help. Uehara Naraku quietly used his will to control a reincarnated body that he had not communicated with for a long time. The 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze was accompanying Kabuto Yakushi, a base thousands of miles away. While Kabuto Yakushi was still diligently doing experiments, a coffin was quietly opened, and the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze suddenly walked out, and the voice of Uehara Naraku came out from his mouth. There is something I need you to do. After Uehara Naraku pondered for a while, he said softly, I'm not very convenient now, so I need someone to assist Uchiha Obito and attract the attention of the 2 powerful teams. It's very simple. Kabuto Yakushi thought for a while, chuckled, pushed his glasses, and whispered, Lord Naraku, tell me who are the 2 teams. I will send the corresponding suitable impure world reincarnation, and the fourth Hokage can take him there with Flying Thunder God. Uehara Naraku nodded and said, the first team, Jiraiya, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. I understand. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and said softly, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and the previous generation in Oshikachou. It seems that we can just let the fourth Hokage go there himself. He and those people are old friends. Makes sense. Uehara Naraku frowned and continued softly, I'm just worried that he will leak information. However, if the will of the fourth Hokage is destroyed, will he be sealed because of the disadvantage in the battle? Lord Naraku can send one more person. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and offered his own suggestion. There is probably no one more suitable than the third Hokage. Great, we can help them choose their opponents. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but want to praise Kabuto Yakushi, who always liked to fight with those who had ties with him. So the final result. Kabuto Yakushi became a master of dreams. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger, chuckled and said, then I will let the second Hokage fight Tsunade and our team. Let the third and fourth Hokage fight Jiraiya's team. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. His face gradually became more serious. I will also follow the fourth Hokage to rush over, so that there will be no mistakes in Lord Naraku's plan. Yes, okay. Uehara Naraku nodded. After Uehara Naraku arranged the opponents and teammates for himself, he urgently contacted Uchiha Obito and asked him to pass on information to Hoshigaki Kisame and give his own orders. I have solved the 2 most troublesome teams for you. Let Kakuzu, Hidden, Yuyori and main Jetsukizuki retreat now, leaving only you and Uchiha Itachi to cover the retreat. You will contact Lord Pain later and create elephant puppets of Deidara and Kimimaro to cover your retreat, to avoid any accidents in the middle. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he was still a little worried and added, if Might Guy is too troublesome, I will let Uchiha Obito take action when necessary. Remember, you must ensure the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruto. Elephant Puppet is one of the abilities of the Samurai. It can use an ordinary ninja as a sacrifice, allowing a ninja thousands of miles away to control the sacrifice. At the same time, the sacrifice has 30% of the chakra that is controlled, but can use their equipment and blood limit. However, after the chakra is exhausted, the elephant puppet will die. This big drama, Uehara Naraku can be said to have spent a lot of effort and really made him use many of his connections. Hoshigaki Kisame was also not vague. He conveyed the information sent by Uehara Naraku and immediately ordered Kakuzu, Hidden, Ringo Uehara and Hazuki Mainjutsu to retreat, leaving him and Uchiha Itachi to cover the rear. Hidden was still a little unhappy, holding the instrument of his sect and complaining, it's rare that I want to kill a few more people to offer enough sacrifices to the evil god. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Hidden coldly and said in a deep voice, the leader has ordered us to obey Uehara's command. The enemy is very powerful. We will die if we are not careful. Hidden curled his lips and muttered dissatisfiedly, then tell the leader that I don't want to obey his orders. This time. Snap. Hidden's head was chopped off directly. Ringo Uehara bit a lollipop slowly, put away his ninja sword nonchalantly, squatted down, grabbed Hidden's hair, picked up his head and turned away. Ringo Uehara was straightforward in doing things. Hidden stared at her body falling to the ground and started to curse. Are you crazy, woman? How dare you chop off my head? It hurts. It hurts. Stop pulling my hair. Hey, Kakuzu, take my body. Idiot. Kakuzu glanced at Hidden, leaned over and carried Hidden's body on his back, catching up with Ringo Uehara. Hazuki Mainjutsu couldn't help but smile and followed their team. After watching them leave, Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Because our team is the strongest, we were asked to cover the retreat. Mr. Itachi, you should have no objection, right? No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. After a while, Uchiha Itachi said softly, this is also the last time I see my old friend. Haven't you arranged my fate? After returning, Uchiha Itachi will duel with Uchiha Sasuke. As for the result of the duel, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame knew it very well, and they had already made it clear between them. You still have a chance to change. Hashiga Kikisame looked at Uchiha Itachi and persuaded him, if you still want to change your fate, you'd better tell me in advance, otherwise, if you disrupt the adult's plan, I will be in trouble. My fate is already determined. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his palm and watched the sunlight shine through the leaves on his body, leaving a shadow area. Yes, his fate is already determined. But Sasuke's fate can still be changed. Will Uchiha Sasuke return to Konoha in the future, or will he be protected by Hashiga Kikisame and his people behind the scenes from now on? It depends on their fight with the Konoha ninja this time. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi didn't know that this fight was specially arranged for him by someone, and he didn't hesitate to make a big fuss for it. In Konoha village, in a hidden corner, Uehara and Naraku quietly released the reincarnated second and third Hokage, and looked at their status with great satisfaction. What a pity. If I wasn't worried about you leaking information, I would really like to let you see my old friend. Evil little brat. Senjutsu Berama suddenly mobilized the chakra in his body, trying to break free from Uehara Naraku's control, but his strength was simply not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uehara Naraku gloomily, and sighed sadly. Uehara Naraku, are you finally going to take action against Konoha? The villains hiding in the dark will never be able to defeat the righteous people in the sun. Uehara Naraku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen speechlessly, shook his head and said, hey, Sandame, don't you know how bad your reputation is in the ninja world now? Forget it. When I resurrect Sarutobi Asuma through the impure world reincarnation one day, let him tell you. Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed, and then gradually calmed down. So Asuma was also killed? That kid. Let's talk about this. Uehara Naraku made a few hand seals with his fingers, and after briefly destroying their will, he chuckled and said, time is running out. After doing all this, Senjutsu Berama stretched out his palm and placed it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and took him to leave Konoha directly with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Land of Rain. Akatsuki's base. After receiving the information and request from Uehara Naraku, Pain immediately used the elephant transformation technique to remotely create elephant transformed puppets of Kagura Kimimaro, Uchiha Sasuke, Haku, Scorpion, Deidara and others. The members of Akatsuki are more important. It doesn't matter if these puppets die. Deidara sat cross-legged in the base, and his face was not very happy when he controlled his elephant transformed puppet. Even if I transfer all my chakra, only 30% of chakra will remain. The utilization rate is too low. Why don't I just do a super explosion? Pain shook his head indifferently and said, whatever you do, as long as you can cover Kisame and Uchiha Itachi to escape back. Of course, I have to cover that bastard Itachi to escape back. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and whispered, if he doesn't come back, how can I kill him? Now, everyone is ready. Uehara Naraku looked at the mainline progress that had increased by several percentage points with satisfaction, and then looked at the comparison between the two camps. Konoha's side, Jiraiya and the previous generation Inoshika Chao team, Tsunade, Meditarumi, Gaara and Uehara Naraku, Spies, Might Guy and his team 3, Hatake Kakashi and his team 7, and a group of encirclement teams, as well as a group of sensory ninjas. Akatsuki's side, Uchiha Itachi, Hashiga Kikisame, Scorpion, Elephant turned puppet, Deidara, Elephant turned puppet, Haku, Elephant turned puppet, Kagura Kimimaro, Elephant turned puppet, Uchiha Sasuke, Elephant turned puppet. Hidden members of the warring party, Kabuto Yakushi, Uchiha Obito, the second Hokage, the third Hokage, and the fourth Hokage. Who could have imagined that Uehara Naraku had arranged such a carefully planned drama just to bring out a Katamatsukami crow raised by Uchiha Itachi? Thanks to the Dark Star Emperor for the reward. I will add one more chapter. This chapter was written a little abruptly. I revised it for a long time. I deleted a lot of things because I was afraid of being accused of being too watery. I will start with a small climax tomorrow. Chapter 241st Encounter. The air gradually became more tense. Teams of Konoha ninjas left the village, and the two main combat teams of Tsunade and Jiraiya also set out from one direction and headed for the active areas of the Akatsuki organization. As Uehara Naraku and Tsunade's team were on their way, from time to time there would be messages from sensory ninjas, scout ninjas, and carrier pigeons, reporting the positions of various teams. Tsunade just listened casually. Uehara and Naraku just casually leaked the information to Kabuto Yakushi, Hoshigaki Kisame, and several reincarnated Hokage, and arranged for them to move their positions at any time. Jiraiya's team has rushed to the northwest, and is expected to arrive at the encirclement point they have sent out. Before that, the 3rd and 4th Hokage will intercept them immediately. Kabuto, you are responsible for monitoring the battle between them. Understood. Tsunade and my team are rushing to the northeast, and are expected to arrive at the encirclement point we have sent out. The 2nd Hokage will come to intercept us immediately. Kabuto, do you have any suitable people on your side? I'm afraid I will be too heavy-handed. Understood. Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly summoned a coffin and whispered, the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Mizukage, 2 ninjas who are good at water jutsu. If Lord Naraku can hide his strength, they should be able to tangle with Lord Tsunade's team. Well done. Naraku Uehara really had to admire Kabuto Yakushi's imagination. The combination of the 2nd Hokage plus the 2nd Mizukage, 2 ninjas who are very good at water jutsu, can definitely fight with Tsunade, Mediterumi and Gaara and the others. After Uehara and Naraku dealt with the 2 main battle teams, he immediately began to pass on the information of other teams to Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Might Guy and Kakishi's 2 classes are not separated. They are heading in your direction. I see. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, chuckled, and nodded. Uehara Naraku was a little worried, and said in a deep voice, I remember that Deidara and Scorpion's elephant puppets are nearby. Let them attract the attention of other Konoha ninjas. Kisame, you and Uchiha Itachi, Haku, Kimimaro, and Sasuke are ready to fight Kakashi and Might Guy. Uehara Naraku is really busy. He needs to worry about the situation on several battlefields. It feels really bad to play chess with yourself. Fortunately, the only interesting thing is that you can control the situation on the battlefield. You can add a chess piece at any time and remove a chess piece at any time. Besides, it's fun to scare Tsunade. For example, after Konoha's perception ninja detected the figures of Scorpion and Deidara, he immediately reported to Tsunade urgently that there were 2 more members of the Akatsuki organization on the battlefield, who were not within the scope of the encirclement and suppression. Should this encirclement and suppression war still be fought? Of course we have to fight. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said coldly, the 2 teams responsible for fighting, Jiraiya and I, can be split into 4 teams at any time. It doesn't matter if there are 2 more people. Yes, Lord Hokage. The perception ninja left in a hurry. Tsunade glanced at her team members. Mediterumi and Gaara looked a little anxious, and Uehara and Naraku seemed to be more anxious than them. Is this kid scared? Just as Tsunade turned her head, a Kyune suddenly shot towards her from the dense forest, which surprised everyone. Uehara and Naraku warned loudly, be careful. No need to make such a fuss. Tsunade tilted her head lightly and avoided the incoming Kyune. Just as she was about to continue to say something, she saw a familiar family emblem on the Kyune. This is the mark of the Senju clan. This Kyune belongs to the ninjas of the Senju clan. The next second, Tsunade suddenly remembered that not many ninjas like to leave their own marks on Kyune, because Kyune is too easy to lose. Except for the 2nd and 4th generation Hokage, the 2 flying thunder god technique users, no one else seems to have the habit of leaving marks on Kyune, even Senju Hashirama. Whoosh! A ninja in leather armor appeared out of thin air, grabbed the Kyune with a mark, and swung it towards Tsunade's neck. This attack came so suddenly that no one else present could imagine it. Tsunade waved her arm to block the Kyune. She stared at the ninja who suddenly appeared, and murmured, is it 2nd Grandpa? Even Tsunade never expected that Senju Tobirama would appear here. If I remember correctly, they should be besieging the Akatsuki organization. Why do they feel like they are besieging Orochimaru again? Senju Tobirama appeared here. It's really fucking weird. It's a pity that this 2nd generation Hokage has no will of his own. He just launched attacks freely and sprayed a group of water needles from his mouth. Water style, Heaven's Cry. The speed of these water needles was too fast. Before Tsunade could dodge or defend, they directly shot at Tsunade's arms and shoulders. Tsunade waved her fist angrily and punched Senju Tobirama, but what greeted her was a flying kick. Tsunade raised her head and was kicked out. Even if her will was destroyed, those familiar combat experiences could still crush Tsunade. At the beginning, Tobirama Senju, who was released from the impure world of Chunin, was able to suppress Hiruzen Sarutobi, not to mention the current Tobirama Senju, who was close to his peak, after being released from the impure world of White Zetsu. Fortunately, at this moment, Meditarumi, Gaara, and Naraku Uehara reacted, and quickly stepped forward, to stop Tobirama Senju's attack, and rescued Tsunade who was attacked. What the hell is going on? Meditarumi looked at Tobirama Senju standing opposite them, her face extremely ugly. Goddamn Hokage, why is the second Hokage of your country here? Didn't we say we were going to annihilate the Akatsuki organization? Tsunade snuggled in Naraku Uehara's arms, letting Naraku Uehara reach out to help her pull out a water needle to heal her wound. Tsunade's expression was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. She thought of her old friend. Maybe Orochimaru is not dead, and he has become a member of Akatsuki again. Okay. Uehara Naraku's palm glowed with green light. After stroking Tsunade's arm and healing her wound, he spoke softly. What should we do now? If the second Hokage appears here, it's not just the second Hokage. A voice suddenly interrupted Uehara Naraku's words. Terumi Mei looked at another figure who appeared next to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and her face became a little gloomy. There is also the second Mizukage of Akirigakure. Everyone present suddenly fell silent. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Sir Tsunade, it seems unlikely that our team will be able to participate in the battle to encircle and suppress Akatsuki. We must find out what happened on the battlefield. Yes. Tsunade nodded slowly and stood up. We were blocked by the second grandfather and the second generation Mizukage. Will Jiraiya encounter the great grandfather? If Jiraiya's team encountered the first generation Hokage, they would definitely not be the opponent of the first generation Hokage. They could even be hung up and beaten with one hand. But Tsunade was worrying for nothing. Jiraiya did not encounter the first generation Hokage. But if Jiraiya was allowed to choose, perhaps he would still think that the first generation Hokage was not bad. Anyway, he didn't want to face the two enemies who appeared around their team now. Sandaime-sama. Narashikaku had a little cold sweat on his face. He looked at the short old man who suddenly appeared and ambushed them, and began to worry faintly in his heart. After all, the strategy he formulated was based on equal intelligence. Now that the main force is being entangled, who will be responsible for the battle? If it was just the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would be fine, but a blonde man wearing a divine robe stood next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akimichi Choza narrowed his eyes and sighed faintly. It's been a long time since we last met. Minato. TSK, what a hassle. Jiraiya touched his chin and looked at the third and fourth Hokages in the distance with an impatient look. Are these two guys here to stop us from besieging Akatsuki? That should be the case. Narashikaku nodded and said in a deep voice, if there is no new change in the intelligence, the only one in the entire ninja world who can use the impure world reincarnation technique is Orochimaru, who was once one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Ah, that's about it. Jiraiya stretched, slowly clenched his fists, and said a messy tongue twister. It's really interesting. My friends control my teacher and my disciples to besiege me. This was said in a playful way. The Inoshikacho present could tell that underneath Jiraiya's optimistic attitude, there was a sad heart. Perhaps this was the most painful thing in life. Orochimaru was Jiraiya's friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen was Jiraiya's teacher, and Namikaze Minato was Jiraiya's disciple. But now they all stood on the opposite side of Jiraiya. Okay, let's talk about tactics. Jiraiya's face gradually became solemn. He glanced at Inoshikacho and others around him and said in a deep voice, you all know the old man and Minato's ninjutsu. So we have to find a way to separate them and fight. Otherwise, under Minato's flying thunder god technique, we are not sure we can block the old man's ninjutsu. Yes. After nodding, Narashikaku suddenly said, Lord Jiraiya, if we encounter the third and fourth Hokage here, then Lady Tsunade's team will most likely be attacked. The enemies they encounter may be the first and second Hokage. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Jiraiya nodded, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato in the distance, rubbed his wrist. There is no other way. We must get rid of them as soon as possible and support Tsunade. We must protect the living. Thanks for the reward from that year of Henshang. Thanks to the book friend 2020071001002896 for the reward. Thanks to URG27 for the reward. Thanks to Please Call Me Ez for the reward. Thanks to everyone for the reward, and thanks to all the book friends for the genuine support. Chapter 241, Minato Namikaze who chose to surrender, and Jiraiya who refused to give in. After losing his own will, the fighting power of the impure world reincarnation body can be said to be fluctuating, and it fights purely by relying on its own instincts. However, there is no doubt that after the old and weak third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen obtained the impure world reincarnation body, his fighting power has increased a lot. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw out a huge shuriken, put his fingers together and quickly made seals. The shuriken instantly split into a bunch of shadow clones, shooting towards Jiraiya and Inoshikacho. Earth style, Earth Flow City Wall. Jiraiya put his hands together and made seals at the same time, releasing an Earth Flow City Wall to block the giant shuriken. Even the thick city wall was cut into cracks by the shuriken. Jiraiya couldn't help but frowning, and said with lingering fear, the old man is really cruel. However, just when Jiraiya was relieved, the clear voice of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze appeared in his ears. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This almost made Jiraiya forget. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze is actually good at the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, but they focus on different directions. After Minato Namikaze threw a shuriken into the air, he quickly put his hands together to form a seal, and his speed was more than 1 point faster than Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next second, the small shuriken suddenly split into countless clones. Just like the densely twinkling stars in the night sky, these stars fell from the sky. Those dense and countless meteors are the masterpieces of Minato Namikaze's release of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Every ninjutsu in Minato Namikaze's hands will be studied by him to be extremely powerful. Fire style, Great Dragon Flame Bullet. Jiraiya quickly closed his palms, opened his mouth, and gushed out a powerful flame towards the falling shuriken, burning the dense shuriken in the air. The shuriken in the sky turned into smoke and dissipated under the attack of the flames. Even if it was a shadow clone of a shuriken, it was still a shadow clone after all, and it would disappear as long as it encountered a strong enough attack. Is it finally solved? Akimichi Choza stood up, shook his head, and looked at Minato Namikaze in the distance, and whispered, Minato is still so scary. After all, he is the most perfect ninja. Narashikaku slowly closed his palms and whispered, try to control them first. Shadow binding. A group of shadows quickly extended from his feet and spread towards the position of the fourth Hokage. Although it was just a tentative move, Narashikaku would also use all his strength. After all, if Minato Namikaze ran rampant on the battlefield, it would be a huge trouble for them. Obviously, this is of no use at all. Namikaze Minato's speed was definitely not something that Shadow could catch up with, but Narashikaku did not stop. He just watched Namikaze Minato evade Shadow and whispered to his teammates, stop him, Chozu. Understood. Partial multiplication technique. Akimichi Chozu's fist suddenly became huge, and he punched towards Namikaze Minato's area, forcing Namikaze Minato to disappear in an instant. But no one expected that Namikaze Minato jumped onto Akimichi Chozu's hand and left a flying thunder god mark on his body. Is it over? Akimichi Chozu's first thought was this sentence. Once Namikaze Minato left the flying thunder god mark, it would be almost impossible to escape his pursuit. No, just right. Narashikaku chuckled, glanced at Yamanaka Inu beside him, and whispered, then the next step is up to you, Inu. Yamanaka Inu stretched out his palm and fell on Narashikaku's body, using the heart-turning technique to control Narashikaku's body and sense the position of Namikaze Minato. Here he comes. Yamanaka Inoichi found Minato Namikaze within his perception range and whispered, but I can't tell when he will appear next to Choza. Now, Narashikaku's shadow instantly expanded, covering all the surrounding areas, and also happened to cover Minato Namikaze who had just landed. The next second, just when they thought they had controlled Minato Namikaze, they saw a trace of golden chakra gradually emerging from Minato Namikaze's body and gathered into a golden chakra coat on his body. Ninetale mode. Minato Namikaze instantly got rid of the control of the shadow's restraints and kicked out with a sweeping kick, kicking Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza away. Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped in fear, and the whole person stared at Minato Namikaze, who was bathed in golden light, and murmured, "This is the chakra of the Nine-Tail. What the hell?" Even for Narashikaku and the other three to deal with an ordinary Minato Namikaze, it was difficult enough, but this Minato also had the chakra of the Nine-Tail. No, not only that, he can even perfectly call upon the Nine-Tail's chakra. Just the current momentum of Minato Namikaze is obviously more powerful than when Uzumaki Naruto showed 8 tails in the Chunin exam. What the hell is this? However, it is not a bad thing for Minato Namikaze to burst out the Nine-Tails chakra, because his will has been restored. Although he can't get rid of Uehara Naraku's control now, he can at least report a lot of information to Jiraiya. A trace of relaxation flashed across Minato Namikaze's face. He turned his head and looked at Jiraiya with a sense of surviving a disaster. Long time no see, Jiraiya teacher. Minato. Jiraiya's face was still on his golden chakra coat, and he whispered, "What's going on?" "This matter, Your Excellency, the 4th generation." Before Minato Namikaze could explain, he suddenly felt that Uehara Naraku's will had descended into his mind again. In the spiritual world, Minato Namikaze stood in a lake. Uehara Naraku's face appeared above him like a god, and he said in a gloomy voice, "Yondaime, there are some things that should not be said. The original task I gave you was just to entangle them. If you say some things too much, I can only ask you to kill them." Namikaze Minato looked up at the huge face above his spiritual world and asked with an unsightly expression, "At least, you have to tell me what your purpose is. Don't ask too much." Uehara Naraku looked at the golden little man in the spiritual world with a gloomy face and whispered, "I thought the second Hokage would regain his sanity first, but I didn't expect it to be you. But it doesn't matter, as long as you dare to leak the information, I will control your body to kill them." After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he added, "Just a friendly reminder to you, Konoha's current 5th Hokage Tsunade is by my side. I can kill her at any time and clean up all the Konoha high-level officials." Uehara Naraku felt unsafe and continued to add, "Since you have used the chakra of the Nine-Tails, you can sense the location of your son. Uchiha Obito is near him, and I can kill Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi at any time." Namikaze Minato. This man is a bit vicious. Namikaze Minato finally regained his consciousness and wanted to use this opportunity to pass on some information to Jiraiya. Unexpectedly, Uehara Naraku immediately threatened him with Jiraiya's life. It must be said that this threat is very effective, because Namikaze Minato knows very well that with the power of the Nine-Tails that he can use now, Jiraiya and Narashikaku and others will never be his opponents. If Jiraiya gets the information, the entire Konoha high level will be cleared. Then what is the point of getting the information? No, it seems that there are other ways. For example, code words? Don't think of using code words or gestures to leak information. Uehara Naraku spoke coldly and directly wrote the ending for Minato Namikaze. "I never look at the process, I only look at the results. Maybe if I think something is wrong, I will get rid of them immediately, so you'd better think clearly where you should stand." Uehara Naraku looked at the silent Minato Namikaze and said coldly, "Don't think that you are the only pawn. You are just a mouthpiece to me and can be replaced at any time. If you want to do more with this body in the future, you'd better obey my orders." Uehara Naraku's huge face in the spiritual world added in a muffled voice, "If the entire Konoha high level is killed, you should know what the end of Konoha will be." "I understand." Minato Namikaze slowly lowered his head. This threat is very simple and crude, but very effective. Compared with those talisman methods, Uehara Naraku's use of his feelings and ties is undoubtedly a more effective means, and can even be exchanged for Minato Namikaze's surrender. After all, Minato Namikaze wanted to leak information for the safety of Konoha. If Konoha was gone, what was the point of him leaking information? But if he didn't leak information, Konoha would be facing a slow death, right? Minato Namikaze felt that he had to think of a foolproof plan. Uehara Naraku slowly looked at Minato Namikaze in the spiritual world and suddenly showed a gloomy smile. "Just in case, I have to warn you in advance. In addition to the threats I made before, I seem to have to add something else. The huge smiling face of Uehara Naraku in the spiritual world was a devil's smile in Minato Namikaze's eyes. He gently said, if Jiraiya and the others knew my true identity, I would resurrect Uzumaki Kushina through the impure world reincarnation, and control her to fight your son Uzumaki Naruto. In order to avoid this tragedy on Earth, you will definitely be obedient, right? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but grit his teeth. If Uzumaki Naruto, who had never seen his mother, and Uzumaki Kushina, who had never seen her son, were to duel with each other, was this still something that one person could do? This demon took almost every aspect of him into consideration. Teacher, wife, son, disciple, companion. Almost every threat was fatal to Minato Namikaze. It was the first time that Minato Namikaze saw such an evil guy in his world. This kind of demon, especially his strength, was also very strong. Namikaze Minato clenched his teeth, looked up at Uehara Naraku's face and asked, I must know why you do this, right? You will know sooner or later. Uehara Naraku's voice gradually became a little ethereal. Don't worry, everything I do is not a bad thing for Konoha. I have to hide myself in order to get rid of a mastermind hidden behind the scenes. Then, Namikaze Minato raised his head and said in a cold voice, I will cooperate with you temporarily, but I don't want to hurt Teacher Jiraiya. Well, very good. I don't want to hurt him either. Uehara Naraku in the spiritual world nodded slowly and said softly, that battlefield is left to you. Just help me delay Jiraiya and the others. The projection of Uehara Naraku's will dissipated from Namikaze Minato's spiritual world, leaving only one sentence. I'm also a kind person, and I will not do such a cruel thing as forcing a disciple to kill his teacher. After Uehara Naraku's will dissipated, Namikaze Minato returned to reality. His face looked a little bad. He carefully checked his body. He was still bound by Uehara Naraku. The only thing that was free was his mouth. Thinking of Uehara Naraku's threat, Namikaze Minato slowly clenched his fists, looked at Jiraiya, and said in a deep voice, sorry Jiraiya teacher, I have to stop you from doing it now. This is a choice I have to make. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya was not angry, but laughed heartily. He slowly closed his fingers and made a seal of opposition. Minato, if I remember correctly, you wanted to challenge me very much at the beginning, right? Yes. Namikaze Minato also slowly made a seal of opposition. The golden chakra coat in his body gradually faded away and returned to his normal state. Namikaze Minato looked directly at Jiraiya's gradually becoming solemn expression, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Then, teacher, please give me your guidance. You go and fight the old man. Jiraiya ordered Nerashikaku and others to attack the third Hokage, and he slowly closed his palms and continued to chat. Do we need to formulate any rules? No rules are needed. Namikaze Minato shook his head and whispered, even Teacher Jiraiya can kill me, because I will not die in the state of impure world reincarnation. Can you use sealing techniques? Jiraiya looked at Namikaze Minato and continued to ask, I'm very good at using sealing techniques. I wonder if I can seal you now? Namikaze Minato's face suddenly showed some embarrassment. This may be possible, but I'm also very good at sealing techniques. Even if the teacher spends his life using the Shikifujin, it will be useless, because I am. Namikaze Minato's voice stopped suddenly. He could not leak any information about Uehara Naraku. He almost let it slip just now. Then, can I use the celestial technique? Jiraiya's face showed a meaningful smile. He slowly smeared the toad oil paint, formed a summoning hand seal, and shouted in a deep voice, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Teacher, still the same. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly and said softly, teacher has been chatting with me, just to prepare enough time to summon the two sages Fukasaku and Shima, and enter the sage mode, right? A burst of summoning smoke sounded. Jiraiya's image at this moment changed drastically. There were more lines of oil paint on his face and two small toads on his shoulders, but his momentum became much stronger. Jiraiya waved his hands triumphantly and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, you little brat guessed it right. Who is the enemy this time? Sage Shima looked around, suddenly looked at Minato Namikaze in disbelief and said, wait, little Jiraiya, isn't this little Minato? Minato Namikaze nodded friendly and said softly, long time no see. Sage Shima, Sage Fukasaku. In short, Minato has been resurrected and controlled by someone. Jiraiya stated the current situation in one sentence succinctly, and said in a deep voice, "We must defeat him now," and rushed to support Naruto and Kakashi. Maybe they are surrounded by Akatsuki. Is that so? Sage Fukasaku nodded solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "This is not easy to deal with. If I remember correctly, Minato seems to have learned the Sage Mode as well." Yes, Sage Mode on. After Minato Namikaze nodded calmly, the paint of Sage Mode suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Because I have the help of the Nine Tails in my body, it can also help me extract natural energy, allowing me to enter Sage Mode at any time." Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku. Sage Shima. "I'm sorry, Teacher Jiraiya." Minato Namikaze shook his head, a trace of apology flashed across his face. He declared seriously, "I can only tell you that I must prohibit you from passing." "Then come on." Jiraiya clasped his palms together, and his face became solemn. "Minato, don't feel sorry. I once told you that in the world of ninja, no disciple must obey the teacher, not to mention that you are just being controlled by someone now." After speaking, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "What we have to do is not to defeat Minato, but to break through his defense and rush to the position of Naruto and Kakashi." Chapter 242, The Uchiha Brothers and Konoha Team 7. Well done, 4th Hokage. After praising Minato in his heart, Uehara and Naraku began to concentrate on dealing with the battlefield on their side. It was really difficult for Tsunade, Meditarumi, and Gaara, plus his undercover agent, to defeat the combination of the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Mizukage. What Uehara and Naraku had to do was very simple, that is, when the 2nd Hokage or the 2nd Mizukage released a water-style ninjutsu, he would use the same water-style ninjutsu to offset it. This alone made Tsunade and the others relax a lot. Everyone present knew the power of the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Mizukage's water-style ninjutsu, and Uehara and Naraku was working hard. If an undercover agent could just do nothing, why would he work hard? Uehara and Naraku's mind immediately flew to Uchiha Obito. After all, that place was the core area of the entire battlefield and the center stage of this drama. Scorpion of the Red Sand and Deidara's elephant puppets fought against other encirclement teams to reduce the pressure on Hoshigaki Kisame and the others. Kakashi Hatake's Team 7 and Might Guy's Team 3 finally ran into members of the Akatsuki organization and also met their opponents Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Sasuke, elephant turned puppet, Haku, elephant turned puppet, Kagura Kimimaro, elephant turned puppet. "Leave that precious beast to me." Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, shouldered his Samehada broadsword and rushed over, coldly commanding, "As for the group of little ghosts under his command, I'll leave it to you, Kimimaro." "Yes, Senior Kisame." Kagura Kimimaro nodded, and countless bone spurs sprang out of his body, rushing towards Rock Lee, Hyuga and others. "I'll cover you." Haku stood at the back of the team, looking at the Konoha ninjas rushing over, clasped his palms together, and whispered, "Ice release, ice thousand bones." Countless ice needles flew over. Tenten opened a scroll, closed her fingers, and said in a deep voice, "Sealing technique. Open." A square stone was unsealed by her, stood up, and blocked the countless ice needles that attacked. This confrontation also kicked off the battle between Team 3 and their fateful opponents. As for Hatake Kakashi and Team 7, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke watched them. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the rushing Team 7 with contempt, and did not look at his brother, and said in a cold voice, "Leave it to me." Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, and reminded, "Your body only has 30% of your original chakra." 30%? Uchiha Sasuke slowly pulled out his ninja sword, and looked at Hatake Kakashi and the people of Team 7 with contempt. 30% of chakra is enough to deal with them. Uchiha Sasuke rushed directly to the team of Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura were a little surprised when they saw Uchiha Sasuke. They didn't expect to see Sasuke here. However, after seeing Sasuke's actions, both of them couldn't laugh. Hatake Kakashi looked around and whispered, "If I remember correctly, there should be 4 members of Akatsuki missing. Be careful and alert. Teacher Kakashi." Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "You guys prepare to meet other enemies here. I'll bring Sasuke back." After that, Uzumaki Naruto didn't wait for Hatake Kakashi to object and flew towards Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura Hiruno looked nervously at the battle between her two former teammates and looked at Kakashi Hatake hesitantly. Teacher Kakashi, can't we stop them? Uchiha Itachi hasn't moved yet. Kakashi Hatake shook his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was watching all this not far away. He turned around and ordered Say, you are the fastest here. Go and see what's going on immediately. Why Master Jiraiya and Master Tsunade haven't arrived yet? Yes. Say had a very big picture view. He attached more importance to the task and immediately drew a bird in the clouds, flying towards the planned route of the main battle team. Only Kakashi Hatake was left watching Uchiha Itachi, who hadn't made any move yet, and Sakura Hiruno also stared at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were fighting each other. You are still so weak, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's swordsmanship was very fast. After many years, the ninja sword in his hand was so fast that it was almost difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to keep up with his movements. Not long after the fight, Uchiha Sasuke easily broke through Naruto's Kyuubi defense and cut several wounds on Uzumaki Naruto's body. Come back with me, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, clenched the Kyuubi in his hand, stared straight at his old friend with a gloomy face, and said in a deep voice, Sasuke, I don't want to kill you. After so many years, your mouth is still so sharp. Sasuke slowly turned his ninja sword, pointed at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, and chuckled. See, my enemy is there, and I will kill him soon. When Uchiha Itachi returns to the land of rain, a life and death duel will begin between the brothers, and Uchiha Sasuke will be able to challenge Uchiha Itachi openly. Uchiha Sasuke grinned, with a crazy smile on his face. I have worked hard for so many years, and I'm about to realize my dream. You are still preaching to me? Uzumaki Naruto, do you only have a mouth left? After a moment of silence, Uzumaki Naruto calmly shook his head and said, Sasuke, I don't want to preach. I understand everything about you. I know what you want to do. But no matter what, you shouldn't join Akatsuki. They are a group of monsters that are destroying peace. No, you don't understand. Uchiha Sasuke raised his ninja sword again and hooked the corners of his mouth. Joining Akatsuki is what I want. I'm tired of staying with you weak guys. Beasts will not walk on the same road with sheep. 3 Magatama Sharingan gradually appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eye sockets, and he said slowly, Naruto, Akatsuki is not a monster. Aren't real monsters guys like you who have monsters in their bodies? Hiruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke in disbelief, almost unable to believe what he said. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Naruto is our friend. I have no friends. Sasuke frowned and looked at Hiruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto with murderous intent. You are just stumbling blocks on my road to growth. Now I just want to move you stones away. So this is what you have always thought? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, and the chakra in his body gradually became violent. The next moment he rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke like a lion. But I don't care so much. No matter what you say, I will keep you this time. If Sasuke is let go this time, I don't know when I can bring Sasuke back next time. Tsunade and Kakashi have both talked about the dangers of Akatsuki. Who knows if Sasuke will cause a big disaster in the future. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was rushing over, kicked him in the chest, and cursed softly, idiot. What he never expected was that Uzumaki Naruto actually held his feet tightly and refused to let go and threw him to the ground on his back. Idiot. After Uchiha Sasuke cursed again, lightning were released from his body, knocking Uzumaki Naruto to the ground, and he knelt on one knee on the ground with his hands thrown. Uchiha Sasuke checked the chakra of his puppet body and frowned. You can't use ninjutsu casually. Otherwise, if the chakra is not enough, this puppet body will soon be unable to hold on. Even if it is a body puppet with 30% chakra, Sasuke does not want to lose to Uzumaki Naruto. This is his inherent pride. The problem is, his opponent is Uzumaki Naruto, who has abundant chakra since childhood. Shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto immediately created hundreds of shadow clones, and hundreds of shadow clones rushed towards Sasuke's position. Sasuke, I'm completely different from the past. Humph, there is no difference. Uchiha Sasuke swung his ninja sword and said contemptuously, "No matter how many sheep there are, they can't bite a tiger." Sasuke was very confident. Even if he only relied on his swordsmanship, he believed that he could kill Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones cleanly. However, just as Sasuke rushed towards those shadow clones, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared behind him, holding a Rasengan, and hitting his waist. Just one blow, Sasuke was knocked to the ground directly. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the countless Uzumaki Naruto shadow clones pressing up with an ugly face, and began to wonder when Uzumaki Naruto, who attacked him from behind, arranged it. "Just after you use the lightning release ninjutsu, I secretly created a shadow clone, and hid in the shape of grass." Uzumaki Naruto's voice was full of complacency. "I've said that I'm different from the past. I'm now stronger than you can imagine. Idiots are always idiots." Uchiha Sasuke on the ground couldn't help but curse after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's complacent voice. He was waiting for the chakra disorder effect of the Rasengan to end. What was Uzumaki Naruto waiting for? Was he waiting for him to surrender? Uchiha Sasuke, who was controlled by a group of shadow clones underground, suddenly turned into a shadow clone of Uzumaki Naruto. He used Uzumaki Naruto's clone to release a substitution technique, and the whole person was instantly out of trouble. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke raised the ninja sword in his hand without hesitation. Lightning release. Chidori Thousand Bones. Countless lightning bolts shot through Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones, killing them all, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto's body standing alone. Uchiha Sasuke casually raised his ninja sword towards Uzumaki Naruto again. Lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. A long lightning bolt pierced Uzumaki Naruto's arm. Just as Uzumaki Naruto covered his arm, Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto, swung his ninja sword, and stabbed Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, nailing him to the ground. Lightning release. Chidori Blade. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care at all about Uzumaki Naruto, who was frowning involuntarily due to the attack of lightning release ninjutsu on the ground. He just whispered, "If it weren't for Akatsuki's restrictions, I would take your life now." A kunai suddenly fell on Sasuke's neck. Hiruno Sakura clenched the kunai, her voice still trembling as she said, "Sasuke-kun, let Naruto go. Do you want to be my enemy too?" Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Hiruno Sakura, suddenly pulled out his ninja sword, and said coldly, "Sakura, you've become very courageous." Hiruno Sakura bit her lips and said indifferently, "If it's to save Naruto's life, I don't mind attacking any rebel ninja in the village." Humph, that's about it. Uchiha Sasuke hooked his lips and suddenly kicked Hiruno Sakura in the abdomen, kicking her out. "You're lucky this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky." After saying that, Uchiha Sasuke's appearance gradually disappeared. Because the lightning ninjutsu used by Sasuke basically consumes a lot of chakra, so he quickly exhausted the chakra in this puppet. A strange corpse fell to the ground. After Uchiha Sasuke's body disappeared, Uchiha Itachi's figure immediately moved. He did not appear next to Hatake Kakashi, but landed next to Uzumaki Naruto. Just as Hatake Kakashi was about to rush over to support, a wave of hot black flames suddenly rose around Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruto, surrounding them both. It was the Amaterasu in the main Jikiai technique. Hatake Kakashi looked at this scene in astonishment. He could only stare at the black flame encirclement. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his hand and pinched Uzumaki Naruto's neck. He seemed to have released some kind of illusion, because Uzumaki Naruto almost immediately became a little dull. The Amaterasu black flame burned quickly, blocking Kakashi's sight. Hatake Kakashi was anxious and could only activate his own main Jikiai technique Kamu to extract the Amaterasu black flame and try to open a passage. In the Kamu space, Uchiha Obito was hiding inside and was ordered to monitor the actions of Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruto outside. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in the Kamu space. A bunch of Amaterasu black flames fell from the sky and landed in the Kamu space. Uchiha Obito slowly raised his head and looked at the Kamu space. A time-space vortex suddenly appeared in the Kamu space and was dropping black flames. His face couldn't help but darken. Why are all things sent to the Kamu space? Hatake Kakashi, you bastard. Before you fucking use the Kamu Sharingan to attack, can you consider whether there are people living in the Kamu space first? Bastard. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Kakashi, when I find out the secret of Uchiha Itachi, sooner or later, just wait for me. Chapter 243 Uehara. This is Kabuto Yakushi, who has just joined the Moon Eye project. Within the circle, surrounded by Amaterasu Black Flame, Uchiha Itachi could only choose this place to meet Uzumaki Naruto, because only in this way no one would notice what he had done. This was the backup he left for Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, when Uchiha Itachi saw Sasuke's treatment of his former friend, he had already planned to give up and let Sasuke return to Konoha, but Uzumaki Naruto's actions made Uchiha Itachi think that Sasuke still had hope for the future. As long as Sasuke's friends are still willing to accept Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi thinks that it is better for Uchiha Sasuke to return to his hometown. Since Uzumaki Naruto is so persistent in letting Sasuke go back, Uchiha Itachi wants to put this layer of insurance on Uzumaki Naruto. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi had just circled him and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly separated into two shadow clones and quickly condensed the ninjutsu he had just learned. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. Is this too much of a difference in treatment? Is there such a big difference in treatment between elder brother and younger brother? When Uzumaki Naruto saw Sasuke, he only used a shadow clone and a Rasengan. When he saw him, he just fired a Rasen Shuriken. Uchiha Itachi's expression was a bit unpleasant. He stared closely at the wind release spiral shuriken in Uzumaki Naruto's hand and pretended to calmly praise him. It's a very scary wind release ninjutsu. Even if I was killed by it, it will also be dangerous after being hit. This is what I have worked hard to study. Uzumaki Naruto showed a confident smile on his face and said seriously, this is a ninjutsu specially prepared for you Akatsuki people. It's a pity. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Then why didn't you use this ninjutsu to attack Sasuke? In this case, he wanted to kill you just now. As my brother. Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became solemn, and he said solemnly, I'm different from guys like you. No matter what, I will never hurt Sasuke. Then let's do it. Let's talk somewhere else. Uchiha Itachi's expression also became solemn. The three Magatama Sharingan in his eyes had turned into a kaleidoscope, and the main Gekkai Sharingan eye technique was activated. Uchiha Itachi's voice gradually became deeper. Tsukuyomi. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto felt that the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and he unexpectedly appeared in a blood-red world inexplicably. This is Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi mental space. I already know that you want to take Sasuke back to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's figure floated in the air and asked slowly, Uzumaki Naruto, you have just seen that Sasuke has already taken action to kill him. If he and Akatsuki attack Konoha in the future, what will you choose? Uchiha Itachi's voice seemed to be full of confusion, and his voice was a little elusive and unpredictable. What will you choose between Konoha and Sasuke? What about this choice? To protect Konoha, do you choose to kill Uchiha Sasuke? As a ninja, sometimes you have to make some cruel choices in the face of certain situations. I don't know how to make this choice. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi coldly, clenched his fists and said, I will protect Konoha, and will not kill Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi slowly lowered his eyelids. He sighed faintly and said, what a naive person. Hey. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly interrupted Uchiha Itachi, grinned the corners of his mouth, fiddled with his ninja, and said loudly, actually, I have always hated you Akatsuki people, but last time I felt that the guy named Red Sand Scorpion was right. Uzumaki Naruto stared at each word carefully and said, how can a ninja kill his companions for the sake of the village? Doesn't this mean he has forgotten the existence of the village, and is actually trying to protect his companions? Naruto Uzumaki suddenly raised his fist and said loudly, that's why I will protect the wood. And will definitely rescue Sasuke from Akatsuki. Say what you say, and do what you say. This is my way of ninja. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with shock. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but want to believe him. This kid named Uzumaki Naruto is really not simple. Sasuke is really lucky to be able to meet such a friend. In the sky of Tsukuyomi space, countless crows began to fly, and Uchiha Itachi's voice gradually became more and more hollow, but it seemed to be everywhere. I will share my power with you as a guarantee that one day you will not kill each other. I hope this power will never be used. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed because a crow actually entered his mouth out of thin air and was even swallowed by him. What the hell is this? Unfortunately, being in that Tsukuyomi space, Uzumaki Naruto was unable to resist at all and could only let Uchiha Itachi stuff the crow into his mouth. After doing all this, Uchiha Itachi had a faint smile on his face, the blood in the sky gradually began to dissipate, and Tsukuyomi space collapsed in the blink of an eye. After the monthly reading is over, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but kneel on the ground, wanting to spit out the crow that was swallowed into his belly. What the hell is going on? Hey, Naruto, are you okay? Hatake Kakashi wrote with Kamu. The Rinnegan finally absorbed all the fire of Amaterasu into the Kamu space and rushed over with some worry. Kakashi Hatake lowered his head and stroked Uzumaki Naruto's forehead and said in a deep voice, Itachi Uchiha, did you use your main Gekaioi technique on Naruto? Well, okay, that's it. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes, seemingly not paying attention to Hatake Kakashi, and his whole body turned into countless crows flying around at the same time. Uchiha Kisame also saw this scene. He withdrew from the battlefield and said loudly, Mr. Itachi, let's retreat now. Okay. Uchiha Itachi nodded. After the news that Inagaki Kisame ensured the retreat reached Naraku Uehara, he stroked his ring and whispered, Lord Pain, have Kakuzu and the others already retreated to the safe area? Our covering force can also retreat. Pain hasn't answered yet. On the contrary, Deidara, who controlled the elephant turning puppet, responded, you retreat. Leave the follow-up pursuit of Konoha Ninja to me. I want you to see what real art is. Okay. After Pain nodded, he said in a deep voice, then you two should withdraw, and the rest of the task of blocking the pursuit will be left to Deidara and Scorpion. This battle was declared. Finish. The Akatsuki organization expended the power of a bunch of puppets, and the 6 members finally successfully retreated to the Kingdom of Rain. It seemed that everyone who was thoughtful seemed to have achieved their goals in this battle. After Deidara's elephant puppet self-destructed, it directly blocked Konoha's possibility of pursuing Akatsuki. Kaguya Kimimura's elephant puppet was defeated by the combined attack of Rock Lee and Hyuga Niji. The carrots are exhausted and dissipated. On the battlefield of Konoha, Kakashi and Metke looked at the strange corpses, their expressions a bit unpleasant. They seemed to have been tricked by Akatsuki's people. Captain Kakashi. At this moment, Sei came to deliver urgent information and said in an urgent voice, Jiraiya-sama and the others were intercepted, so they failed to reach the battlefield. Intercepted? Yes. Soi jumped off the bird and said nervously, the 3rd generation Hokage, the 4th generation Hokage stopped Jiraiya-sama's team, the 2nd generation Hokage, the 2nd generation Mizukage stopped the team of the 5th generation Hokage. Atsuchi. Reincarnation? Hatake Kakashi reacted immediately. After Zeduo nodded, he said solemnly, yes, maybe it is Orochimaru's work. Jiraiya-sama is still supporting, but Tsunade-sama's team. They are almost on the verge of collapse now. Sei's report did nothing wrong. The 3 of Jiraiya and Inakacho were still able to hold on. It was purely because the 4th Hokage Namake's Minato simply used Senjutsu. Otherwise, Namake's Minato who had activated the Ninetales mode could not be easily delayed by them. As everyone knows, Namake's Minato's battles never drag on. After all, he is the fastest man in the ninja world. As for the team of Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Gaara and Uehara Naraku, they really couldn't support it because Uehara Naraku personally controlled the 2nd Hokage to fight. This is very embarrassing for their battle situation. Especially in the current situation, the 2nd generation Hokage almost single-handedly played tricks on their team, and the 2nd generation Mizukage only had to put a few water iron cannons next to them to support them. Gaara stood on the sand cushion, frantically stimulating the chakra in his body, controlling the ground to turn into yellow sand, and swept towards the position of the 2nd Hokage, flowing sand waterfall. However, Gaara was greeted. Yes, it was just a ninjutsu released by the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobiran, by forming a few hand seals at random, water release, exploding water wave. In the blink of an eye, countless yellow sands were washed away by the water waves. If Naraku Uehara hadn't released the water formation wall to block the attack, the four of them would have been swept away by the waves. When Naraku Uehara was having a great time, he received news from other places. After confirmation by Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi used Tsukuyomi on Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be in good condition. Maybe Uchiha Itachi handed over the crow of another god. After Naraku Uehara thought for a while, he raised his finger and asked the ninjas under his control to prepare to retreat and end the drama that started for a crow. As for the next thing, it was to test Uchiha Itachi. Several Hokages who had been reincarnated in the Dirty Land retreated one after another. Tsunade and Jiraiya finally reunited and gained the losses in this battle. Because they were inexplicably intercepted by the reincarnations of the Dirty Land, the Konoha ninjas had the greatest contribution from the two classes of Metke and Kakashi. Their greatest achievement turned out to be the killing of several puppets of the Akatsuki organization. Since they failed to capture the Akatsuki members, Uehara, Naraku, Terumi, Mei and Gaara did not stay and quickly left the country of fire. Tsunade almost exploded with anger. This time, she lost face severely among the allies. Find out the traces of Orochimaru immediately. After returning to Konoha, Tsunade was furious at the Konoha Anbu. If he is alive, I want to see his people. If he is dead, I want to see him. What if we find it? Jiraiya rubbed his forehead and asked, Orochimaru may have more than 5 shadow level reincarnations in his hands. Are we able to deal with him? Besides, why would he help Akatsuki? At least we must find out his information first. Tsunade squeezed her fists and said coldly, whether it's Orochimaru or Akatsuki's information, we must collect it as soon as possible. Complete. Okay. Jiraiya sighed and said, this time I met Minato. It's not all bad news. I also discovered new ideas for training Naruto, and I must let Naruto learn. Now that he is in Sage mode, let him slowly try to communicate with Kyuubi. Namake's Minato has been using Sage mode in battle, but he has stated that he released Kyuubi mode because the power of Kyuubi mode is too great powerful. This gave Jiraiya a new thought. Naruto Uzumaki, this disciple, might be Konoha's new hope. Yes. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and whispered, if we want to destroy Akatsuki, our strength alone is not enough. In addition to strengthening the training of the juniors in the village, we may also need to find a way get some other helpers. What helpers? Sanshou Hanzo. Tsunade clasped her hands and said solemnly, if we encounter information about Akatsuki again, we must gather all the strength we can. Only then did I have the chance to catch them all. Originally, I didn't want to rely on that old guy's power. That Hanzo guy. Jiraiya remembered that they almost died when they met Hanzo when they were young and couldn't help but sigh. That one, this guy is indeed very strong. If he can unite with us and participate in the encirclement and suppression of Akatsuki, it will indeed be a powerful force to destroy Akatsuki. The problem is that Hanzo refuses to come out. Tsuna pressed his hand in pain between his brows. He explained softly, before that kid Naraku Uehara left, I asked him to make this request to Sanshou Hanzo. The kid only said that he would report it to Hanzo, but the result was not certain. Then there is no way. Jiraiya waved his hand and chuckled. Instead of believing in that Hanzo guy, it's better to believe that Naruto will create miracles. I'll send Naruto to Mount Myomu first. The Leaf Village was a little frustrated. Zio's side was a bit lively. Naraku Uehara thought that, since Kabuto Yakushi had already come forward to help, he might as well take this opportunity to show up and accept Black Zetsu's recruitment to join the Akatsuki organization and the Eye of the Moon team. Therefore, when Naraku Uehara returned to the Akatsuki organization base, Black Zetsu introduced Kabuto Yakushi to Naraku Uehara eagerly. This is Kabuto Yakushi, a newcomer who has joined our Moon Eye project. You should know Uehara, right? We have met before. Uehara. Naraku stretched out his palm toward Yakushi. Kabuto looked at him coldly and said, I didn't expect to see you here one day. Orochimaru's lackey. For a moment, he seemed to have a deep hatred for Yakushi. Kabuto. Just when Black Zetsu wanted to persuade him to make peace, Naraku Uehara looked at Kabuto Yakushi and continued to warn him. Kabuto Yakushi, since Zetsu Senpai invited you to join the Moon Eye project, I hope you can live up to Zetsu Senpai's expectations. I just want to see how interesting the Eye of the Moon project will be. Kabuto Yakushi curled up the corners of his mouth, slowly pushed his eyes, and stared at Naraku Uehara like a snake. Ho 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 ho. It will definitely be very interesting. This is the Eye of the Moon plan that can bring hope for peace to the entire ninja world. Your arrival has made us stronger. Black Zetsu laughed eerily a few times, saw Naraku Uehara's performance just now with satisfaction, and said softly, then in the future, Kabuto, you will obey Uehara's will in Akatsuki. He is now the person in charge of our Moon Eye project. Yes. Medicine Master Kabuto nodded humbly. As for Kabuto Yakushi, he began to think about how a creature like Black Zetsu was formed. The IQ of this creature is very questionable. Is it similar to a creature like White Zetsu? There were 3 people left before the entire Eye of the Moon project. Apart from Black Zetsu, they were Naraku Uehara and Kisame Negaki, both of whom were undercover agents. The newly joined Yakushi Kabuto is still Uehara Naraku's undercover agent. This month's Eye of the Moon project has become an absolute leak. Whether it's progress or other things, every link has been completely controlled by Naraku Uehara. How could something like Black Zetsu still laugh happily? Damn retarded. Black had no idea Kabuto Yakushi was questioning its intelligence. Black Zetsu is really happy. It is indeed sincerely eager to join Yakushi Kabuto, so it can indirectly ask Yakushi Kabuto about the progress of resurrecting Uchiha Madara. It's a pity that Kabuto Yakushi is an old spy. Faced with Black Zetsu's insidious remarks, Kabuto Yakushi responded directly with the quality of a scientist. According to my judgment, Uchiha Madara's resurrection is far from his heyday, and it would be too much of a waste of this ninja Shura to be resurrected now. Okay. Heiju nodded and said in a deep voice, if you need any help or materials, you can come to me directly. Okay. Corner of mouth. Wait until Heiju sneaks into the ground and leaves. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head to Uehara Naraku and said respectfully, Naraku-sama, Uchiha Madara's resurrection is ready. Wait for my notification. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and led Yakushi Kabuto walk towards Akatsuki's base and asked, do you know the whereabouts of Ghost Light Sujetsu? Bring him here too. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded. Naraku Uehara looked at the wooden torii gate at the entrance of the Akatsuki organization base and narrowed his eyes, then let the brothers Kito Maingetsu and Kito Sujetsu give them a good look before the Uchiha brothers fight. Let's go. At 5:30 in the afternoon, I would like to thank you for the reward that year. Thanks for the tip, Zio Shame. Thank you for the reward from Mengxing Wan Yaoyu. Thanks for the reward at the end of Shang. Thank you Jan for the tearful reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Akatsuki Organization eats watermelon together. Akatsuki's base. Everyone was so happy that it was like Chinese New Year. The members of Akatsuki had been eating melon seeds for several years and watching the Uchiha brothers family ethics drama for several years. Now they were finally going to see the finale between the brothers. Deidara was undoubtedly the happiest one among them. As one of Uchiha Itachi's victims, Deidara really wanted to release a bunch of clay bombs immediately to celebrate the finale of the Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's brotherly killing. I really want to start soon. Deidara held his little face and looked at the two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were slowly filled with longing. I must detonate a Garuda to celebrate that there is one less Uchiha in the world. The red sand scorpion looked at his companion speechlessly and couldn't help but stretch out his fingers to knock on his head. Deidara, be rational. Their duel has not been scheduled yet. It should be in these few days. Kakuzu shook his head and muttered a few words in a low voice. In fact, Kakuzu really didn't like the two Uchiha brothers. The two Uchiha brothers and the organization were very good at spending money. Especially for this duel, Uchiha Itachi went to the Cat Granny's ninja tool shop in Konoha and spent 4 million ryo to buy double ninja tools for 4 million ryo, just to let the people of the organization watch a show. Damn, it's a bit wasteful. Can't they watch a free show? Tendao Pain stood on the finger of the outer path demon statue and asked in a muffled voice, Uchiha Itachi, when are you going to deal with the matter between you and Uchiha Sasuke? You and Sasuke can discuss freely, and I will ensure that your duel will not be interfered with by anyone. Thank you very much. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes, thought for a while, and said softly, then the duel will be scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The location is in one of the bases of our Uchiha clan before. Very good. Uchiha Sasuke grinned and showed a crazy smile, then arrange it for the day after tomorrow. When I kill you, I will commemorate our dead clan members there. Really, don't be too impatient. A figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. It was Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku looked up at the people present and chuckled. In order to set off the atmosphere between Mr. Itachi and Sasuke, why don't we first watch another battle between brothers to warm them up? Two figures slowly walked in. One of them was wearing a hood, and it was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. The other one, who looked a little sloppy and familiar, was none other than Maingetsu's younger brother, Suigetsu Hazuki. When Deidara saw Suigetsu Hazuki appear, his eyes lit up. Oh, is another brother drama about to begin? Suigetsu Hazuki muttered in a nagging manner, hey, didn't you say you brought me here so I could kill that bastard Maingetsu Hazuki? Where is he now? Bang! Suigetsu Hazuki, who was still talking, was kicked in the face, and a large amount of water splashed instantly. It was a water transformation technique that could defend against physical attacks. Hazuki's face gradually returned to its original state. He grabbed the leg that attacked him with one hand, looked at the man who attacked him, and chuckled. Hey, big brother, our family's water transformation technique is not only for you to practice. Isn't it too irrational to attack me so rashly? You still haven't grown up, Shuayu. Hazuki sighed, slowly shook his head and said, don't you know what it means to appear here alone? Psychic technique Thunderblade Fang. The next moment, Ringo Uehara's Thunderblade appeared in Hazuki's hand and directly chopped Hazuki. A string of lightning surrounded Hazuki. The next second, Hazuki fell to the ground in embarrassment. In just a moment, the battle between the brothers was over, and it still ended with the elder brother beating the younger brother. There is really no way. The water transformation technique is countered by the thunder escape technique. This is too unfair. Uehara Naraku looked at Ringo Uehara who lent out the ninja sword, and then looked at Hazuki Mizuki who was knocked to the ground with sympathy, and chuckled and said, Suzuki is a newcomer in our organization. Scorpion Senior, give me that ninja sword. I know. After the Red Sand Scorpion nodded, he took out the beheading sword he had taken from Zabuza before, and threw it to Uehara Naraku. This is too dangerous. Uehara Naraku reached out to take the ninja sword, walked to the side of Hazuki Mizuki and squatted down, and inserted the beheading sword in front of him. I will definitely fulfill what I promised you. But you little brat, don't let me down too much. After Uehara Naraku put down the beheading sword, he looked at Hazuki Mizuki and said, since the battle between the Uchiha brothers is held the day after tomorrow, the matter between you two will be completely resolved tomorrow. How about it? This? Hazuki Mizuki hesitated. Since Maingetsu Hazuki brought Ringo Uehara back to Akatsuki, he hadn't seen Suigetsu for a long time. But Maingetsu Hazuki knew that his brother had been protected in the ninja world, which was obviously arranged by Uehara Naraku. At the moment of fighting just now, Maingetsu Hazuki found that his brother didn't seem to have made much progress, which made Maingetsu Hazuki a little uncomfortable. Uehara Naraku patted Maingetsu Hazuki's shoulder and chuckled. You have to fight more seriously, so as not to accidentally kill your brother. Isn't it better to teach him a lesson? Yes. Maingetsu Hazuki nodded and agreed. The next day, all members of Akatsuki were watching the civil war between the Maingetsu brothers. Uehara Naraku originally thought that Maingetsu Hazuki would seriously let him go. After fighting hard and losing to his brother, he was ready to rescue him at any time. What no one expected was that Maingetsu Hazuki didn't hold back at all and beat his brother Suigetsu Hazuki badly. Even though Suigetsu Hazuki was holding a beheading sword, he was easily defeated by Maingetsu Hazuki holding a flounder. It was originally a play of revenge for the younger brother, but the two brothers Maingetsu Hazuki turned it into a funny comedy that the younger brother can only be a younger brother forever. Uehara Naraku looked confused. Why didn't Maingetsu Hazuki let him go? It seems to be right. Main Jetsu Hazuki didn't need to let him go. He didn't have a serious illness, and he didn't have any bloody dramas for his younger brother. Is this his biological brother? Didn't they say that main Jetsu Hazuki sacrificed a lot for his younger brother? What is going on? Why is he so cruel to his younger brother? Did main Jetsu Hazuki lie to us? The members of the Akatsuki organization were also at a loss. When main Jetsu Hazuki joined the Akatsuki organization, he mentioned that he was there to train his younger brother and hoped that everyone would show mercy and let him go when they saw his younger brother. Ringo Uehara was also one of the people who knew the truth, and she explained, maybe Sujetsu's strength is too weak to satisfy brother Manаю. Hashiga Kikisame grinned and said, it seems that the first brother battle in our organization was won by the elder brother. After Hashiga Kikisame finished speaking, he glanced at Uchiha Itachi meaningfully, chuckled and continued, will the second game be like this? It should be like this, right? The members of Akatsuki had long recognized Uchiha Itachi's strength, and they all thought that Uchiha Itachi should also win in the life and death duel. After all, Hazuki Manаю, the elder brother who claimed to love his younger brother, beat his younger brother badly. Would Uchiha Itachi, who used his younger brother to practice illusion all day, chop Sasuke into 7 or 8 pieces? After thinking for a while, Kakuzu suddenly proposed, I'm going to open a gambling game tomorrow, and I'll be the banker. Does anyone want to place a bet? Kakuzu wanted to take the opportunity to make some money. Unfortunately, gambling is prohibited within the Akatsuki organization. The direct result of the war between the Hazuki brothers was that Uehara Naraku received an invitation from Uchiha Sasuke. This kid really had no confidence. Uchiha Sasuke knocked on Uehara Naraku's door. Hey, Uehara, didn't you say last time that you wanted to fight with me and test my strength? Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded. Who doesn't like to cut leeks? Now Sasuke has grown another batch of leeks, just enough to cut a section. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, then let's go this afternoon. Let's find a place now so as not to be discovered by others. Okay. Uehara Naraku agreed very readily. In order not to delay the duel between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, Uehara Naraku even kindly said that he would provide medical services to ensure that they would not delay the duel between them. After agreeing to Sasuke, Uehara Naraku immediately told Hashiga Kikisame about this matter and asked Kisame to secretly tell Uchiha Itachi the unnamed lake outside the Akatsuki organization base. In addition to the two players Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Sasuke, there were also Hashiga Kikisame and Uchiha Itachi who were secretly watching. Uehara Naraku stood by the lake and slowly sat down. A water chair appeared under him and held his body. Apart from anything else, the attainment of this water escape ninjutsu is indeed amazing. Uchiha Sasuke looked at this scene with some surprise on his face. Uehara Naraku leaned back on the chair with his head tilted leisurely and said softly, except for the pupil technique of the Manjaki Sharingan, which I cannot simulate, I will try my best to simulate any other ninjutsu, taijutsu and jinjutsu. Very good. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and said in a deep voice, anyway, I have now found a way to crack Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Then let me test it. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke. The two blue chakras in his hand flew towards Uchiha Sasuke like silk threads and entered his brain in Sasuke's slightly surprised eyes. Uehara Naraku slowly moved his fingers, manipulating the two blue chakras, and his voice gradually became a little illusory. Sasuke, this jinjutsu will make people experience the most terrifying nightmare of their lives within 2 seconds. Can you really crack it? Endless blood stained his mind, and the nightmare that he would never forget in his life once again attacked Uchiha Sasuke's brain. Uchiha Sasuke never thought that he would be caught in Uehara Naraku's illusion just after the battle began, and the scene was still the night of the genocide. What the hell is this? Who would use a big move right at the beginning? 2 seconds later, Uchiha Sasuke panted and glared at Uehara Naraku. The anger in his eyes almost overflowed from his eyes. Uehara Naraku, what kind of illusion is this? Speechless fear is just an insignificant illusion, countless times weaker than Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Uehara Naraku leaned back in the water chair, slowly waved his fingers, dissipated the chakra, stared at Uchiha Sasuke with cold eyes, and curled the corners of his mouth. Now, do you really think you can crack Tsukuyomi? You are right about one thing. Uchiha Sasuke slowly stood up and drew his ninja sword again. Your illusion is indeed much worse than Tsukuyomi, but I'm no longer the same person I used to be. I have long been accustomed to this level of illusion attacks. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes gradually turned into a pair of scarlet blood pupils. He stared at Uehara Naraku and said, don't use this trick anymore. Try something else. The fear of that night, I dream about it almost every day. Very good. Uehara Naraku clapped his hands and praised softly. It is this kind of unyielding fighting spirit, Sasuke, that I began to admire you a little bit. The third update will be in the evening. A lot of funny dialogues were deleted in this chapter. I'm so heartbroken. Chapter 245 How shameless. He even plotted against a dead man like Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Naraku waved his palm, and countless water drops in the lake turned into shurikens, slowly floating in the air. Water shurikens. The next moment, these shurikens shot towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was not afraid. His Sharingan could see the traces of all the shurikens. Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips. Haha, do you want to compete with the Uchiha clan in shuriken throwing? Countless shurikens flew out of Sasuke's hand, and in a flash, Uchiha Sasuke broke all the water shurikens created by Uehara Naraku. When all the water shurikens were defeated, Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly rushed towards Uehara Naraku, and the ninja sword in his hand drew an arc. But Uehara Naraku's figure flashed, and suddenly crashed into Uchiha Sasuke, grabbed his wrist, kicked him in the abdomen, and kicked him out. Uehara Naraku closed his palms, and began to form seals. This scene made Sasuke couldn't help but smile in his heart. He threw out a huge shuriken and laughed wildly. Your hand seal speed is so slow that it's almost the same as Uchiha Itachi. Huh. Uehara Naraku had to give up the hand seal. After he turned over and avoided the shuriken, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, is Uchiha Itachi's hand seal speed also slow? Huh. About the same. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and a silk thread suddenly appeared in his hand, pulling the shuriken and attacking Uehara Naraku. I have carefully observed over the years, his hand seal speed is not fast. It's good to be able to make 2 hand seals in 1 second. Uehara Naraku let the mechanical shuriken hit his thigh, pulled the shuriken out with force, and waved his hand to heal his wound. To be honest, I'm a little curious. Uchiha Itachi is too cowardly. How could he not be discovered by Sasuke for such a long time? Didn't Tate Kakashi tell Uchiha Sasuke that his brother could actually make 6 hand seals in 1 second? Uchiha Sasuke grinned disdainfully, watching with satisfaction that he had interrupted Uehara Naraku's ninjutsu, with a ball of lightning flashing on his fingertips, saying, the ninjas of Akatsuki are very slow in making hand seals. I'm a little grateful to Kakashi, because I have seen him fight, and only then did I know that the ninjas can make hand seals as fast as him. Uehara Naraku didn't know what to say. In fact, sometimes it is understandable that Hoshigaki Kisame is slow in making hand seals. After all, the ninjutsu released by Kisame is very powerful and requires the chakra in his body to be mobilized. Uchiha Itachi is such a good actor. On the other side, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was peeping, looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked in a low voice, Mr. Itachi, how long has Sasuke's symptoms lasted? Didn't he notice that you were making hand seals very quickly? Uchiha Itachi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame speechlessly, shook his head calmly and said, don't you know everything? If I make hand seals too quickly, Sasuke won't be able to use the Sharingan to copy the ninjutsu I want to teach him. After that, Uchiha Itachi added, if my hand seal speed is fast and slow, it will be easy for Sasuke to notice the flaw. You are worthy of it, Mr. Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi with admiration. He shook his head gently and sighed, I can't even make 1 or 2 hand seals in 1 second. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi coughed lightly and changed the subject. Uehara's hand seal speed is not fast either. Is he hiding too? That's not hiding. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Uehara Naraku's hand seals and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. That guy's hand seal speed is very slow, so he's not very good at using ninjutsu. After Hoshigaki Kisame finished speaking, he grinned and said, Forget it, let's not talk about him. That guy is just lucky and has been favored by Pain and Conan. It's enough for him to make the hand seals of the summoning technique. Just good at the summoning technique? Uchiha Itachi nodded secretly. It doesn't seem like it. His water ninjutsu should be very strong. Tomorrow is actually his death date, and Uchiha Itachi doesn't care so much. At least he can be sure that Uhura Naraku is not a threat to Uchiha Sasuke. In the lake, the battle between Uhura Naraku and Uchiha Sasuke has become white hot. Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth and spewed out a fireball, sweeping towards Uhura Naraku. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, blazing flame storm. Uhura Naraku closed his palms and released a blazing flame, but this time the fire style ninjutsu was obviously no match for Uchiha Sasuke's great fireball and was about to be defeated. Uhura Naraku could only close his seals again in a hurry and shouted in a low voice, water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon attacked from the lake and extinguished Sasuke's flames. This kind of environment is too favorable for you to fight. Uchiha Sasuke saw this scene and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, but your water style ninjutsu doesn't seem to be very powerful. Really? Uhura Naraku suddenly closed his palms, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and whispered, this move is my strongest water style ninjutsu, but it takes a long time to prepare. I think you should give it time, right? Of course. Uchiha Sasuke smiled and said, we are practicing fighting. If we really fight, you won't have the chance to use it. Of course, if it's a real life and death duel, I'm not sure I can beat you. After all, Uhura Naraku broke his lightning Kirin with just one finger. Uchiha Sasuke knew that Uhura Naraku was helping him practice, so he quietly watched Uhura Naraku start to make hand seals. It's just that this hand seal time, it's a little long. Uchiha Sasuke's face became darker and darker because Uhura Naraku had already made 40 or 50 hand seals, and the hand seal time was almost a minute. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Just when Sasuke finally lost his patience, Uhura Naraku finally completed the 56 hand seals and whispered, water escape water giant god. The next moment, countless waves surged out from the ground. The streams of water meandered around Uhura Naraku's feet, slowly wrapping Uhura Naraku and dragging him into the air. The water in the lake was still flowing. These water streams gradually began to flow in strange directions in the air, as if there was a predetermined pipe in the air for them to flow. It looked very strange. However, Sasuke soon saw the full picture of the water flow. These water flows actually formed a human figure in the air, and in a trance they were about to converge into a behemoth. These water flows actually formed a water giant here that was taller than the water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern clan. What was even more amazing was that this water giant was lifelike, with layers of armor pieces on his body and a thick sword in his hand. Just looking at it was quite powerful. After obtaining the power of water, Uhura Naraku was able to control the flow of water with great ease. This was just the application of the power of water. Hashiga Kikisame, who was watching the battle from a distance, showed a hint of surprise on his face and couldn't help saying, this kid Uhura Naraku actually has this kind of ninjutsu? Uchiha Itachi nodded calmly and said, this is normal. It can be seen from Uhura's manipulation of the water just now. Uhura is actually very good at water style ninjutsu, but his attainments are indeed surprising. I don't feel surprised by Mr. Itachi. Hashiga Kikisame shook his head and whispered, even I didn't know that Uhura Naraku has mastered water style ninjutsu to this extent. It's easy to see from some details. Uchiha Itachi also shook his head and sighed softly. However, this move requires the help of terrain, and Uhura's speed of performing the technique is not fast enough. If it is a real battle, others will take advantage of his incomplete technique to launch an attack. It is even possible that the enemy will directly raid his side before he has time to complete the hand seal. Everything was as expected by Uchiha Itachi. As expected, Uchiha Itachi guessed correctly. Uhura Naraku was indeed very good at water style ninjutsu. Yeah. Hashiga Kikisame sighed and said, this technique actually has more than 50 hand seals. It has exceeded the record of the water dragon bullet technique, right? Well. Uchiha Itachi nodded and continued softly, but it's also very common. After all, this is a technique that can change the battlefield. Although this water giant has not yet shown how powerful it is, its size alone is comparable to Susanoo. It's just that it has a lot of shortcomings. Uchiha Itachi has already thought of a bunch of messy ways to crack the water giant. There are too many ways to crack this technique. If Uehara Naraku stood in front of him, Uchiha Itachi could guarantee that Uehara Naraku would not be able to perform the technique successfully. Under the ground, Uchiha Obito hid in the Camu space. Uchiha Obito is continuously passing on the conversation between Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame to Uehara Naraku, so Uehara Naraku adjusted his fighting style just now. Now he is stroking his chin and thinking about a question. Why does Uehara Naraku want to act for Uchiha Itachi? After the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke is over tomorrow, Uchiha Itachi should die on the spot, right? After Uchiha Itachi dies, Uehara Naraku should be able to use the impure world reincarnation to revive and control Uchiha Itachi, right? Why does Uehara Naraku treat Uchiha Itachi as an enemy? Although it seems that something doesn't make sense, it's a pity that Uchiha Obito can't figure it out. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Uchiha Obito shook his head and fumbled to observe Uehara Naraku, who was fighting with Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. It's so despicable that he even plotted against Uchiha Itachi, a man who was bound to die. Chapter 246. A group of people who watch the fun and don't mind the trouble. Uchiha Itachi had learned from Ashigaki Kisame that someone had been plotting against him and Sasuke's lives since he joined Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi had never thought that someone would continue to plot against him and Sasuke's lives after his death. Some people even wanted to revive a dead person with a tragic life and use him. It was a bit inappropriate for them to be human. It looks like this battle is almost over. Uchiha Itachi looked at the water giant summoned by Uehara Naraku, whose joints were burned by Sasuke's great dragon fire technique, and directly cracked this seemingly powerful technique. Hashigaki Kisame also nodded and chuckled. Uehara Naraku's technique has always been mostly based on the advantages of the terrain. It seems that if we want to deal with this little ghost in the future, we need to find a suitable battle location. That's right. Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly. Perhaps because there is no strong blood limit in the body, some ninjas will try their best to use the advantages of the terrain to enhance the power of ninjutsu. Ninjas must do whatever it takes to fight. On the unnamed lake, in order to get rid of Uehara's water giant, Uchiha Sasuke almost exhausted his chakra. He could only look at Uehara Naraku weakly as he rushed over and knocked him down with a punch. Uehara Naraku looked at the defeated Sasuke and then looked at the reward for defeating Sasuke again, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Side quest: defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Akatsuki organization. 1/1. The task has been completed and the passive skill Tenacity Will is rewarded. Tenacity Will, passive skill, life energy recovery effect increased by 100%. This reward is a bit weird. And anyway, it shouldn't appear in this place, right? What does Sasuke have at this time? It seems that there are no shortcomings, and of course he has no advantages. No, there are still some. He has absolute self-confidence. So the system rewards these things? Uehara Naraku shook his head helplessly and slapped Uchiha Sasuke's body with his hands. A magnificent life energy and chakra energy were injected into Uchiha Sasuke's body. This chakra instantly restored Sasuke to his peak strength. This healing ability. Uchiha Sasuke's face flashed with surprise. He had received treatment in the past, but it was just an ordinary healing technique. He didn't expect that Uehara Naraku could easily bring him to the peak state now. This is normal. The healing effect brought by Uehara Naraku's current use of star infusion can directly restore more than 20,000 life energy and chakra energy. Except for Nagato, who can't be fed enough. This is almost overflowing for ordinary ninjas. With such a medical ninja, what opponent can't be defeated? Moreover, Uehara Naraku also has a summon beast like the ancient dragon, and his physical strength is also very strong. Uchiha Sasuke thought about it, and suddenly felt a little unconfident. Damn, who doesn't want such a teammate? Why should they become your teammate? To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke is really a little greedy. This kind of teammate is really helpful to Sasuke, who is more concerned about interests now. Uehara Naraku didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke was jealous of him. He just patted Sasuke on the shoulder like a senior and said, "Okay, take a break, and prepare for your decisive battle tomorrow. I believe you will definitely defeat Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke nodded after pondering. After their battle, Hashiga Kikisame and Uchiha Itachi, who were secretly watching from a distance, naturally withdrew from the area and returned to the Akatsuki base. After a night, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke woke up in the early morning. The two brothers tacitly put on their own clothes in different rooms, packed up each other's ninja tools, and walked out of the Akatsuki base. Obviously, they planned to leave early before the members of the Akatsuki organization woke up, so as not to be watched by a group of people like the duel between the Kazuna brothers yesterday. And according to their travel time, if they set out at this time, they would not be able to reach the secret base of Uchiha until noon. Unfortunately, all members of the Akatsuki organization got up early. Because today is the day for the duel between the Uchiha brothers, Nagato will be stationed at the base of Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain village, and he only sent Pin to host and watch. Even Konon came to watch. The life and death duel between the Uchiha brothers has become a major event for the Akatsuki organization, and it seems to be much more important than capturing the tailed beasts. What's going on? Uchiha Itachi frowned, looking at the black robes with auspicious clouds waiting for them at the entrance of the organization's base, and his forehead couldn't help but jump. Is there any mission today? These people shouldn't be going to watch their brothers duel, right? No way. No way. No way. How can there be someone who likes to watch the tragedy of other people's brothers killing each other? No special mission. Naraku spread out his fingers, looked around at everyone present, and said softly, everyone is here to help you voluntarily, to help you drive away any ninjas approaching the battle area, so as not to be disturbed. Naraku is right. Konan stood beside Naraku, helping her disciple hold an umbrella. This woman seemed to be more and more fond of her disciple. Yeah, that's right. Deidara smiled beside him with his eyes narrowed. If you don't know, you would really think that this bastard is willing to help. Kakuzu hugged his arms and snorted boredly. Humph. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Yes. Hidden nodded, reached out and grabbed the weird religious decoration on his chest, slowly closed his eyes, and said devoutly, I will pray to the evil god for you, and wish you brothers to die together. Hidden is really a ruthless person. There is actually such a magical prayer. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at Uchiha Itachi, then at Uchiha Sasuke, and whispered, if you two are interested, you can sign a voluntary body donation agreement with me in advance. When one of you is killed, I can help make a puppet, so that you can gain eternal life. It can be seen that Scorpion is also a ruthless person. Kabuto Yakushi, who just joined the Akatsuki organization 2 days ago, was relatively normal. He just pushed his eyes and whispered, Lord Orochimaru was obsessed with Uchiha before he died. I will take Lord Orochimaru's place to send his old friend from his hometown of Konoha. Why did Orochimaru always think about Uchiha? Who present didn't know. Kabuto Yakushi, this guy, must have lied with his eyes open. Bei's answer was a bit euphemistic. He just looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi and said, we occasionally drink iced juice together. In fact, we feel very sad for every companion who may pass away. I'm with Bei. Kaguya Junmero was concise. A smile appeared on half of White Zetsu's face, and he whispered, no one would want to miss the battle of Mangekyou Sharingan, right? A grim look appeared on half of Black Zetsu's face, and he chuckled. After all, we might get to see a technique of Amaterasu's level. Hazuki Sujetsu, who had just joined in 2 days ago, and had just been beaten yesterday, grinned, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, hey, that guy named Sasuke, I bet you will win. You must kill your brother. Uchiha Itachi. Hazuki Mangetsu glanced at Uchiha Itachi meaningfully, and whispered, don't embarrass us as brothers, and kill your own brother without mercy. TSK. Ringo Uiori shook her head and stopped talking. Hashiga Kikisame carried his Samehada sword and grinned, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth. If Mr. Itachi is alive, I will bring Mr. Itachi back to take care of him. If Mr. Itachi dies in battle, I will help you collect his body. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. The two Uchiha brothers looked at each other, and at that moment, they suddenly didn't want to duel, and wanted to kill these guys who were afraid of chaos in the world. These guys in the Akatsuki organization were indeed very curious. When Uchiha Sasuke joined the Akatsuki organization, They began to look forward to today's event and had been waiting for the duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Now, they finally waited. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime series. It's a pity for Momochi's abuser. He waited for so many years in vain. Before the drama was about to end, his abuser died in the mission of capturing the three-tailed beast. Okay. Pain finally stood up and said something fair. He looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke and said, Itachi, Sasuke, in addition to helping you drive away the enemies that may approach you, we also want to send the loser off. After all, we are nominal companions. Nominal companions are still companions. Uehara Naraku nodded, clasped his palms together, and said softly, with so many of us, it seems that we have to summon the ancient dragon as a mount. This way, it won't delay your duel time. Okay. Deidara nodded quickly. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other. It seemed that they couldn't resist the prying of these guys. The two brothers actually felt a little sympathy for each other before the life and death duel came. An ancient dragon fell from the sky in the heavy rain. All the members of Akatsuki lined up, boarded the ancient dragon one by one, and sat on the back of the ancient dragon in a row. No one disrupted the formation. The best position was naturally reserved for today's protagonist. The two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke sat among the people of Akatsuki, and a group of people were spying on them from the side, making them feel a little like a thorn in their backs. Uehara Naraku flew and landed beside Xiaonan, knocked on the scales of the ancient dragon, chuckled and said, okay, let's go. Roar. The ancient dragon roared to the sky. The next moment, the ancient dragon spread its wings and leaped into the air, flapping its wings slowly, and flew to the duel site with more than a dozen members of Akatsuki. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. I want to conceive. Thank you for the reward from Yasuazation. Thank you for the reward from Yipianbei Kanpianbei. Thank you for the reward from the Emperor of Dark Stars. Thank you for the reward from Wu Wei. Thank you for the reward from Yangshan Shianzhen. Thank you for the reward from Lindbro. Thank you for the reward from Xiaoxiashan. Thank you for the reward from the book friend 20200601958304777. Thank you for the reward from all the big guys, and thank you for the genuine support from all the book friends. Chapter 247 Uchiha Sasuke. Fortunately you haven't changed, so I won't feel any pressure to kill you. The ancient dragon was very fast. In the morning, they arrived at the target location. Uehara Naraku looked at the wasteland below, looked at the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke and said, Mr. Itachi, Sasuke, do you need our help to turn this place into a flat land? This will be more fair. No need. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, stood up from the ancient dragon, and said in a depressed voice, this was once a stronghold built by our Uchiha clan. Now let it witness the final fate of our clan. Then let us help reinforce it, to prevent it from being destroyed by you. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he turned and looked at the people present, and said loudly, which senior here is good at earth escape ninjutsu? No need. Uchiha Itachi interrupted Uehara Naraku hurriedly. He felt that Uehara Naraku had a problem with his brain. Why did he want to get involved in everything? Uchiha Itachi sighed in his heart, looked at Uehara Naraku's puzzled eyes, and explained softly, today, one of Sasuke and I is destined to die in battle here, so let this base be his burial place. Okay. Uchiha Sasuke also nodded quickly. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, controlled the ancient dragon to fall down, and gently greeted the audience of the Akatsuki organization. Then let's go in and find a suitable position. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. In the speechless eyes of the Uchiha brothers, the members of Akatsuki filed into the Uchiha base and each chose a suitable position to watch. Pain sat on the stone chair in the Uchiha base. After watching Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke come in, he remembered his responsibility as the host. Thump, thump, thump. Pain's fingers tapped lightly on the stone chair, watching Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke stop, and his voice suddenly became indifferent. It's time to start. Before Pain's voice fell, Uchiha Sasuke drew out his ninja sword and slashed at Uchiha Itachi beside him. With just one sword, he cut open Uchiha Itachi's chest and abdomen. Uchiha Sasuke curled his lips and looked at Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground. When he was about to say something, a cry of surprise interrupted his thoughts. Wow. Deidara was surprised by this sword. He never concealed himself. Others immediately looked at Deidara with great dissatisfaction, thinking that this guy really destroyed the solemn atmosphere at the scene. But there was someone who destroyed the atmosphere even more. Papa. Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his hands, clapped his hands in the speechless eyes of a group of people, and praised. Whether it is Sasuke's sharp sword or Mr. Itachi's crow substitute, they are worthy of our applause, right? Everyone present looked at each other for a while. It seems that what Uehara Naraku said makes some sense. Just Sasuke's sword is enough to make him one of the best swordsmen in the ninja world. The applause resounded throughout the Uchiha stronghold. Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, applauding when others are fighting for their lives. The Akatsuki organization is really daring. Uchiha Itachi on the ground turned into crows and dissipated, and recondensed into the appearance of Uchiha Itachi on the other side. His face was very calm. It was obvious that Uchiha Itachi had a very good psychological quality and would not show it, even if he was embarrassed. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi closed his fingers. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about the embarrassment and threw out a huge mechanical shuriken, covering the Chidori on the mechanical shuriken, and was about to interrupt Itachi's seal. Who would have thought that Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan in his eye sockets was spinning wildly? At Tsukuyomi. The next second, the Tsukuyomi illusion hit Uchiha Sasuke, and the will of the Uchiha brothers entered the Tsukuyomi space at the same time. The winner of the illusion contest was not something that could be determined by those not present. Everyone immediately started discussing it, but unfortunately, the people present were not very good at illusions, and they didn't even understand the principles of Tsukuyomi. Who would have thought that the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke fell to one knee on the ground? Obviously, the illusion contest in the Tsukuyomi space was over. Uehara Naraku curled his lips. In the Tsukuyomi space, the information about the Mangekyou Sharingan that Uchiha Itachi wanted to leak had already been leaked to his brother, right? Sasuke, you've really grown up. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground, stroking his eye sockets tightly. You can even crack my Tsukuyomi. Originally, I found a way to crack Tsukuyomi, but this time's Tsukuyomi is too crude, right? Sasuke stood up waving his ninja sword, pointing at the group of figures in black robes with auspicious clouds and said, Itachi, your illusion is indeed so realistic that it is difficult to distinguish, but you forgot that the guys created in the Tsukuyomi space are too quiet. Whether it's Uchiha Obito you mentioned, or the legendary Uchiha Madara, or the story of our clan's cursed Mangekyou Sharingan, how could the guys in the Tsukuyomi space still sit there, as if nothing had happened? It turned out that their existence revealed a flaw. Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly, stood up, and said softly, I didn't expect that it was because there were too many spectators today that the illusion revealed a flaw. There's nothing we can do about it. But thank you for telling me. Uchiha Sasuke stretched out his ninja sword, wielded it fiercely, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. I will accept your eyes without hesitation. A flash of lightning suddenly enveloped Uchiha Sasuke's ninja sword. It was his favorite ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori blade. Uchiha Itachi frowned, stretched out his hand to grab Sasuke's wrist, and the two launched a wonderful physical confrontation. Fiden looked at the battle between the Uchiha brothers, scratched his head, looked at the others and asked, what nonsense are they talking about? Why can't I understand? Is there anyone who understands it? Just shut up. Kakuzu looked at his teammates with disdain. Deidara also looked at Iden with disdain, but he still explained. Just now when Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke were fighting in the illusion, they seemed to say something extraordinary, but the us created by Uchiha Itachi and the illusion were too quiet, so Uchiha Itachi revealed his flaws. Understand? Idiot. Asshole. I'll kill you. Shut up. The audience of Akatsuki organization is really not of high quality. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi didn't care about them anymore, and the two brothers also fought with real fire, and groups of fire escape ninjutsu began to be released in this area. Fire escape, great fireball technique. The great fireball technique of the two people instantly raised the temperature of this space. The Akatsuki organization in the audience finally felt that it was a little unsafe here. After all, these two desperate guys couldn't care about reducing the power of their techniques. Under the leadership of Uehara Naraku, Everyone began to file out again, evacuated this stronghold, and re-entered the ancient Dragon Sky VIP audience seat. This move was very wise. A moment later, Uchiha Itachi was driven out of the base. The entire base soon became shaky in their fire escape confrontation. Deidara looked at the great fireball technique on the ground with some surprise. Is Uchiha Sasuke so powerful? His attainments in fire escape ninjutsu are even better than that guy Itachi. Hashiga Kikisame smiled, but did not answer. If Deidara went down to experience it himself, Uchiha Itachi would definitely let Deidara know what 6 seals in 1 second means, and what the eldest son of the fire escape family means. Amaterasu. A sharp shout rang out from the ground. The entire earth was surrounded by a ball of black flames in an instant. It was Uchiha Itachi's Manjaki Sharingan pupil technique Amaterasu, this kind of black flame that can burn everything. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have been prepared for Amaterasu. He suddenly took out a scroll, closed his palms, and whispered, "Fire seal." The countless black flames rolling around were absorbed by him with a seal. A trace of surprise appeared on White Zetsu's face. How is this possible? Has Sasuke already prepared a way to crack Amaterasu? Black Zetsu said in a gloomy voice, even if it is the Manjaki technique, it is essentially just fire and yin chakra. Uchiha Sasuke should have taken advantage of this. After all, Sasuke is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. If he had been prepared, he might have been able to research a way to target Amaterasu. When Uehara Naraku watched Sasuke seal Amaterasu with a fire seal, he couldn't help but look at Hashiga Kikisame. What's going on? This technique should belong to Jiraiya, right? The next moment, someone quickly told the truth. After Uchiha Sasuke completed the seal on Amaterasu, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Itachi, last year when you found that the power of your fire escape technique was not as strong as mine, you secretly developed this seal. Originally, this was the fire escape ninjutsu you wanted to use to seal my fire escape ninjutsu. You didn't expect that I would learn it today, and you sit against your Amaterasu? I really haven't thought about it. Uchiha Itachi shook his head slowly and whispered, Sasuke, you have indeed grown a lot in the past few years. It's beyond my imagination. On the ancient dragon, Hashiga Kikisame shook his head slightly, with a meaningful smile on his face. When we encountered Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, Mr. Itachi's Amaterasu seemed to have been sealed by that adult. Mr. Itachi developed this sealing technique himself, but he didn't expect that this technique was secretly learned by Uchiha Sasuke. Deidara looked at the battle on the ground with a chuckle. Is this a self-defeating move? Uchiha Itachi was only concerned with practicing with his brother, but he didn't expect that his technique was also secretly learned by Sasuke, the little guy who was patiently waiting for revenge. Uehara Naraku was speechless. Originally, Uehara Naraku thought that Uchiha Itachi might let him off a little, but he didn't expect that this was not letting him off, but letting him off a whole ocean. Because Uchiha Sasuke was always by his side, Uchiha Itachi could secretly let Uchiha Sasuke copy any ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi actually developed a technique to target Amaterasu and secretly tried to teach it to Sasuke. Was he afraid that his brother couldn't kill him? Uehara Naraku and Hashiga Kikisame could see it. Others only felt that this battle was full of twists and turns. Whenever Uchiha Itachi had the upper hand, Uchiha Sasuke would reverse the situation again. Uchiha Itachi suppressed Sasuke with his own strength and strange eye technique, but Uchiha Sasuke always succeeded in turning the tables by using techniques to target Uchiha Itachi's ability. Scorpion couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Is Uchiha Sasuke's will for revenge so strong? He actually collected so much information about Uchiha Itachi. Yes. Hashiga Kikisame chuckled and grinned an extremely ugly smile. I have seen it all in the past few years. Sasuke, this little brat, has never slacked off in order to kill Mr. Itachi. The battle on the ground is about to be decided. Uchiha Itachi's strongest Manjaki Sharingan pupil technique, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, had no effect, and his fire ninjutsu could not match Uchiha Sasuke's. His defeat was certain. Uchiha Sasuke stood on a high place, looking down at Uchiha Itachi, who had no trump cards left, and said in a cold voice, Uchiha Itachi, I have seen everything about you in these 2 Sharingans. This is where you will be buried. Now, he will bury this sinful brother in this place. to commemorate the tribesmen he slaughtered. It began to rain in the sky. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at the rain in the sky, letting it wash over his face, and slowly stretched out his palm to welcome the baptism of the rain. Uchiha Itachi covered his lips, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up and looked at Sasuke on the high place, his eyebrows slightly curved. Uchiha Itachi, your chakra is running low, right? Sasuke looked down at Uchiha Itachi and said softly, I have calculated it clearly. I have been rehearsing the battle between us for countless days and nights, but you have never taken me seriously. Now before you die, do you have any last words? Sasuke. The smile on Uchiha Itachi's face became more and more intense, and his voice was as gentle as ever. It's too early to say these now. Do you know why I never care about your revenge? What? Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Because in front of this ninjutsu, everything you have worked hard for is meaningless. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his palm and stroked his eye sockets, whispering, the Mangekyou Sharingan is not as simple as you think. When you get the Mangekyou Sharingan, just work hard to practice and guide out the pupil power inside. When the power you guide out of the Mangekyou Sharingan is strong enough, you will awaken an ultimate pupil technique that can turn the invisible pupil power into a tangible object. And this kind of tangible object, our Uchiha clan has a very frightening name in the records of the Mangekyou Sharingan pupil technique, and its name is Susanoo. The next moment, a red skeleton floated up from Uchiha Itachi's body, gradually forming a red giant, slowly covering Uchiha Itachi's body. When Uchiha Sasuke and the people of the Akatsuki organization looked at the appearance of Susanoo, they all showed a look of astonishment. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke through Susanoo, and his face was still very calm. It is precisely because you have awakened the ultimate eye technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo, that I have never been on guard against you all these years. How could you, who possess the 3 Magatama Sharingan, escape the sight of the Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of certainty. Even if you have secretly learned countless ninjutsu from me, it doesn't matter, because in front of Susanoo, everything is meaningless. Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence. Sweat began to drip from his face along with the rain. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi and the red Susanoo, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. In fact, over the years, I have always thought about one thing, that is, you will deliberately die at my hands. Uchiha Sasuke slowly loosened his ninja sword, chuckled and continued, so every time I secretly copy your ninjutsu, I will feel a little guilty, because I can't judge what kind of brother I will kill at that time, or maybe I won't even be able to do it, because victory may come too easily. Uchiha Sasuke slowly closed his palms, calmly forming his hand seals, and continued softly, now I don't have this burden anymore. You are still the arrogant Uchiha Itachi, thinking that everything is under your control. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head again, looked up at the lightning dancing in the clouds in the sky, and let the rain and sweat flow on his face. Uchiha Itachi, this is also very good, because in this way, when I kill you, you don't have to care. Thunder and lightning are dancing in the sky. The next moment, a huge thunder beast jumped out from the clouds. Uchiha Sasuke pointed his finger at the red Susanoo on the ground, guided the thunder beast in the air to fall down, and shouted coldly, disappear with thunder. Uchiha Itachi, take your pride and arrogance with you. This chapter is so tiring. The personalities of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are so damn hard to write. I must let Uehara cook up these two brothers. The third update will probably be in the evening. Chapter 248. What the hell is this? Return the ticket. On the body of the ancient dragon. After Susanoo appeared, the onlookers fell silent. Those who had doubts about Uchiha Itachi gradually dispelled their suspicions, and some even held certain conspiracy theories about Uchiha Itachi. Deidara touched his chin, his face not looking good. Uchiha Itachi is really insidious. This guy secretly gave the hope of revenge to Uchiha Sasuke in the past few years, and now he has destroyed the hope of Sasuke with his own hands. The winner has not been decided yet. Scorpion of the Red Sand shook his head coldly. Deidara hesitated for a while, and said firmly, no one can defeat Itachi in front of the legendary Susanoo, right? Deidara, have you heard of Susanoo? Deidara nodded slowly, his face a little heavy. The old guy Noki once mentioned that when he and the second generation Tsuchikage went to Konoha to request an alliance, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo destroyed all their pride in one move. Although Deidara has always been very proud, Deidara does not think that Inoki and the second generation Tsuchikage are weaker than himself. Two ninjas who are good at dust release were easily defeated by Susanoo. How could Uchiha Sasuke win in front of Susanoo? Sure enough, the Kirin Thunder Beast in the sky fell down with a bang. The red Susanoo raised a mirror and blocked the frontal attack of the lightning release Kirin. However, the violent lightning release chakra still spread unscrupulously on the body of Susanoo, destroying the armor on the body of Susanoo. However, no matter how crazy the attack was, the lightning release Kirin still could not hurt Uchiha Itachi inside Susanoo, and could only disappear in the air with a trace of grief. Cough. Uchiha Itachi covered his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The use of Susanoo was also very burdensome to him. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Susanoo in disbelief, staring blankly at the lightning release Kirin being blocked by Susanoo, and he couldn't help muttering in his mouth, "How is this possible? How is this impossible?" The existence of Susanoo completely refreshed Sasuke's cognition. Even the audience on the ancient dragon in the air was shocked by the power of Susanoo. Not many of them were sure to take on Uchiha Sasuke's lightning release Kirin. Kakuzu spoke in a muffled voice. Even if you have been forbearing for several years, you still can't escape your brother's control. This little guy Sasuke is really pitiful. The battle is not over yet. Hashiga Kikisame shook his head and whispered to himself, even if it is Susanoo, how long can Mr. Itachi last? He can't last long. Hashiga Kikisame really knows Uchiha Itachi's physical condition. The vision of the main Gekkai Sharingan has declined greatly, and the power of the pupil has been consumed. The body is still dragging a serious illness, and the chakra is almost exhausted. Everyone watched the battle underground, and saw Uchiha Sasuke attacking Uchiha Itachi helplessly and furiously, but was completely blocked by Susanoo. The ninja sword cut Susanoo. I don't know what Sasuke is thinking, but Uchiha Itachi slowly approached Uchiha Sasuke, and stretched out his fingers. Just when everyone thought he was about to dig out Sasuke's eyes, Uchiha Itachi's fingers stopped weakly on Sasuke's forehead. The next moment, the huge Susanoo disappeared. Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground in a mess. What was going on? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization showed a look of surprise on their faces. Everyone subconsciously flew to the ground and looked at Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground. Uchiha Itachi on the ground was already dead. Uchiha Itachi, who used Susanoo in the last moment of his life to complete a GD comeback, actually died here. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the wall of the ruins in a daze. Hey, Sasuke, what did Uchiha Itachi say to you before he died? Deidara pouted his lips and shouted in dissatisfaction. How could this be the result? How can we accept this? The twists and turns in the middle were surprising enough. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke breaking the Tsukuyomi or the Amaterasu, it was worth Deidara getting up early to see. But it ended so weirdly. Isn't this too unbearable? Shouldn't the ending be that Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo and flattened Uchiha Sasuke with one punch, showing that he was worthy of the title of Itachi who destroyed the clan? Fidan interrupted Deidara coldly and shouted contemptuously, "Hey, Deidara. Do you think you are watching a drama performance? Can you ask for a refund?" Hashiga Kikisame explained softly. In fact, Mr. Itachi's pupil power has been exhausted, right? The main Gekkai Sharingan consumes a lot of pupil power. This explanation is barely acceptable. At least everyone also understood the power of the main Gekkai Sharingan and knew some of its weaknesses. Okay, let's go first. Pain glanced at the people around him and said softly, Uchiha Itachi is a member of the organization, so let's help build a tombstone for him. Leave it to me. Hashiga Kikisame looked up at the heavy rain in the sky and whispered, everyone go first. This is the agreement between Mr. Itachi and I. If he dies, I will help him clean up his body. Let me help you. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses. His voice was a little regretful. After all, Itachi and I are both ninjas from Konoha, and I should send him off. Then let's do it. After Uehara Naraku nodded, he turned and looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, do you want to go back with us or stay here? I'll stay here. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. Hoshigaki Kisame took a look at the ruins and sighed. It will take quite some time to build a large tomb for Mr. Itachi. I see. Uehara Naraku nodded and said softly, that's fine. I'll let the ancient dragon send everyone back first, and then summon it back to pick us up. Okay. Tendo Pain nodded. Konan came forward, held out her paper umbrella, handed it to Uehara Naraku, and said softly, then come back early. Uehara Naraku shook his head, smiled at her, and suddenly took off his bamboo hat, and put it on Konan's head. The ancient dragon in the sky roared down. The Akatsuki group stepped on the ancient dragon and left here. In the ruins after the fierce battle, only Uchiha Sasuke, Hoshigaki Kisame, Kabuto Yakushi and Uehara Naraku were left. Everyone seemed to be in a different mood. Hey, Senior Kisame. Uchiha Sasuke stared blankly at the body of Uchiha Itachi on the ground, and asked in a low voice, did Itachi lose to me on purpose? Do you know about this? What does he mean? No, actually you are too strong. After Hoshigaki Kisame grinned an extremely ugly smile, he slowly nodded and said, okay, since you know everything, do you need me to tell you now about the two paths Uchiha Itachi has arranged for you? What does this mean? Because Mr. Itachi has been seriously ill for a long time, I have always asked him to go to Uehara for treatment, but Mr. Itachi gave up treatment early. Hoshigaki Kisame leaned down, slowly straightened Uchiha Itachi's body, and whispered, ever since the first time I met him, I knew that he didn't want to live in this world anymore. Uchiha Sasuke fell to the ground. Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head and interrupted Sasuke, explaining softly, Mr. Itachi could not bear the pain of killing his clansmen, nor could he bear the torture and coercion from Konoha, so he finally chose to die. Konoha. That's right. Hoshigaki Kisame stretched out his hand to cover Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and whispered, do you want to know the truth about the extermination of the clan? The Uchiha clan is the #1 clan in the ninja world, and therefore suffered the fear of the Konoha high-level officials headed by the 3rd Hokage. Mr. Kisame is wrong about this. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, chuckled and added, in fact, since the 2nd Hokage, the Uchiha clan has been feared by the Konoha high-level officials, but the Uchiha at that time still had value. After Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, he continued with a smile. After the end of the 3rd Ninja World War, the ninja world became peaceful, and the Uchiha clan naturally became useless. No wonder Lord Orochimaru asked me to find Shimura Danzo to ask for the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly raised his head. What Danzo? Shimura Danzo. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and continued to respond softly, but Shimura Danzo has died a long time ago. Otherwise you might have seen how many Uchiha Sharingan Shimura Danzo has seized. I don't know about this. Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head, looked up at Uchiha Sasuke and said, in short, when the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was the most tense, the Konoha high-level officials used one condition, to instigate Mr. Itachi to rebel. Uchiha Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, chuckled and said, it seems you have guessed it, right? That is to save your life, and kill all the other Uchiha. Otherwise, do you think he would keep you alive on purpose? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Hoshigaki Kisame spread out his palms, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Itachi has been using Konoha's intelligence, to threaten them to protect you. Remember when you defected from Konoha? Do you know why Mr. Itachi let you join Akatsuki? Hoshigaki Kisame stared at Uchiha Sasuke, and said in a deep voice, because you are under Orochimaru's command, he is very worried about your safety. But only I know, that when you appear in Akatsuki, it means that Mr. Itachi's death is near. I really want to kill you, little brat. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's shoulders, pressed him in front of Uchiha Itachi. His face became a little ferocious and said, look at your brother. Everything he did was for you. Now listen to me. He arranged two paths for you before he died. Uchiha Sasuke. The first one. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Uehara Naraku next to him, and seeing that his superior was looking into the distance nonchalantly, he continued, continue to follow us, and take revenge on Konoha. We are the most powerful in the entire ninja world, so you can join us. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and asked coldly, who does he think he is? Does he think he can arrange for me? Shut up. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck and said coldly, the second way is to return to Konoha, and be your ninja. Don't worry, the third Hokage is dead, and the Konoha level officials will definitely not make things difficult for you, a little guy. They still need you to leave the bloodline of the Sharingan for Konoha. There are many Akatsuki ninjas, and they won't care about the absence of a little kid like you. Uehara Naraku is a friend of Mr. Itachi. As long as you don't leak Akatsuki's information, he won't let the leader pursue your betrayal of Akatsuki. Uchiha Sasuke sneered, looked at Ashigaki Kisame with contempt and said, "It seems that you have told me two paths, but then you told me that the Konoha level officials forced Itachi to kill my parents. Don't you still want me to choose to follow you? This is indeed our selfishness." Uehara Naraku shook his head, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Mr. Itachi thinks that you can choose freely. It is best to return to your hometown of Konoha and continue to live a peaceful life. At that time, we will conceal the truth about the Uchiha clan genocide. But we think that you should not return to the ninja village that forced the Uchiha clan to be destroyed and brothers to kill each other. So we told you the truth about the Uchiha clan genocide. But it doesn't matter, because Mr. Itachi has already prepared a backup plan. Mr. Itachi believes that your friend Uzumaki Naruto will convince you to let go of your hatred." Naruto? The corners of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes froze slightly. "That's right." Uehara Naraku walked over, patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, and said softly, "Your brother Uchiha Itachi is a great man. I have to say, he is really good at judging people." Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Itachi on the ground with a dim gaze, and curled his lips. Uchiha Itachi was not wrong about Uzumaki Naruto. He is indeed a very charismatic person. You don't have any evidence. Evidence? Uehara Naraku looked down at the body of Uchiha Itachi on the ground, patted Sasuke on the shoulder. His voice gradually became low. "We don't need any evidence, because we don't need you, a kid who has tortured Mr. Itachi for half his life, with that pitiful power. If Mr. Itachi hadn't asked us to wait until you opened your Mangekyou Sharingan, and then come to help you transplant his Mangekyou Sharingan, so that you can gain eternal eye power, do you think we would stay here? You also know about this?" Uchiha Sasuke's eyes softened suddenly, because Uehara Naraku was very angry when he talked about these things, and he looked like he didn't need him, which made Sasuke more credible. And Uehara Naraku also mentioned the secret of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Obviously, this secret is not known to ordinary people. What do you think? Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said unhappily, "Konoha will definitely not let you get this kind of power. You don't have many other friends in the ninja world. Mr. Itachi will naturally arrange everything for you before he dies." After saying this, Uehara Naraku seemed to be looking at a useless junior, and continued in a cold voice, "When you return to Konoha village, don't show the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Do you understand what I mean? Understand, this may cause Konoha to be wary." Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and suddenly reacted suddenly, and retorted loudly, "Who told you that I want to return to Konoha? I want to destroy Konoha and avenge Itachi. I seem to divide this chapter into several chapters, and I can definitely make up a lot of stories, but I'm afraid you will say that I'm water." Chapter 249 Sasuke, why can my brother make such a good friend like Uehara Naraku? Uchiha Sasuke was very determined. No, it should be said that Uchiha Sasuke was fooled. Uchiha Sasuke's character is not easy to be interpreted. Once you arrange a peaceful life in the name of doing good for him, the inherent pride of the Uchiha clan will make him unwilling and take another path. So the core of Uehara Naraku's persuasion of Sasuke is for his own good. A person who has been persuading Sasuke to stay away from danger is much more trustworthy than those who persuade Sasuke to collect the tailed beasts to destroy Konoha, right? This is the excellence of Uehara Naraku. Even Uchiha Itachi could not have thought that someone would induce Sasuke like this. This method is really a bit scary. Who would have thought that a person who said that he was doing good for Sasuke was deliberately taking advantage of Sasuke's rebellious psychology? This is because Uchiha Sasuke is too proud and can't stand the slightest stimulation. He will explode directly with a little guidance. After hearing what Sasuke said, Uehara Naraku blinked his eyes and whispered, "Sasuke, don't act on impulse. Mr. Itachi has arranged everything for you. He left you the Mangekyou Sharingan, just so that you can have the power to protect yourself. I think very clearly." Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said with a sinister face, "I will not obey his will to live a mediocre life. I will take on the hatred of him and the entire Uchiha and destroy Konoha to avenge them. No need for that. Uehara Naraku patted Sasuke on the shoulder and continued to persuade softly. In fact, Mr. Itachi has already forgiven Konoha in his heart. He believes that the Konoha executives did keep their promise and allowed you to grow up safely in Konoha. Who is willing to play ninja games with those guys? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Uehara Naraku, and interrupted Uehara Naraku in a cold voice. What I hate most are the years I lived in Konoha. Itachi should have told me the truth at the beginning, instead of letting me spend that dark time in Konoha. Now when I think about it, I hate those hypocritical guys in Konoha. There is no need. Uehara Naraku sighed and comforted Sasuke's emotions. Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Mr. Itachi believes that it is there that you can be protected. I never need protection. Uchiha Sasuke punched the wall fiercely, and a string of blood slowly flowed from his eyes. What I need is always strength. The power to support my revenge. The blood in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes slowly flowed on his face, and the three Magatama Sharingan spun wildly, gradually turning into a pair of strange Mangekyou Sharingan. At this moment, the anger reached its peak. Uchiha Sasuke finally thought that he had found the way to the future, which also allowed him to open the Mangekyou Sharingan, a pair of cursed eyes. Uehara Naraku looked at Sasuke's eyes in amazement. There was an unexpected gain. He just chatted with Sasuke for a few words and let him open the Mangekyou. A trace of astonishment gradually emerged on Uehara's face. Your eyes. Mangekyou Sharingan. Is this the fate of you two brothers? What? Uchiha Sasuke slowly stretched out his palm and subconsciously touched his eye socket, but he touched a handful of blood. His expression changed instantly. Mangekyou Sharingan. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke slowly clenched his fist, looked down at the body of Uchiha Itachi on the ground, and knelt on one knee beside him. Uchiha Sasuke stroked his eye sockets and promised word by word, I will bear your hatred together. Let Konoha pay the price for our Uchiha clan. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Sasuke, if you do this, it will not meet Mr. Itachi's expectations. He just hopes that you can live in peace. Uehara. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Uehara Naraku in a deep voice and continued. Didn't Senior Kisame tell me just now? Itachi also arranged the first path for me, that is to join you, and let me inherit Itachi's position in Akatsuki. This path will be very dangerous. Uehara Naraku frowned, as if he wanted to make a final persuasion. Sasuke, if you return to Konoha, or live in seclusion, you can live safely, and perhaps you will never encounter fighting between ninjas again, and you don't have to see the cruelty of war again. This was really a heartfelt exhortation. Uehara Naraku was even moved by himself. Hoshigaki Kisame next to him had an even more complicated look in his eyes. If it weren't for Hoshigaki Kisame knowing his boss well, he would have believed that Uehara Naraku was a good friend of Uchiha Itachi, even the kind that depended on each other for life and death. If they were not good friends, why would Uehara Naraku persuade Sasuke to stay away from danger? People like Hoshigaki Kisame who knew Uehara Naraku's identity almost believed it, not to mention a rookie like Uchiha Sasuke. Don't persuade me anymore. Uchiha Sasuke slowly turned his head, staring at Uehara Naraku with a pair of scalloped Mangekyou Sharingan. Uehara, I know what I'm doing, and I know what I should say. I don't need your nonsense. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, and suddenly kicked out a foot, to hook Uchiha Sasuke's neck, and hooked him to the ground. Just as Sasuke stood up again with an angry face, Uehara Naraku knocked him to the ground with another punch. Just when Hoshigaki Kisame and Yakashi Kabuto were a little surprised, they didn't quite understand. Why did Uehara suddenly swing his fist when the situation of luring Sasuke was obviously very good? Uehara Naraku slowly wiped the blood on his fist and said coldly, what a nasty brat. Can't you just listen to your brother's arrangements? Sasuke, who was originally irritable, suddenly calmed down. The 16-year-old Uchiha youth was not as angry as imagined. He just looked at Uehara stubbornly, with a face full of unwillingness to admit defeat. Uehara Naraku grabbed Sasuke's collar, his eyes slightly turned cold. Uchiha Sasuke, listen to me clearly, we are Mr. Itachi's friends, but it doesn't mean we will dote on you like he does. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke's expression and said softly, in fact, we hate you very much, so I want you to get out. because Mr. Itachi once wanted to complete that great dream with us, but for you, he chose to give up his life. I know this. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head and still looked at Uehara Naraku stubbornly, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will inherit everything from Itachi. His dream is also my dream. His hatred is also my hatred. His will is also my will." Obviously Uehara Naraku had just beaten him up, but Sasuke did not show any special anger, and there was not even a trace of anger on his face. Uchiha Sasuke himself has determined that the reason why Uehara Naraku said he hated him must be because he killed Itachi. On this point, the two of them have almost the same ideas. Just when he learned the truth, Uchiha Sasuke also hated his ignorance, because the duel with Uchiha Itachi indirectly killed his brother. Now in this world, as long as Uchiha Itachi wants to do it, Uchiha Sasuke decided to do it for him. Mr. Itachi really left a big trouble. Uehara Naraku frowned and slowly loosened Uchiha Sasuke's collar. He waved at Kabuto Yakushi and whispered, "Kabuto, take out Mr. Itachi's eyes and wait until Sasuke completely masters the Mangeki pupil technique and replace Mr. Itachi's eyes for him." Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded hurriedly. As for Hoshiga Kikisame, who was standing next to Kabuto Yakushi, he didn't know what his expression was at this time. Hoshiga Kikisame couldn't imagine that Uehara Naraku had let Uchiha Sasuke stand in their camp so quickly. How the hell did he do it? He looked very determined. I can't figure it out. Especially after Uchiha Sasuke was kicked and punched, it seemed that his will became even stronger, and there was even a look of relief on his face. Uehara Naraku glanced at Sasuke, waved his hand to infuse him with chakra and life energy, and whispered, "If you really want to follow us, and want to replace Mr. Itachi, put away your look." Humph, I get it. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, lowered his head, and watched Yakushi Kabuto slowly remove Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and a trace of mist gradually appeared in his eyes. Uehara Naraku glanced at Sasuke, soothed Sasuke's emotions and said, "Don't be too sad. In fact, in Mr. Itachi's eyes, you have always been his pride. In fact, we don't believe it, but he always likes to say that you have power beyond him." Really? There was a tremor in Uchiha Sasuke's voice. Uehara Naraku patted Sasuke on the shoulder and sighed softly. "In fact, from Momochi's abuser and Hazuki Maingetsu, Mr. Itachi smiled very happily when he knew that you became a ninja and completed a C-rank mission. Why didn't he tell me the truth?" Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, squatted down again, and helped Uchiha Itachi tidy up his body. There was a hint of indignation in his voice. "If I had known the truth earlier, I would not hate him so much. Does it make sense?" Uehara Naraku shook his head and replied softly, "Mr. Itachi has always hoped that you can use your hatred for him to open the Mangeki Sharingan, so that you have the power to protect yourself, and you don't have to worry about anyone hurting you." After that, Uehara Naraku lowered his head and sighed. "I didn't expect that hatred couldn't make you open the Mangeki Sharingan. In the end, it was his love that made you open the Mangeki." After saying this, Uehara Naraku himself was also a little touched. Uchiha Itachi tried his best to let his brother use hatred to open the Mangeki Sharingan, but he never thought that his brother would open the Mangeki Sharingan, because he understood his brother's hidden family affection. Uchiha Sasuke shed tears silently. Everyone present was a ninja. It was not particularly difficult for them to arrange a grave. They quickly buried Uchiha Itachi's body here. In order to avoid being found by others, Uehara Naraku even released the water ninjutsu to lead the underground river and turn this place into a large lake. After Uehara Naraku finished all this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sasuke, I heard that there is a lake near your clan's land. Mr. Itachi should like it, right?" "Yeah." Uchiha Sasuke nodded, wiped his tears, and said softly, "There was a lake near the clan's land. Nasan used to like going there. Thank you very much." "Nothing." Uehara Naraku shook his head, frowned and glanced at Sasuke, and whispered, "Remember, pretend to be tolerant in front of those people in Akatsuki. Don't lose face for Mr. Itachi. His upbringing and behavior have always been the most perfect among the members of Akatsuki." "Yes." Uchiha Sasuke nodded solemnly. Sasuke has become a little obedient now. Sasuke almost regards Uehara Naraku, a friend of Uchiha Itachi during his lifetime, as his elder. Yakushi Kabuto looked at this scene, lowered his head, and pushed his glasses. Hoshiga Kikisame's face was quite emotional. To be honest, I never expected that within less than a day, Uehara Naraku's position in Uchiha Sasuke's heart would change drastically. I really can't imagine it. What if, one day Uchiha Sasuke finds out the truth? I'm afraid he will not be satisfied until Uehara Naraku is cut into pieces. I'm sorry, Itachi. Uehara Naraku looked at the big lake in front of him, with a touch of nostalgia on his face, and said, "We don't know how to choose to act according to your will, but I believe Sasuke's own choice is the most suitable for him, isn't it?" Uehara Naraku said this, as if he was Uchiha Itachi's life and death friend. Uchiha Sasuke stood behind Uehara Naraku, and gently comforted Uehara, saying, "Senior Uehara, this is my choice. If Nissen wants to blame someone in the underworld, let him blame me." Uchiha Sasuke was still comforting Uehara Naraku. Hashiga Kikisame stood beside them, looking at all this in disbelief. Is this world fake? What went wrong? Hashiga Kikisame couldn't help but doubt his memory. Who was the teammate who spent every day with Uchiha Itachi, him or Uehara Naraku? Yakashi Kabuto couldn't help but push his glasses again. "Let's go." After saying that, Uehara Naraku put his hands together and made a hand seal and whispered, "Sasuke, it's a pity that the summoning contract of this dragon is invalid. I will help you find a flying ninja beast so that you can visit Mr. Itachi often." "Yes, Uehara Senior." Uchiha Sasuke nodded hurriedly. If it was to enhance his strength, Uchiha Sasuke would not be too grateful, but if finding a flying ninja beast was to facilitate visiting the burial place of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke was very grateful to Uehara Naraku. This also proved that Uchiha Itachi did make a good friend. Uchiha Sasuke even felt a little envious and disgusted in his heart. Why could his brother make a friend like Uehara Naraku who could entrust his affairs to him, while he could only make a guy like Uzumaki Naruto? To be honest, Sasuke was really a little envious. An ancient dragon fell from the sky and landed in front of them. Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Sasuke, Kabuto Yakashi and Hashiga Kikisame stepped on the ancient dragon and left the burial place of Uchiha Itachi. Under the lake, Uchiha Obito dug a grave, slowly put his palm on the coffin, and put the coffin into his Kamu space. Uchiha Obito himself also entered the Kamu space. He suddenly opened the coffin, revealing the body of Uchiha Itachi. "It's so pitiful." Uchiha Obito looked at the body, and a helpless look appeared on his face. "Itachi, even you don't see the truth of this world. I think Uehara and Itachi have a really good relationship, otherwise he wouldn't take care of Sasuke like this. You see how good he is to Sasuke. Thank you for the reward from the fake words. Thank you for the reward from the Dark Star Emperor. Thank you for the reward from I haven't thought of my name yet. Thank you for the reward from Yizua Zha-chan. Thank you all for your awards, and thank you all for your genuine support." Chapter 250 Sasuke, Senior Uehara, please don't drive me away. Give people a way out, and give them the right to choose. Uehara Naraku knew this principle very well, so when Uehara and Uchiha Sasuke chatted, he always gave Sasuke the right to choose, so Sasuke would listen to him directly. Of course, the most important thing is to win Sasuke's heart with favors, and it has to be in the name of Uchiha Itachi. By the way, there is one more thing. Uehara Naraku sat on the back of the ancient dragon and said softly, "Mr. Itachi heard that Uzumaki Naruto had obtained the summoning contract of the three holy places, so he specially entrusted me to help you get the summoning contract of Raichi Cave, one of the three holy places." Raichi Cave? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. Obviously he had never heard of the name of this place. But it didn't matter, because someone soon introduced it to him. Yakashi Kabuto pushed his glasses, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and smiled. "The summoning beasts of the three ninjas of Konoha come from the three holy places. The three holy places have a history of at least 1,000 years in the ninja world. There are many powerful ninja beasts under the nourishment of natural energy. The three ninjas of Konoha." Uchiha Sasuke's face was a little surprised. After all, in this era, the name of the three ninjas of Konoha is still loud. Sasuke has been in the Akatsuki organization for so many years, and he is also very clear about the reputation of the three ninjas of Konoha. And it seems that Uzumaki Naruto's teacher is one of them. That's right. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and continued softly. Among them, Konoha's 5th Hokage Tsunede's summoning contract is with the Slug Sage of the Wet Bone Forest. Jiraiya's summoning contract is with the Toad Sage of Miyaboki Mountain. And Orochimaru's summoning contract is with the White Snake Sage from Ryochi Cave. Yes. Naraku Uehara followed Kabuto Yakushi's words and continued, although Orochimaru is no match for Mr. Itachi, the strength of his summoning beast is still good. Mr. Itachi may be worried that you will see that Naruto has a powerful summoning beast and feel wronged, so he asked us to help you find a summoning contract in a holy place. Who is wronged? Uchiha Sasuke immediately turned his head and said, I don't care so much. I don't need any summoning beast with my strength. Okay, I won't say any more. Uehara Naraku patted Sasuke's shoulder, comforting the young man, and said with a little sadness on his face, I just want to tell you that he always wants to give you the best. He just doesn't want to see his brother feel wronged. Anyway, according to Uchiha Sasuke's current strength after opening the Mangekyou Sharingan, it doesn't matter whether he wants his summoning beast or not. He just took it out as a favor. Since Uchiha Sasuke didn't want it, Uehara Naraku waved his hand as a matter of course, and saw Yakushi Kabuto put away the summoning scroll again. I know. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, Sasuke comforted Uehara Naraku. It doesn't matter. Thank you for your help, seniors. I have received my most precious gift. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head to look at the scenery in the distance and whispered, Senior Uehara, I hope to inherit Itachi's will, live in this world for him, and watch this world become what he dreamed of. Okay. Uehara Naraku patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, chuckled and said, then in 2 years, when you are 18 years old, prepare to get married immediately. Itachi has long wanted to see the day when you get married and become an adult. Senior. Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly darkened. This joke is really not funny at all. Although in Uchiha Sasuke's opinion, his brother Uchiha Itachi must have mentioned this matter to Uehara Naraku, otherwise a ninja would never think of getting married. Let me tell you our story first. Uehara Naraku looked into the distance and told a story from the past. At the beginning, I joined Akatsuki with Mr. Itachi. I was 1 year younger than him. At that time, my strength was insufficient, and I was defeated by his Sharingan. The image of a young man who was not convinced by Uchiha Itachi emerged, and gradually became a junior who was convinced by Uchiha Itachi, and finally became a good friend of Uchiha Itachi. They began to work hard for their dreams, but Uehara Naraku made faster and faster progress, while Uchiha Itachi was worried about his brother in the distance, and hesitated step by step. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi finally decided to entrust their dreams to Uehara Naraku alone to realize. It was not until Uchiha Itachi's brother joined the Akatsuki organization that the two people completely cut off contact. Uchiha Itachi concentrated on taking care of his brother and no longer contacted Uehara. Uehara Naraku was worried that Uchiha Itachi would be secretly assassinated by his brother, so he specially entrusted their other friend Hashigaki Kisame to take care of Uchiha Itachi. However, on the eve of the duel, Uchiha Itachi finally decided to open up and explained all his plans to his best friend Uehara Naraku and entrusted his final affairs to Uehara. This story is really touching. Hashigaki Kisame was a little skeptical about life after hearing it. If I remember correctly, Hashigaki Kisame should have been a teammate of Uchiha Itachi for 8 years. How come he didn't know that Uchiha Itachi could still make friends? Could it be that Uchiha Itachi didn't trust him? After hearing this story, Hashigaki Kisame was a little confused about whether it was true or not. Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his palm, as if catching a breeze. Sasuke, Itachi and I once dreamed of completely overthrowing this corrupt and declining ninja world and killing all those jealous guys. After saying this, Uehara Naraku turned his head abruptly and said in a cold voice, my teacher Konan was almost killed by Hands of the Salamander, because Hands of the Salamander was worried that the talents of Lord Pain and teacher Konan would surpass him. Your brother Uchiha Itachi was once forced by the Konoha high-level officials to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan and could only save you, your younger brother, because the Konoha high-level officials were worried that the Uchiha clan would become stronger and stronger and eventually an Uchiha Hokage would appear. Why has the ninja world become like this? Because the top of this ninja world is already corrupt and declining, they cannot tolerate the emergence of any genius, even if this genius just wants to protect his family. Several Mangekyou Sharingans of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, was forced to leave because his strength was too strong. The second generation Hokage, Senjuta Birama, believed that the Uchiha clan was born evil and used political means to humiliate and expel Madara. Uchiha Obito was an idiot. In order to survive, he joined Konoha's third generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He first murdered his teacher and his master's wife's family, and later killed all his fellow clansmen with Mr. Itachi. Mr. Uchiha Shizu was somewhat rational. In order to prevent Uchiha from being targeted, Mr. Shizu chose to be a double agent for Konoha and Uchiha. In the end, he was discovered by Konoha's high-level officials, and his Mangekyou Sharingan was dug out. Lord Uchiha Fugaku is your father. He also opened the Mangekyou Sharingan, but Lord Fugaku never dared to show it in front of others. If it weren't for the night of the genocide, even Mr. Itachi would not have discovered this secret. These words are too shocking. There are some true and some false. Uehara Naraku estimated that with this information, Uchiha Sasuke would not be able to find out the truth, even if he happened to know a little bit. It just happened to fit in with these things. Damn, everyone who knew the truth is dead. Even if they are dead, most of them are in Uehara Naraku's hands. After Uehara Naraku finished talking about Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uehara in disbelief. Father, does he also have Mangekyou Sharingan? Then why would he die? He is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Yes, this is also the most painful thing in Mr. Itachi's heart. Uehara Naraku stroked his forehead, suppressed his emotions, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Fugaku believed that Mr. Itachi could protect your younger brother, so he chose to be killed. Otherwise, do you think Mr. Itachi could defeat Mr. Fugaku? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head subconsciously. Uchiha Fugaku is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. In Sasuke's impression, his father is the most powerful person in the entire Uchiha clan. It seems normal. Both sons can open the Mangekyou Sharingan. How could Uchiha Fugaku, as a father, be a weak person? Because Lord Fugaku and Mr. Itachi, and your mother, Lady Makoto, should have bet their will, and even the future of the entire clan on you. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke, patted his shoulder sadly and said, these things about the Uchiha's past were told to me by Mr. Itachi when he was in the most pain. I don't know whether I should tell you, because they are too dark. No, you should tell me. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, if Senior Uehara didn't tell me, I wouldn't know how much hatred I should carry on my body. I will inherit Itachi's will. No, I will do it more thoroughly than him. What I carry on my body is the regret of my father and the wailing of all the Uchiha before their death. Let Konoha feel what pain is. Uchiha Sasuke's eye sockets gradually turned into a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. His pupil power was getting stronger and stronger. Before he could even use his pupil technique skillfully, a pair of purple skeletons were looming on his body. A black flame suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Is this Itachi's eye technique, Amaterasu? Then let me use his eye technique to burn the corrupt and decadent Konoha. It should be the transcription seal, right? Uehara Naraku was beside him, interrupting Sasuke's laughter. I remember Mr. Itachi told me on the eve of the duel that, even if you didn't open the Mangekyou Sharingan, he would seal the power of Amaterasu in your eye sockets, so that you can protect yourself. Uchiha Sasuke's smile suddenly restrained. He gritted his teeth in hatred, revealing a face full of pain and regret. That guy arranged all this for me again. Yeah. Uehara Naraku patted him on the shoulder, with some regret on his face, and said, that's why I hope you don't let him down. Don't let him down. Sasuke will find a quiet place to live a peaceful life in the future. There will be no more fighting and pain. Uehara-senpai. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uehara Naraku with an unprecedented firmness in his expression. He bowed his head suddenly and saluted. From now on, don't drive me away again. I have made up my mind. Alas. Uehara Naraku sighed softly, turned to look at Ashigaki Kisame and Yakushi Kabuto next to him, and said softly, we are working hard. Why do you have to get involved in this muddy water? In fact, I just want you to understand Itachi's painstaking efforts and the hardships he has suffered, and then return to his hometown of Konoha or find another place, get married and have children quietly. That must be what Itachi wants to see most now. Senior. Uchiha Sasuke stroked his eye sockets and whispered, even if I have a 3 Magatama Sharingan, I will not give up, not to mention that I have opened the main Gekyo now. So I don't want to miss what you and Itachi used to do. Let's go back to the organization's base first. Uehara Naraku shook his head and avoided answering. Instead, he talked about another thing. You can consider your teammates. It doesn't matter if it's Kisame, me or Kabuto. Kabuto is the person I recruited. Kisame and I are both friends of Mr. Itachi. Yeah. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and fell into the dilemma of making a choice again. First of all, Kabuto Yakushi must be eliminated. Hoshigaki Kisame has been Itachi's teammate for many years. Uchiha Sasuke has also seen the relationship between them. He is really a little envious. Uehara Naraku is Itachi's hidden friend for many years. Uchiha Sasuke can also roughly analyze the relationship between them. This is even more enviable. It seems that both of them are good. There is no rush for this matter. You can decide when you are on the next mission. Anyway, Uehara Naraku and Pain have a very good relationship. Sasuke suddenly realized a problem. He is really more comfortable in the Akatsuki organization now, because there are his brother's friends here, and there are powerful teammates everywhere. After returning to the Akatsuki base, Uehara Naraku arranged for Sasuke to go back to his room to rest first, saying that Sasuke had been shocked that day and was in great pain, so he must need some rest. Uchiha Sasuke naturally chose to follow his arrangement. Finally, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but ask, Lord Uehara, why did Sasuke choose to join us? Could it be that Mr. Itachi and Lord, they are all dead? Who knows whether it is true or not? Uehara Naraku glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame, shook his head and said, of course Sasuke joined us because of love. With his character, after knowing Itachi's sacrifice, how could he give up his brother's dream? After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he handed a scroll to Kabuto Yakushi. Here is the Byakugan I got from Aoshao of the Hidden Mist Village. You can do with it yourself. The lost Byakugan? There was a slight surprise on Kabuto Yakushi's face, and after a moment he nodded respectfully and said, I will definitely not let Lord Naraku down. Okay. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to himself, turned and flew towards the direction of the Hidden Rain Village. You two, don't show any flaws in front of Sasuke. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he looked at Hoshigaki Kisame again, especially Kisame. Remember to pretend that you hate him for killing Uchiha Itachi, but you have to take care of him, because he is Itachi's brother, so your emotions towards him will be very complicated. Do you understand? Hoshigaki Kisame nodded silently. But after seeing Uehara Naraku leave, Hoshigaki Kisame showed an ugly smile on his face. Ha, really? Mr. Itachi, no matter you or your brother, you still can't escape the false reality. 5:30 PM, the old time. There is another update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.